Alright guys, BLM here back with a new video, and in this video we're back with another review of a recently finished Big Brother season, where here I'll be talking about my thoughts on Big Brother 26. A shockingly good season of Big Brother US, which is a rarity in modern Big Brother. So where again, for me, we haven't really had a truly good season since BB20. Like, I haven't officially covered a good season of Big Brother US, in my opinion, where, again, 25 had a good start, very rough end. 24 had a good storyline, but a very rough overall trajectory. 23 had a likable cast, but very stagnant gameplay, while 21 and 22 just sucked, to where, again, it's been a while for me since we've had a good Big Brother season. But we did get one here. And again, I think Big Brother 26 is probably the new standard of the modern season that you'll point to get people into the show. I do feel like this is, again, a very good season. One that actually had solid episodes for the most part. And there definitely were rough stretches, but I think looking back at like something like BB25, that was a season where feeds were fantastic for the first half. Did not really get represented in TV show. This is one where I feel like actually the episodes were better than the feeds throughout a lot of the season. And then beyond that, again, we got really hectic gameplay, probably one of the most dynamic houses in the history of the show. A cast that is a bit mixed, to be honest. I do think there's definitely a lot of passive players on this cast, but it still led to some very interesting gameplay at points, and particularly really bad gameplay at points. But again, I think this is a season that actually ends up being very strong by the end of it, with there being some pretty insane vote-offs across the season that, again, makes this probably amongst the best Big Brother seasons of all time. But and with that, obviously, I'll be going through the season from beginning to end, like my other reviews. I'm sure this will be very, very, very long. So let's start off. We got Premiere Week, to where, unlike most recent seasons where we have a live move-in, this season we did actually get a two-part premiere, meaning that we didn't get feeds until day 3, which is kind of annoying. But to be fair, that's actually not that bad, considering how older seasons would be handled, where we wouldn't get feeds until around a week-ish in. So again, at least it's better than that. But again, this ends up being formatted similarly to how we structured like the BB16, BB17 premieres, where 8 people move in each part. And again, I never particularly like this aspect of having 2 move-in groups, to where, while it's never really mattered in recent seasons, and obviously they're moving in just hours apart from each other, I still feel like this does open up the possibility of the first group just organizing before the second group even comes in. And we even literally saw it in BB4. So again, it has happened in the past, though again, realistically, it very rarely matters, and it doesn't matter here. But the episode does start with Julie saying that there's going to be a groundbreaking tech twist, BBAI, and that this will be the most surprising premiere in the history of the game. I guess. Like, what was that surprising? But anyway, we do obviously get to the player intros, where first up we see Rubina, who instantly comes off as a firecracker, someone that I very much expected to be this massive character coming into the season, with me expecting her to provide some really great DRs, though it turns out she ends up being largely subdued and a largely passive presence across the season, which was pretty disappointing to see. Cam ends up being a generic former athlete that you would expect to do well in Big Brother, and obviously was my winner pick. Due to that, though, I will say I did get a bit jump scared during his intro package, where we see him talking to his dad, who looked just like Terrence from BB24. Either way, Mackenzie is next, who, again, I'm going to call MJ across this review, but she ends up being cast here clearly as someone that was expected to be in a showmance, despite her supposedly having a situationship at home. And we literally see her instantly dispelling any relationship when she enters, saying that she's taller than every guy here and she needs someone taller than her in heels, despite the fact that she ends up being in a pseudo showmance by the end of the week anyway. Then we get to Joseph, who ends up being a really strange presence across this season, with him clearly being cast here because he has a unique occupation of working at a video store, which I believe the actual real story is that he just volunteers there part-time, and it's also a storyline that like gets never brought up after this. I find it very funny how much they hype this up as this like really quirky occupation just for it to really amount to nothing. But then we get to Kimo, who ends up being the first native Hawaiian on their show. He does get a really sympathetic backstory here, talking about his connection to his brother and how he watched Big Brother with him, only for him to sadly pass away from cancer, which ends up bleeding into how much this means to him, to where again, it instantly made him a really endearing presence on this season. Then we get to Chelsea, who talks about how religious she is. So just in general, this seemed to be a very religious cast, and one that also did not seem to know the show particularly well. To where just in general, I really did not vibe with this cast from the preseason. It felt very like BB21 coded. to me, to where, again, thankfully the season ends up playing out pretty well, though Chelsea was one of those actually in the preseason that I did feel like was a bit questionable, where there was some questionable follows on social media, that were mixing out of how religious she is. Again, I was not feeling particularly great about her, but does end up being one of the season's better players, though still one of the very deep flaws. Anyway, Tucker gets introduced following this, being introduced to someone that sticks up for what he believes in, saying in the preseason that he's been bullied and he's been the bully, which is such a weird thing to say. But Tucker ends up obviously being this very electric player across the season, with his willingness to just go all in on whatever plan he concocts, no matter how bad it is for his game. And to follow up with that, we do also see Tucker be the first to enter the house, a spot where he actively wanted to go in first, saying that he knew it was a curse and he wanted to break it, which is funny that this seemed to be like the only thing he knew about Big Brother, where I think there was this assumption in the preseason that he was this like big fan because like he had mentioned this curse and wanting to break it, though it turns out that this is like literally one of the only things he knows, and just came into the house just wanting to break this curse for the sake of it. And again, this is a pretty funny sequence that he actually enters alongside three of the bigger fans of the cast in Angela, Chemo, and Chelsea, where all of them obviously knew about this curse as well, and we see them all like actively trying to get out of the way to not be the first in, which is kind of funny. But also here we obviously get introduced to Angela, where in the preseason, in her intro video here, she comes off as this like awkward grandma trying to be the cool mom, calling herself the life of the party, and being very appreciative for the experience of being able to play Big Brother, though again, I never would have guessed how unhinged of a character she ends up being. Though with that, we do literally see her instantly becoming emotional as she enters the house, saying that she's dreamt of this for years, which I'm sure won't be said a billion times across this season. But anyway, we go to the backyard, where it's said that they're going to have an opportunity to change the game for the first time in Big Brother history. They have the power to bring in an additional house guest, this 17th house guest that was constantly hyped up in the preseason, which again, I took at face value. I was like, there's no way that there's not actually going to be a 17th house guest, right? Like, it's got to be some sort of minor returning player, maybe a pseudo celebrity like we got with Suri last season. But no, it's Ainsley. A girl with blue hair in a metallic looking outfit that's obviously supposed to be AI, which I did think even here that, oh, there's a chance Ainsley is actually a real player that might enter the game and have to do things based on what AI tells them to do. Their entire game will be predetermined for them, like America's Player. Though, no, there just isn't a 17th house guest, where she literally just ends up being a character model from the Big Brother mobile game, transformed into this disturbing looking blue blob that is used to just exposit exposition about upcoming twists and competitions, where, again, I find it so funny that they legitimately promoted this as a 17th house guest throughout the entire preseason, feeling like they went so far out of their way to actually make us think that there was a genuine 17th house guest, only for it to just be Ainsley. But here we are told that they have a choice of voting her in or not, which is portrayed straight initially, though clearly something is off here, and we do see someone like Joseph pick up on that, voting yes to allow her into the game alongside Angela, MJ, and Rabina, all while Cam, Chelsea, Chemo, and Tucker saying no, with the reveal that these votes aren't real, and that Ainsley is an AI. I never would have guessed it. And that this vote is essentially just to determine which of two competitions each player plays in. With the players that said yes will be playing for an advantage in the upgrade competition, all while those that said no will be playing in the downgrade competition, with the loser of that challenge getting a disadvantage, which feels like a weird aspect of this twist, that players that voted no, which again is the optimal play if all this was real, are being disadvantaged, though I guess again you should have been able to suss it out that this was fake like Joseph did. But again, just bizarre conceptually, and obviously neither group ends up getting enough votes to vote Ainsley in, which I do see some people like actually question what happens if Ainsley gets voted in. Which I question, like, how do you think that? There obviously was never a real vote. There's never a person to get voted into the game. It was all just a way to decide which competition you get put into, because that obviously matters so much. But anyway, the upgrade comp here ends up having them have to memorize colors in a sequence while being spun around in a chair, which is a mostly equitable comp here, something that we do see more of on this season, where there seeming to be this concerted effort to to not have what we had last season and likes of Jared, Cam, and Jag winning all the competitions, most of which were similar style of competitions, and having more physicality to them than needed. And I do think that change here did lead to a lot of interesting comp results that did directly boon this season. But here we do see everybody but Angela get 4 right, with MJ getting the 4th one right in the fastest time, meaning that she ends up winning. Or we get the downgrade competition that has them having to put their heads into boxes that have bugs and snakes inside, to which they have to find letters to solve a word scramble, which I will say, this is a little bit less equitable. It definitely favors faster people, so they're able to run around the room quicker, especially considering how easy the puzzle was, where, again, the likes of Cam and Tucker should have had a pretty easy time here, though despite that, we actually see Tucker really taking his time for some reason and almost losing the comp because of that, though Chelsea ends up really struggling on the word panic and ends up also forgetting to plug in the cord to finish the challenge, to where she ends up losing because of that instead. But both challenges here end up being not particularly interesting to watch on the show, to where in general the premiere as a whole was kind of lackluster, really, as always. And guess what? We do it all again! Part 2 of the premiere the following night, where we literally just do this exact same thing but different comps, so that's nothing. But obviously, we get introduced to the remaining players, where we see Brooklyn come in wanting to be the first married mother to win Big Brother, because she definitely needs to specify that she's a married mother, as if any other mother has actually even won Big Brother proper. But also, I will say, I do find it funny how often she says that she's classy, sassy, and a little badassy, because that's definitely not a line that she used a billion times to get through casting. But Brooklyn's another person that, again, came off very questionable in the preseason. Again, someone that was friends of Aaron from BB15. So again, there was definitely the worry that she'd be a bit problematic, though, again, she wasn't, at least on the show, so at least there's that. And then beyond that, again, just from a game perspective, I did very much look at her as someone that was going to be very domineering in the game, to where I did not have high hopes for her coming in the season, though surprisingly, she ends up probably being the best positioned player throughout a lot of the early weeks of the season. Next up, we get to Lisa, who is a celebrity chef, aka chef for celebrities. And while I do think she ends up being fun on the show, I think she's another person like Joseph that I think legitimately was literally only cast because she's a celebrity chef. Oh, but then we get to T-Core, who makes crochet clothing. Does have a very unique accent, though really outside that, I didn't really get much from her in the preseason, though she ends up being, again, another one of the better positioned players across the season. Matt gets portrayed here as an urban cowboy and a southern gentleman that wants to show that he's more than a pretty face, I guess, but clearly, again, it did seem like he was being kind of set up to be this season's golden boy, only for that to not work out for them. Yeah, we get to Quinn, who ends up getting a pretty fun intro here, instantly jumping on the sound guy, and clearly being a super fan, to where while I know a good chunk of the fan base did find him annoying, I personally found myself to be a bit of a Quinn apologist, at least from a character front, where I never personally found him that annoying and appreciated how much he cared about the show and wanted to make references to it, even though, again, obviously his gameplay left a lot to be desired. Then we get to Leah, who is someone that clearly came off as someone that BB Twitter would adore, with her saying that she can't believe a guy has ever won Big Brother, that men are so easy to manipulate. And I mean, to be fair, she does technically live up to that partially in her having a few men fawning over her across this season, though I do still find it strange though how much of her premiere content here really revolves around her being a chubby chaser, which, again, would not be shocked if this was production thinking that, oh my god, this is so funny, and just wanted to make constant jokes about this on the show, only to realize that it wasn't that funny to begin with, as again, this literally gets dropped after week 1. But beyond that, we get to Cedric, who is a former Marine and seemed to be this very over-the-top character in the preseason, which did continue in his DRs, though actually in the house he ended up being a pretty chill guy, making him one of the more likable presences early on in the season. And then finally, we get to the best casting choice of the season. We have Kenny, an undercover cop who decided to not tell people that he's a cop, despite the fact that he talks like a cop and acts like a cop, where he literally just sounds just like Derek, and he ends up being instantly called out by Cedric in the DR for being a cop, which by the time he ends up going, it seemed pretty commonly known that, yeah, he's lying. He's probably a cop, to where it really funny, misguided of a play that seemed to be. And obviously beyond that, Kenny is pretty easily the worst casting choice of this season, him clearly not wanting to be there and just constantly asking to be put up as a pawn, and just in general a very expendable player that made him very frustrating to watch. But anyway, we get the same vote as last time, though this time only Quinn and Leah vote yes, with them playing a more physical upgrade challenge, more in line with the downgrade challenge of the previous group, where you have to run around this room and plug in these puzzle pieces that are very easy, to where Quinn ends up easily winning that, all while the downgrade comp ends up being this ridiculous one of them having to navigate a disc through a track using only their face, which was so ridiculous to watch, and very weird in the fact that they only got 60 seconds to do it, which would have made sense if this was live, but it wasn't, so I don't get why they gave them a specific time limit. instead of just like finishing the course. A spot where I actually think that did have an impact on the winner here, where we do see Cedric lose after being the last to finish his second disc, despite the fact that he ultimately made it amongst the furthest on the third disc, to where, again, he likely ends up having one of the best times if this is based around who finished all three first, but instead he ends up being beaten here by a bunch of rules. But here we learn that the downgrade players become BBAI mascots and in turn have to wear a really dumb computer chip costume during comps and ceremonies, and also aren't allowed to play in HOH or veto or even votes, which is such a devastating disadvantage for week 1 here, to be instantly made into these easy scapegoats that you could just throw on the block and they would have no opportunity to save themselves, and again, would be easy just to take out in that light. And I feel like many casts of Big Brother would have just taken that opportunity to do so, though here we actually see it play out in the opposite way, where instead House pretty much agrees to not go after them because they had the disadvantage, which allows Cedric and Chelsea to gain a pretty good footing into the game initially here. All while the upgrade players end up being divvied out two separate advantages here, which is very strange as the power level of these two advantages are vastly different, and while I do think it was predetermined which group would get which power, it does feel largely unfair that MJ ends up getting the America's veto, which is essentially a second veto that can be used throughout any of the first 4 weeks, where the replacement nominee would be determined by America, essentially a weaker version of the Diamond Power of veto, where outside of just the potential threat of you using the power, this is just a power that is actually just really dangerous to even use, unless it is literally you wanting to take yourself off the block, as again, you never know who America is going to put up, and it could potentially be your own ally, to where in essence, again, that should stop you from using it willy-nilly, though could also theoretically be utilized, again, keep you safe in the game, as again, this would also make it less advantageous for other people to want you to use this power, as again, they could be nominated if you do. So again, it could lead to you not being put on the block because they want to avoid this being used at all. To where, again, I think it is kind of a double-edged sword in that light, but really at the end of the day, this is simply just a power that can give you implicit immunity, all while Quinn ends up getting probably one of the most overpowered powers in the history of Big Brother, in that being the deepfake HOH, which allows him to anonymously take over someone's HOH in its entirety, while also getting to play in the following HOH. Unlike America's veto, this is not just immunity, it's also immunity with full HOH power within the first few weeks that is also potentially anonymous, though really the strength of this power is, again, you using it to gain influence in the game. And this should have been something that should have really set up Quinn to just dominate the game. Again, especially considering how good socially he was early on in the season. This should have really just solidified his power structure, yet he ends up obviously just completely botching it. Obviously this being the first misstep of his game and what ends up being a very rocky game, to where instead it actually ends up making a target of himself, with him attempting to hide the power and lying about it to most players of the house, despite the fact that he tells the likes of Angela and Chemo about this power by the end of the week, which I'm sure will definitely not backfire on him. So again, Quinn ends up actually being one of the best positioned players in the house for the first 2 weeks, who is adored socially, though his handling of this power is his first indication of him just being this very inconsistent player that we see a lot more of once we get to week 3. But let's get to the rest of week 1, where we obviously see the players do typical introductions with the typical setup of who's attracted to who, with MJ talking about Matt being tall enough to ride the ride, I guess, and Chelsea saying that God spent extra time on Cam and that he has all of his teeth, which I guess is good enough for her. But also we do get this great setup to the Tucker-Lisa feud, with Tucker saying that he's a chef, only for Lisa to interrupt his introduction to say that she's a chef too, and brags about how she brought in edible glitter and what did he bring in the garnish, which is such an insane thing for Lisa to do here, to just hijack his introduction and just showing how socially aloof she ends up being across this season. To where beyond that, we also see her later usage of the glitter and just randomly sprinkling it into people's foods that ends up making her a social pariah right away. Though really the episodes first week really do largely revolve around Angela and Matt, which I wonder why. So first we do see Matt and Kenny making a final 2, with Matt sharing to him that his dad was a cop and that Kenny wants to work with him because of that, despite, again, him never saying that he's a cop. And again, really funny that the show portrays this as this real alliance, that these two were extremely close, when Matt was willing to vote Kenny out across this week, even at a point actively wanting to save Lisa over him. So again, this felt like a very one-sided relationship in reality, but instantly we do see talk about how Angela is playing too hard and that they intend on targeting her, to where we even see other players talk about how emotional Angela is, leading into this very awkward moment of Angela and Matt talking in the bathroom that seemed to start their feud, and Matt talking about his back hurting, only for Angela to say no one help him until the game is over. obviously essentially calling him out for being a physical threat, while also telling him that he knows he's going to get into a showman's and that she knows that some ladies want his ass. Where, again, just in general, this is insane play from Angela to just openly call him out before the HOH comp, before you even know who wins the competition, where I do think if anyone but Angela won here, I do think Angela would have been a very likely nominee for a lot of other people. But again, her just being such a massive wild card on the board. And what's funny too is that I don't even think she was intending on targeting Matt at this point. I think this is simply just a thing that Angela says, just putting her foot in her mouth, which again, certainly won't be the last time. But again, we get to the HOH comp where right beforehand, Ainsley reveals a new twist to this season, that being the AI Arena. A twist where the HOH ends up having to nominate 3 nominees, though those 3 get narrowed down to 2 on Eviction night through a live competition, resulting in the final noms that again are literally not decided until Eviction night, shaking up the BB formula in an interesting way here. Now, I will say, initially, I did not like this twist at all. While I do see the benefits of having all these unknowns coming into the Eviction episode, particularly from an entertainment standpoint, and obviously beyond that, it does incentivize blindsides as your target can just stay in the game. And again, it makes the Thursday episode way more dramatic, feeling very much in line with something like a double eviction, which I assume is their intent there, alongside also having another comp in the cycle to delay the HOH to the Sunday night episode to guarantee there's a competition in every episode. So again, I get why production loves this twist. And I do feel like this season really showed its best case scenario, to where we had an extremely fluid game, which allowed for there to be a lot of shifting dynamics by the time of the vote itself. Also, we had equitable comps that I think made this twist a bit more tolerable. So I will say, I still do think the concept of this twist is one that does just further benefit the comp threats, not just because there's another opportunity to save themselves, which, I mean, to be fair, there is, but also because it ends up nullifying the concept of the back door, which I know some people were excited for, that people don't like the back door. Though again, I like it as it counters comp threats. I should also mention the fact that this twist does very much neuter the power of the HOH as well, and now making them nominate an extra person, making them create another enemy, while also not even guaranteeing that their target goes home, to where, again, it lessens their power in that way, but also, again, in a more negative way in the sense that it makes them less likely to go after comp threats, where if they're in this state of mind where they want to go after this big comp threat, they're less likely to do it because they know they have a chance to save themselves even after the veto competition, to where obviously that could potentially backfire on you. I think with most given casts, this twist probably plays out in a disaster where the comp threats just face even less adversity. But again, with this cast, that was just insane, and so many people volunteering for the block, which, to be fair, you can definitely say that that's a ramification of the AI Arena, that these people aren't willing to nominate themselves as they know they have numerous opportunities to save themselves at that point, to where, again, it makes it more likely that people are going to be nominating themselves, though I also feel like that's not going to happen with most given casts. So I feel like when your twist really banks on the players themselves having to self-sabotage themselves, I feel like, again, it's not the most optimal twist in the world, but again, it does play out very effectively on this season. I do think it is, no matter what, better for the show. And I think this is this weird dichotomy for me, and the fact that I do think AI Arena, again, is undisputably better for the show. Again, it just makes the Thursday night episode way more interesting, where who knows what can happen there. But again, I do think from a game perspective, especially for down the road, I do think this is a twist that, while not gameable necessarily, as again, no matter what, it still just comes down to competitions and what challenges they choose, where it's not like this thing where you can pre-plan who's going to win the AI Arena in the way that you did with Battle of the Block. I still do feel like this is a twist that will just allow comp threats to make it to the mid portion of the game a bit easier in most given situations. Though with that said, again, I do fully expect to see this again down the road. You could very much clear how much production loved it. Again, I think if they didn't like it, they would have probably canceled it a few weeks in, though the fact that it lasted a full 7 weeks, literally the entire pre-jury phase in a long pre-jury phase, again, I think very clearly they do love it here, and I would be pretty shocked if it's not back in BB27. But again, we do finally get to the proper HOH comp, which does end up being another equitable comp here, one that is played in different phases, interestingly having a social strategy component to it, where initially we see the first phase of the game literally just be find a team of 3, and those that don't find one end up being instantly eliminated, with the remainder of the comp revolving around them playing shuffleboard. Though interestingly, the winning team of round 2 ends up being able to vote out one of the remaining teams, where we see the team containing Kenny and Matt not eliminating the team that involves Angela, thinking that they could easily beat them, only for round 3 to have you competing against your own team, with Angela moving on from her team and proceeding to win round 4 against Kenny. Again, a really great start to this season, that someone like Angela can even be the first HOH of the season. It was definitely a good sign for the season down the road. But at this point, again, there are pretty easy noms for her initially, where the likes of Kenny and Lisa are these pretty consensus nominees. Though the show at this point very much implies that Matt was going to be her third, where Matt at this point was pretty actively targeting her behind her back, again, despite her being the HOH, to where I remember night one of the feeds, literally one of the first things we see on the feeds was Matt essentially making the storage room his own HOH room and using it to tell others his annoyances with Angela, which again is just such atrocious gameplay. For obviously Angela picks up on this, and that bleeds into why he becomes a bigger target, but the show instead really goes all in on this like Matt is the victim storyline. Despite the fact that, again, I do think Matt, especially from a gameplay front, very much deserved the downfall that he got here, though. The bit that we do get to see on the show is Matt talking to Joseph about how he's worried that Angela's gonna nominate him, leading to Joseph instantly ratting him out, which is funny considering how Joseph actually was trying to save Matt across this week, wanting to keep Matt around as his meat shield, which was his strategy coming into the season that he later enacts with Tucker. But again, really funny considering the fact that he is the first person to rat out Matt here in a spot where he actually ends up sinking his standing with Angela by the end of the week due to how much he's trying to defend Matt. But anyway, we do see Angela trying to clear the air with Matt, which doesn't go well with him having crazy eyes in that moment and telling Angela that if she puts him up, that he'll have 2 comps to save himself, which Angela just really takes offense to, which I really don't get why. I mean, she ends up telling people afterwards that he threatened her. When, again, I feel like he was just laying out his case. I mean, yeah, he had crazy eyes when doing it, but again, I didn't feel like he came out that intense here. And again, this is the final thing that we see on the show before nominations, to where we get the noms, and it's Kenny, Lisa, and Chemo, which is funny. Again, they didn't even bother to explain why Chemo got nominated here. And also, for some reason, Angela just decides to blindside the nominees here, which seemed extremely pointless. Though we do end up seeing Lisa have a pretty big reaction to this, saying that she never thought she would be nominated somehow. This really ends up kickstarting Lisa's game, where she actually does a lot of campaigning immediately afterwards, doing one-on-ones with pretty much the entire house, to which I actually do respect that. I do respect the fact that, again, she realized, oh, I'd done something wrong. Let's try to fix it. Let's try to build these connections. However, she obviously does it in a way that actually puts a target on her back, to where the fact that she is having all these one-on-ones with people ends up sketching people out to the point where she actually does become the target by the time of the veto comp, in a spot where it was actually Kenny initially. So again, she ends up being in a bit of danger there, though. Also pertaining to the nomination ceremony, we do see Angela end up being really upset that Matt didn't hug her, leading to her continuing the spiral and her wanting to target him, leading to her first rant, calling out his crazy eyes and calling him a little brat, which again, we might hear again later. But before we get to the big moment, we do actually focus around the creation of the collective, the first and really only seemingly real, for a second, mega alliance that formed in the first week here, with the plan to be including Angela in on this alliance, with Quinn and Joseph being tasked with roping her in. And I love how pumped up they are in telling her about this alliance, and she seemed to be into it until they leave and we get the reveal that she didn't believe it for a single bit, thinking that this is an elaborate plot for Matt, with him starting a war against her, which, I mean, to be fair, Matt was kind of at this point in the game, though again, it had nothing to do with the collective, to where again, this was a real alliance that they were trying to add her to have this big majority that would typically steamroll the early game, only for Angela to end up dismantling that for now, to where we proceed to see her struggling to sleep, saying that she's tired of not having any power or control coming from the first HOH. But this leads to probably the most iconic moment of the season, where the following morning, as Angela descends from the staircase, we see everyone clapping for her for some reason, which was very awkward to begin with, only for her to proceed to say, Matt, 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 and go on to have this really rehearsed monologue calling out Matt, and also the collective, having so many quotable lines throughout the entirety of this, saying, I am so flattered that I am a threat to you, saying she's so happy she can look like a badass to her grandkids. Probably one of my favorite moments is her saying that, I just want to have fun with you guys, except for you, don't talk to me, talking to Matt. But she also ends up proceeding to call out Quinn and Joseph, saying that their performance was great for a low-budget movie. But obviously the most notable aspect of all of this is the fact that she constantly refers to Matt throughout this speech as crazy eyes, something that Matt is confused by, only for her to then spread out her eyes in a really funny visual. And again, the fight does continue even beyond that, with Angela descending the stairs, and this time Matt finally fighting back, in a spot where she goes on to accuse him of threatening her, and he does end up rebutting her arguments here, in a spot where I do think most people end up pretty much believing Matt by the end of it, with all this really sinking Angela's reputation. With probably the big moment that does so being this moment of Matt mentioning how his mom will see this, leading to Angela saying that, well, she'll see that her son is a brat, which really seemed to be the main thing that upset Matt through all this, with him obviously being extremely close to his mom, and this does gain him some sympathy, though not enough to really save him this week. But again, really bad move for Angela, purely led by paranoia and her lack of awareness of her current game position, which was actually pretty decent before she blew it up here. Through all, she was never going to be someone at the top of the pecking order for Alliance. She was definitely pretty decently ingrained in that group with people that did want to take her deep, but again, she blew it up here and made herself an easy nominee for following weeks, with her literally just being this loose cannon that no one could really work with and no one really respected. But at least it led to good TV. Anyway, we got to the veto comp with the return of the spelling competition, which had been missing since BB18. That felt like an attempt to return to the more equitable comps, you know, the ones that they used to use. But I did like that they added this interesting dynamic to it of having these delete tiles that you can use them to delete letters from the game. Though, again, doesn't really play that big of a factor here. And either way, Lisa wins in this spot where she actually did need it. And at this point, the show does turn into portraying this as a foregone conclusion that Matt will go up, which, I mean, wasn't fully the case. But, you know, we do get some drama from the veto pick with Matt being annoyed at Lisa for not picking him for the veto, which is like, why would she? But again, we do see him being really emotional over this, where, again, it does really show him as a sympathetic figure for the casual audience, and also showing the other players consoling him as if he's well connected in the house, when the reality is that he actually really isolated him from the house, with him, MJ, and Leah being looked at as this very clear trio from the other players that they wanted to target, despite the fact that him and MJ really did not trust Leah across this entire week, despite the fact that the reality is that him and MJ never really trusted Leah across this week. So again, they weren't that close strategically, even though, again, they were technically working together. But again, at this point, most people in the house actually did want him out of the game and would have voted him out if he ended up on the block by the end of the week. Though, interestingly, they all did so independently, where this ends up being a cast that plays very passively, especially across this week, where you rarely get much strategizing around the votes, to where a good chunk of people, again, wanted Matt out, but those votes didn't really solidify until towards the end of the week, where no one was really talking to each other about the upcoming vote, which again, I get that that's because they're worried about the AI arena and that if Matt wins, and that'll obviously backfire on them. But again, the uncertainty of where the votes are going actually does lead to Angela going on a bit of a spiral here as well, where again, she didn't know she had the votes to get Matt out, and also because of the threat of the AI arena and him potentially winning that, we do see Angela actually backtrack from wanting to nominate Matt, and instead wanted to make a deal with him, which ended up leading to this really convoluted plan that they didn't show in the show, and I get why, considering it makes no sense and it doesn't really matter, but it had Matt trying to get Tucker to go up as a pawn, which ended up burning his relationship with Tucker in that light. But also, Angela ends up misunderstanding all this and thinking that it was T-Core, not Tucker, to where she was actually going to put T-Core on the block, thinking that T-Core had volunteered herself when she didn't, to where, again, a mess, but it ends up leading back to her just getting back on the right track and nominating Matt after he ends up not promising to keep her safe the following week, which is just insane. Though again, we do get some setup of MJ potentially using America's veto on him, though again, that wasn't particularly real with Matt even telling her not to, because he thought he had the votes. But obviously alongside that, we do get the setup of their showmans, which was shown in this really sympathetic light, even though, again, she had a relationship back at home. But again, Matt was pretty much a goner by this point, where once he hit the block, votes were always there to take him out, despite the fact that we do see him form the Barbershop Alliance, thinking that he has the numbers because of that, despite the fact that, again, he literally named it the BS Alliance, and no one in it actually thought it was real. Or why do you think these people are guaranteed votes for you to say? But again, eventually the votes do organize to take him out, with only Lisa, MJ, and Leah not being looped in on the plan, even though I believe even Leah was told right before the eviction. And again, Lisa was actually willing to vote out Matt, just no one bothered to tell her. But again, we do get a couple weird subplots by the end of the week, first of which didn't make the show, in that after Lisa won the veto, we actually do see her becoming pretty close to Angela, essentially being her right-hand man for a few days. That is, until Lisa makes the decision that she can't be connected to Angela, as that would ruin her reputation in the outside world, and proceeds to tell that to her face for some reason, being an insane thing to say. That in turn ends up starting this Angela-Lisa feud that continues on into the following week. Though also, we do see Kenny decide to want to quit the game, claiming that he misses his family, though I do think Kenny's game not going particularly well definitely played a factor into that as well, with him now being willing to sacrifice his game for Matt, and even considers throwing the AI arena to Matt, leading to a really fun Angela moment of her confronting Kenny in the kitchen over him not willing to beat Matt in the AI arena, with her saying that Matt isn't your son, with Kenny seeming to take genuine offense to this, with him saying that he's the son of someone I respect highly, just because Matt's dad was a cop, I guess. Again, you don't know him. And it is funny, we do get Quinn DR of him mocking Kenny in this really over-the-top way. But again, it does lead to Kenny fighting back here and mocking Angela's decision-making across the week, to where overall I did find this to be a really humorous scene. But either way, we do get to the eviction, where we get the AI arena and a first look at the type of comps that we're going to be getting here, to where it ends up being a bit of a strange one, where they're shown images around the room of the other house guests and have 2 minutes to identify who appears the most within them. An extremely equitable comp here, unless you're Matt. We're outside of the minor physicality that comes from the tiebreaker being the first person to lock in their answers, and this being a pretty expansive area that you can potentially run through. Again, it is a largely equitable comp here, and Chemo does end up winning here over two of the more physical players in the game. This does lead to the first of many awkward reveals to the other players of who won the AI arena, with the results of the AI arena being strangely told to the players by Julie as the players are going down the stairs, which again is just a weird way of handling this, where we also just miss out on a lot of the reactions from the other players, though we do get a big reaction to this, as again I think most people did not expect Chemo to win. And beyond that, we see again their attempt to make this like a pseudo double eviction, with them giving them a minute to campaign, which never gets used effectively, as again, that's not really much time to really do anything. And again, it would have been ideal if they were given like a commercial break to do this, so I get the ramifications of that, as obviously they need to get the players back from the AI arena into the house, which probably takes up the actual commercial break, to where unless you want a commercial break immediately after coming back, show the reaction to the result of the AI arena, you can't really have that. Though again, I think that would have been something that very much would have benefited this format. But either way, it is really funny that we see Julie being annoyed at them and constantly mocking them across the next few weeks for not taking the opportunity to campaign. But again, the vote here is between Kenny and Matt, to where there is some humor in this, in the fact that Kenny thinks that he's going home and Matt thinks he has the votes to stay. And we do awkwardly see them embrace on the couch as the ceremony begins. But again, it ends up being an 8-3 vote, with Matt being blindsided here, to where we do get some fun moments from the voting, with Julie malfunctioning after Lisa says that she votes for Kenny, which confuses her, all while Quinn says beat you too, Zach, as he votes, obviously a reference to Corey. All while Cam shouts out his dog's at the crib, which he says every single eviction, which ends up probably being the most notable thing about him for the majority of this season. All while Joseph says that he's not going to let this be like every other season, to where just in general the notion of taking out these big physical threats did seem to be pretty top of mind of these players early on in the season. I would assume as a reaction to seeing Jag comp out last season. But again, funny that this is coming from Joseph, who literally wanted to keep Matt around as a shield. But again, afterwards, we do get a really awkward interview with Julie, as most of them are. And we do end the episode with this final shot of MJ and Leah talking to the camera, saying, "We're doing this for Matt, and that Angela is going down," which I'm certain won't be ironic down the road. Anyway, again, we lose Matt. And again, Matt is someone that I do find very strange, the fact that obviously he was a casual favorite. People did very much like him. People felt bad for him because of the Angela situation. And while again, I do think Angela took it a bit far at points, I do think Matt also, again, was not great either. I do think from a gameplay perspective, again, he was a complete mess. And again, him actively targeting the first HOH and also not promising her safety is pretty insane. Also, again, Angela called him a brat, and I mean, is she wrong? I do feel like Matt came off pretty entitled at points in the game as well. Or again, I don't think Matt is this like golden boy that the edit tried to portray him as, but again, I don't necessarily dislike him either. I think he played a interesting role on this season. I'm kind of happy he was the first boot, in the sense that, while again, I would have preferred Kenny to go out first, I do feel like Matt being an early boot, again, is probably for the better of this season, where I do think there is a world where Matt stays and he is able to gain a bit of traction in the game, win a whole bunch of comps. So again, I do think there is that worry, to where I think nullifying that worry from the very beginning, and again, giving him a pretty interesting way to go out, is probably the best case scenario for him as a character on this season. And now for week 2, which was one of the slower weeks of the season, particularly of the pre-jury phase, to where while we do see some interesting setup to what happens in the following week, the week as a whole does feel pretty stagnant, where again, players were still playing a bit passively and not really solidifying a true power structure that was going to run the game, along with the fact that it was also a pretty frustrating feeds experience, where there being constant cuts, though we'll talk about the reason why later. But anyway, we obviously get the HOH comp, which was a Q&A about animal videos for some reason, where we literally just watch a series of TikTok videos. and see players' reactions to them, which was such a waste of time. But we do end up seeing Chelsea accidentally pulling out the win here in a spot where she was planning on throwing it, but wanted to make sure that Leah didn't win, leading to her be the HOH, to where despite Chelsea probably having one of the best early HOHs of the season, it still wasn't as smooth as it could have been, where again, she should have had these pretty easy nominations here of Kenny, who volunteered to go up because he sucks, Angela, as again, she's going to be this perpetual pawn from this point forward, / also sometimes target due to her paranoid play. And also, obviously, Lisa is this massive social outcast that continues to dig herself into a hole this week, lying about her vote to keep Matt despite everyone knowing that she did. And we do also see Tucker actively campaigning against her the entire week, which will lead to some interesting events down the road. But here we do get a fun montage of all the things that Lisa does to annoy Tucker, with us also seeing Tucker's rants about her, which I should also mention that is really funny that through this week, a through line is that no one actually believes that Lisa is a chef because of how terrible her food is, which is pretty insulting. But either way, obviously this is this big coming out party for Tucker, with him clearly coming off as their new golden boy for the show. But beyond that, we do see Chelsea do some decent work across this week, cultivating a relationship with MJ and Leah, with them looking at Chelsea as their saving grace at this point, which I do think actually partially has to do with the fact that Chelsea didn't vote through. They thought that she was someone that might be a bit more on their side, along with the fact that they obviously had the barbershop alliance, which was fake anyway. But this all leads up to MJ revealing her power to Chelsea to gain trust with her, which I do think is a pretty good move, but probably more so for reasons that MJ didn't really expect, where yes, it allows her to build a bond with Chelsea, but also gives her the added benefit of this now essentially giving her implicit immunity, as mentioned earlier. Due to again the unknowns of who would go out with the veto, but also again, you're just upsetting Mackenzie for no reason at this point, as she's just gonna stay anyway. Especially when you know that her power expires in a couple weeks anyway, you might as well just wait until then to take her out. So again, it feels like MJ kind of just stumbles upon the best way to use America's veto here, but again, this does lead to some of the messiness of Chelsea's reign here, in that through talking to MJ and Leah, they do convince her at a point of nominating one of her own allies as a pawn, specifically Cam, again, one of Chelsea's closest allies, in a spot where Cedric had also volunteered, which I do question why not put up Cedric instead, who is more openly willing to volunteer, while Cam is someone that they had to goad into doing it, but even then, he does agree to it, which is also bad on his end. But again, for Chelsea to even consider this is ridiculous, and thankfully she does change her mind literally as she is making the noms, as she does literally enter the DR unsure of what she's going to do. So again, strangely, all that didn't make the show, and instead we get this red herring of is she going to put up MJ or Leah, which was never really a possibility by the time nominations happened. But with that, I guess we should mention the Cam and Leah of it all, with Leah starting her trajectory of just having these guys fawning over her, with at this point Cam clearly being infatuated with her, while also Quinn ends up making a final 2 with her and continues to make active strives to try to include her in all of his alliances, which again felt simply based on the fact that he was attracted to her. And all this did cause some drama in the house, with Chelsea in particular being annoyed at Leah for getting close to Cam, which obviously shows her jealousy, which might come up again down the road. And it's funny that there's all this going on for Leah to have an unrequited crush on Tucker. And she might not be the only one. But it does lead to Leah being a bit distracted across this week, to where she ends up really wasting an opportunity here to actually get herself into alliances where, coming out of week 1, so many people actually wanted to work with Leah. They were looking at her as a number to pick up. That's why she was informed to vote at the last second, though. Instead, she spends all of her time focusing around guys, to where she ends up leaving this week in pretty much the exact same position she came into it in. But it is here where on the show we get the setup of the power alliance of the game at this point, with us seeing the core, which was Chelsea, Cedric, and Cam, who are a pretty clear trio in the game, though they end up adding in Quinn and Brooklyn to their alliance, in turn making it pretty clear they were being added after the fact, which again is not optimal play there and plays a factor into why this alliance doesn't last. But again, they end up forming the Pentagon, which I'm sure won't lead to a lot of inappropriate comments about blowing up the Pentagon. And what do you know, we instantly see Quinn distrusting this alliance and attempt to bond with Brooklyn as the other person added later to this group, with Quinn seemingly looking at Brooklyn as his legitimate final 2, even saying so to the cameras, despite the fact that Brooklyn clearly had other loyalties. And again, at this point, Brooklyn, despite being extremely passive in the game, ends up being involved in most groupings coming together here, where she ends up being the best position at this point in the game, despite her seemingly not doing much to actively get into those positions. But it's here where you also get a full rundown of Quinn's position in the game. Let's finally get to see the visionaries on the show. Quinn's alliance with T-Court and Chemo, who in themselves end up obviously being this important duo to this season, but also a very frustrating one at how passively they play the game. But like Brooklyn, they end up also being in a strong position at this point, being part of the collective, which again reforms, but just without Angela this time. Though again, no one in that group actually thought it was actually real, but in turn, they also do have Quinn's actual loyalty at this point, with him siding with the Visionaries over the Pentagon, putting T-Core and Chemo in this kind of perfect spot to strike against the Pentagon when they need to, and leaving them pretty insulated here. Anyway, we do eventually get to the veto comp, which is actually another equitable one, a standard stacking challenge. It actually seemed pretty brutally difficult, but we do see Kenny winning here for some reason. Again, he wanted to quit, so I don't get why he won here. But again, he does end up using the veto on himself, which also... why? But really the target here was initially going to be Lisa, and while the target does shift, and again seemingly due to nothing that she actively does, I actually do feel like she does some decent work across the week, building bonds with the likes of Leah and T-Core to where they actually wanted her to stay, though again didn't really have much influence at that point. Though obviously throughout all of it, she still has Tucker actively campaigning against her, and she also ends up having a pretty awkward conversation with Chelsea that ends up putting a bullseye on her back as well. Though as expected, this is where Angela comes into the story, where who would have guessed she self-sabotages herself, giving us this really strange situation revolving around her noticing Cedric, Chelsea, and Cam talking to T-Core outside. Again, conveniently, all the black players in the game, to where we do see Angela assuming that must be a group that's working together, leading to her going to Quinn and telling them about this group, leading to a lot of drama following this, that again, they tried to cover up on the feeds with this constant cutting whenever Angela was on the feeds or whenever anyone would bring this up, to where I really feel like that entire situation just made it all worse. It made you think that this situation was probably worse than what it was, or at least, again, based on how it was portrayed on the show, it doesn't seem to be anything that bad, and was simply just a big misunderstanding, where Strip, I do not think Angela tried to imply a cookout-style alliance here, as Angela literally does this all the time with pretty much any group she sees having a conversation. She does it numerous times before this, she does it numerous times after this on the season, where, again, she just constantly does this as part of her campaign of seeing groups and just assuming that they're working together and then spreading that information to other people, hoping that it sticks. And again, it's sloppy play, but also the entire context of all this is, again, not a great look for her. But again, we do see Quinn go to T-Core, telling her about what Angela said, which obviously all this eventually gets back to Angela, which turns her against Quinn, to where they never really repair their relationship following this. And we do see Angela confronting Quinn, with T-Core walking in on this, and Angela trying to paint this as she was pointing out this group as she wanted to work with them, which is ridiculous. Again, she was clearly trying to paint a target on them, but again, I don't think it at least had any conscious racial bias behind it. Though what made this a bit more controversial is what happened following this, where T-Core does mention how this can be perceived, and Angela gets extremely defensive after she does so, which I do think makes her look even worse here, and her now trying to make herself look like the victim and neglecting how T-Core feels in this situation, to where, again, she does later apologize to T-Core for this, which was nice to see, though also could have been prompted by production. But again, I do think the initial reaction here from Angela did come off very icky, and her seemingly blaming T-Core for even mentioning that notion. But again, this does all put a bigger bullseye on Angela's back, shifting the target onto her, making her this social pariah, to where she really ends up spending most of the week following this on her own. But I also know that Quinn got a lot of negativity around this point in the season as well, with talk about how he's using race as part of his gameplay, where there was a specific DR that didn't make it seem like that was the case, though again, I really don't think that's what's happening here. I don't even think Quinn recognized that's the way this could even be perceived, to where I do think that gave Quinn a bit more negativity here, that again added more fuel to him getting nominated by America in the following week. But again, we still do need a renom here, to where this is where we see Tucker come back to the show, going up to Chelsea and volunteering for the block, which won't be his last time. But again, this instance of just showing these comp beasts self-sabotaging themselves, being willing to go in the block, as again, he thinks that, oh, I still have AI Arena to keep me safe. But more importantly, he really just wants to seal Lisa's fate and be the one to guarantee she stays on the block, again, being this funny resolution to their feud. And I guess it works out for him, but obviously a really misguided play here, to where there actually was some talk about potentially taking a shot at Tucker, though again, that gets shut down. And I do think if AI Arena didn't exist, the votes probably do organize against him, with him clearly being the bigger threat, though obviously, again, he probably wouldn't have volunteered in that case. But again, you never know with Tucker, as again, like he says here, he likes risking it for the biscuit, and he likes biscuits, even though I question what even is the biscuit in this situation. But again, following the veto ceremony, this week does actually get pretty boring, with the target ending up shifting back to Lisa, with there being for some reason, this assumption that she has the other power, where MJ's power at this point had become common knowledge. Though again, the house consensus was that Lisa must have the other one. Even Angela thinks so, despite her knowing that Quinn has one, which would make it impossible for Lisa to have one. But again, this notion actually ends up taking the target off Angela's back, despite the fact that she then proceeds to self-sabotage herself again. Where despite everyone telling her that she's safe, she simply doesn't believe it, and in a move of desperation here, she tries to leak Quinn's power, telling Tucker about it, saying that she is doing so this gets back to Quinn and make Quinn want to keep her, which it's like, this does the opposite. Again, now he'll want you out to avoid the secret from spreading even more. And even now you're very openly, clearly against him, so why would he want to keep you? But also, again, if people realize Quinn has the power, that means Lisa doesn't, which means the reason that they're targeting her over you is null and void, where, again, it just opens up the possibility of Angela going home again, to where, again, all this very poor play, but again, it does give Tucker the info about Quinn's power, only for him to not believe it, as, again, it's Angela. But again, Quinn also told Chemo about this power, and what do you know? Chemo has a crush on Tucker, and decides to confirm this information to Tucker, that Angela is telling the truth, which does significant harm to Quinn's game down the road, but also just a really bad move for Chemo as well, as Quinn is, again, one of his biggest assets in the game at this point. And by putting Quinn in danger, he really just endangers his own position down the road. Beyond that, again, we do also get to see the Angela-Lisa feud on the show here, showing Angela being really snippy with her, and us getting this really funny moment of Angela mocking her walk and calling her a twit, which Lisa has this complete meltdown following this, crying in the storage room, calling Angela a bully, which did seem to convince Lisa that she was safe in this spot, as of course the house would vote out this bully to send a message that Angela's behavior shouldn't be rewarded, but that doesn't work out well for her. Either way, we get to the AI arena, to where we got our first somewhat non-equitable comp, seemingly, to where it was this puzzle, but one where you had to move around these big pieces, and we do see Lisa and Angela struggling with that. All Tucker has an easy time here and ends up winning, with him humorously yelling, "I really like puzzles," over and over again, this really cringy British accent. But once again, we don't see any campaigning before the vote, and Julie gets really annoyed, saying, "I guess you feel confident," and tells them to just take a seat. But again, this leads to an 11-1 vote, with Kenny, of all people, voting Angela out in a spot where, again, Lisa's just outright blindsided here. And we do get a really awkward exit from the house of her being clearly pissed, but still taking the time to hug each person one by one, where you can just sense the tension in the air. But what do you know? Following that, we get another awkward interview of Julie, with her saying to Lisa that you're too good at this game, and then corrects herself saying that, well, you're better than Angela, which, I mean, even then, Anyway, with that, we lose Lisa. And again, Lisa is someone that I thought would be a complete dud coming into the season. I thought Lisa was so boring in the preseason, yet on the show, again, I thought she was pretty fun. Again, I thought her delusions in particular made her pretty fun, where it really is the fact that she just really grated on her house guests, and her just having the audacity to sprinkle glitter into people's food, and really just her overall overconfidence in her own ability is what made her pretty interesting on the show, where otherwise, again, there's not really much else to get there. Again, she's a pretty bad player, or again, people did not particularly like her. Again, she did build some bonds in her final week, but not enough to really save her, and always just felt like this expendable person, to where, realistically, I do think Lisa's probably amongst the worst Big Brother players of all time. I would not say bottom 10, I would say maybe close, to where, again, she was the target week 1 until she won the veto, and just gets taken out week 2 in a spot where she never really gains any footing in the game, and again, had most of the house not particularly liking her. So again, I do think she's a pretty bad player, though again, one that at least brought some entertainment to the show. But enough for week 3, which is where I do think the season really pops off from a gameplay front. Now, again, not good gameplay, but again, a lot of dynamic gameplay going on across this week, in a spot where, again, the first few weeks, while there was a lot of good character stuff, wasn't really the most interesting gameplay, but all starts off with an HOH comp, which is Candyland themed, and really ends up being the first, completely non-equitable comp of the season, where, again, it has them having to navigate a bounce beam course and push buttons to get points, and again, this clearly benefited people that are quicker and more athletic, and obviously someone like an Angela would obviously have no shot in this sort of challenge. But here we do see Cedric pulling out the win in a spot where numerous people do come pretty close to beating him, though slip along the way. But Cedric once again has these pretty easy initial noms, with Angela obviously being a perpetual pawn, Kenny, because obviously he volunteers once again, though we do actually see him bonding with Kenny across this week, with Kenny dropping the biggest secret in the game. He reveals he's a cop, because No one would have guessed that. It ends up being noticed at one of these situations where he does spend a lot of time trying to figure out who the final pawn will be, where you see him asking Joseph to be the pawn, only for him to refuse in a spot where this does end up being a pretty humorous week for Joseph on the feeds. Again, none of it really made the show, but you see him really trying to solidify the collective in a spot where he was really the only person trying to get that alliance to fully stick together, where, again, he essentially becomes kind of like a Memphis, and how Memphis was kind of this like glue to piece together the committee. Again, it felt like Joseph is kind of on that trajectory at this point. And again, despite that rocky standing, he does become very overconfident. For despite the fact that most people do look at him as kind of a joke in this spot, he thinks it goes extremely well and proceeds to call himself the star of the show, which is clearly indicated by how much I've talked about him in the review up to this point. But across the week, there is some talk about still flushing MJ's power, with it actually seeming to be Cedric's initial plan for the week, which, again, I don't get. As, again, like I said with the Chelsea HOH, by putting her up, you're literally just adding this unknown to your HOH of someone going up that you had no control over, while also making an enemy of someone that is for sure staying. And considering the power only lasts one more week, which, to be fair, again, I don't know if he necessarily knew that, it does feel like an extremely misguided move, especially for initial noms, as, again, she could literally just win the veto and it's all null and void anyway. But again, I'm sure Cedric would certainly not do something this dumb, or even consider anything even dumber down the road. But beyond that, we do see Chelsea push for a Leah nomination because, again, Cam. Always you see Leah actually throw Cam under the bus, telling Cedric that he'd be willing to volunteer after what happened the previous week, though instead someone else volunteers here. And who would have guessed it? It's Tucker! Never would have guessed that. Saying that going on the block is good for his resume, I guess. But to be fair, he does actually really push for the MJ nom, which, again, kind of shows you Tucker's overall strategic ability. But also just really funny that this does lead to Cedric, Kenny, and Tucker making an alliance here, just as he's about to put them on the block. Though, despite that, the initial target does seem to actually be Angela, though like every other week, again, that doesn't last. And by the time of the veto, we do see them shift their plan to using the veto on Angela to send Kenny home. So that's something. But again, this guy's group is exactly what Kenny had been wanting this entire game. Been wanting to play this Derek-style game that he clearly wasn't able to play, which is probably why he wasn't super happy with how the season was going. But it does lead to this little subplot across the week of him trying to spread paranoia about an all-women's alliance, which, to be fair, I believe he believed that there was an all-women's alliance, but it does end up putting a target onto Brooklyn, with him saying that she's the leader of it, increasing the target on her back for the first time, kind of putting her in this kind of like a Mira spot of her being like very well positioned, though definitely has like a small little grouping that would be targeting her. That obviously that target ends up really expanding over the next couple weeks, but also like in most cases, finally the concept of there being an all-women's alliance spreading to the women actually causes them to just create a women's alliance, which again doesn't really do much at this point, but still funny that's the case. Anyway, we get to the veto comp, which ends up being another not fully equitable comp, though not egregiously bad either, but you do have to navigate these like pool noodles through a course where every time it hits a vine, you lose 5% of your power, and the person that finishes with the most power in the fastest time wins. Again, it is a comp that does favor bigger people, people with longer reach, people that are able to control the noodles easier. There again, there definitely is some physicality to this. And what do you know? The comp comes down to Kenny and Tucker, with Tucker pulling out the win here. And with Tucker now having the veto, obviously he's just going to use it on himself, and Cedric obviously is going to do the easy renom of someone like Leah or Rabina, who he doesn't have any connection to. But now we instead get everyone playing terribly here. Again, all stemming back to Chemo having told Tucker about Quinn's power, to where now Tucker plans on exposing that to the others, getting Quinn backdoored for some reason. Now, again, I guess I get the notion of wanting to flush the power, but again, it only lasts one more week. Mind you, he might not know that. But also, Quinn was someone that wanted to work with him, and while Quinn doesn't really manage their relationship particularly well, and in Quinn's mind at this point, Quinn wanted to make an alliance to counter the Pentagon, involving T-Core, Chemo, Rabina, and Tucker, which actually by the end of week 2 did seem like an alliance that was going to solidify and potentially run the show, only for them to never do that because that's the season where everyone's playing so passively. And mixing that with the fact that they also had the Andersons, this alliance that started in week 1 of the have-nots. Again, Tucker had enough inroads here with Quinn to where I do think even the notion of targeting him in this spot, especially over, again, many other options. So again, him even wanting to target Quinn in this spot to me felt very misguided, and again, it just gets worse from there. But again, here we do see Tucker spreading this to Kenny, Cedric, and Cam, leading to Cedric having a conversation with Quinn, giving him a chance to admit that he has the power, with this clearly coming off as a test, and what do you know, Quinn fails. Where again, Quinn really just botched this opportunity here to really solidify these relationships with the info of his power, and just constantly denies it to everybody, which again, would be fine if he had not told other people. But again, obviously, him telling other people, especially now knowing that Angela, of all people, is one of those people, again, he should know that this is going to potentially spread, and he should be trying to counter it by this point. And even outside that, again, I just think it's actually the better move to tell people about your power, to try to gain social capital with that. Or while, again, I can understand the other rationale of, again, just wanting to not potentially put this target on your back, I think like the way that Quinn handles it is really the worst of both worlds. Especially now that, again, like, now Cedric knows that Quinn had told other people, meaning that now Cedric knows that Quinn must be closer to these other people than to him. To where it is after this conversation that Cedric does agree to backdoor Quinn, which I will say is also terrible for Cedric. Again, blindsiding someone in your own alliance, and also someone that you have a final two with, though obviously, again, a clearly fake final two from both points of view, but still, at least one that you can at least work with. And again, we're so early on in the game to where, again, just making this big blindside here that upsets your current power structure that you are currently very well positioned in just makes no sense for his game, and really neither did the choice that he ends up making either. At this point, the Quinn backdoor does seem to be on, with Tucker coming up with his master plan to use the veto on Angela so he can stay on the block. And you would think, oh, this is to beat Quinn in the AI arena, which is still dumb. But again, at least there's like reason to it. But no, he wants to stay on the block, as he thinks he would stay over Quinn, which I will tell you inherently, he would not. And yes, there's a lot of time to campaign in between the veto ceremony and when the eviction happens. The problem is part of his master plan is also not campaigning until after AI arena. You know, that single minute that no one else bothered to campaign because everyone thought it was pretty useless to do so. And to be fair, he was talked out of that eventually. But I mean, again, at the end of the day, this is a plan just set up for failure. And again, puts Tucker, who had literally just won the veto, in direct danger to where by the end of the week, had he not won AI Arena, Tucker was a goner. To where this is just such a ridiculous plan, and it really just seems to be one that he wanted to do just because he was bored and wanted something to do no matter how bad of a move it was. Where, again, I think an understated aspect of Tucker's run on this season is the fact that Tucker simply did not like being in the Big Brother house, where he would constantly complain about not really wanting to be there, would rather go out with the splash early than make it to jury. And in general, I do think that very much affected how Tucker ends up playing this season, with him kind of just going for broke from the very beginning and not really caring about the ramifications of really anything that he does. As again, with this move, there's just so many opportunities for him to go home. Again, he owes home if he doesn't win AI Arena. Also, even if he stays, if he fails at getting Quinn out, now Quinn has an automatic HOH the following week where he is going to be targeting you. That's also really bad. And also, even beyond that, even if you get Quinn out, you're still a massive target on the board at this point for making this move and for winning so many comms. And again, at the end of the day, this is just such a dumb move, and one that was so primed to backfire on them. And what do you know? Cedric actually does recognize this and backs off of this plan the following morning, realizing how dumb it would be for him, which, again, good that he pieces together eventually. Would have been better if he didn't do that after literally confirming the plan with Tucker the previous night. But here we do see him instead go on to warn the Pentagon of what Tucker is planning, and now making a target out of Tucker, which again would have been the optimal move to begin with. And Cedric even goes on to then warn Tucker, telling him that he's not going through with the Quinn backdoor, and tells Tucker to use the veto on himself. So again, clearly Tucker's gonna save himself here, right? But no, he instead literally says he doesn't care, with him seeming to think that if he uses the veto on Angela anyway, that would force Cedric to go through with the Quinn plan, which is like, it doesn't. Where we get to the veto ceremony, where shockingly to everybody, Tucker uses the veto on Angela, with Cedric renoming MJ. Actually, at this point, he had actually already told MJ that she was going on the block. Pretty much the entire house was in on this, which again is bad for Cedric still. Again, it's making an enemy out of MJ, but again, it's better than the Quinn plan. Though, interestingly, MJ was actually initially not going to use America's veto, where, again, because she had this time where she knew she was going to unblock, she actually got a lot of reassurances that if she was on the block that she would stay, which to be fair was actually true at this point, though again, who knows if that would have changed along the way, especially with her being clearly the biggest threat of those on the block had Tucker used the veto on himself. And there definitely was danger to not using the power here, though she ends up using the power, supposedly simply based on the fact that the veto was used on Angela in a spot where, again, she felt confident against Angela or Kenny, which, again, questionable, but not necessarily Tucker, which, again, also questionable. Third, again, she ultimately uses the veto here, meaning that America gets to pick the replacement, which was obviously going to be Quinn, where even the House was aware of the fact that it was going to be Quinn, considering all the controversy surrounding him and knowing how much screen time he was going to get. And again, it very much did feel like the edit very much backed up on that. Again, very much dunking Quinn, the veto episode here, showing some very overconfident confessionals from him, which again made it very obvious where this vote was going. But speaking of the edit, they do also go very much out of their way to show Tucker as their golden boy here. So again, as mentioned, this is an astronomically dumb move for Tucker to attempt. They do very much portray it as if it's a good move, along with the fact that they also don't show Tucker being warned in the Wednesday night episode and just briefly show it in the Thursday episode as a flashback to where it was seemingly just there because they needed that context for the upcoming Cedric Tucker fight, to where even in Julie's commentary in the Eviction episode, it very much implied that Cedric betrayed Tucker, which again, not true, at least in the sense of the veto ceremony, and again, felt like production very clearly playing favorites there. So again, with America's veto being used here, it really should have led to a really boring back end to the week, which I think is one of the bigger flaws from a TV standpoint of this twist, in that, again, once America's veto is used, and you don't have the replacement nominee until Eviction night, meaning that you can't really strategize for something that you don't know, as again, no one really knows for sure who is going up, and really the cast ends up just having an easy solution to that of just agreeing to not vote out America's nom, which again kind of made the entire point of the twist void anyway. But again, this just is a twist that really just leads to the gameplay being a bit stagnant, though despite that, we obviously get a lot of intrigue from the fallout of the plan blowing up, which ended up being really fun to watch here, with us seeing numerous fights between Tucker and Cedric, with Tucker calling out Cedric at the veto ceremony and saying that he's now coming for him, and Cedric proceeding to call a house meeting where Tucker reveals the entire plan and seemingly genuinely believes that he wasn't warned by Cedric, but also ends up leaking that Chemo was the one to tell him about Quinn's power, which does put Chemo in a very precarious spot. And really, I feel like one of the only reasons why Chemo even continues to work with Tucker beyond this because of his crush on him. But again, this now has Quinn now knowing that Chemo didn't keep his secret, obviously severing that tie. Well, also because Chemo, for some reason, never told T-Core about the power, it also severs their bond for a bit, though obviously that quickly recovers. But along with that, we do see Chemo kind of being in the dumps for the rest of the week, where he kind of just stops playing the game, which kind of becomes frustrating, as I do feel like Chemo is someone that again, definitely has ability for the game, and I do think there is merit to him telling Tucker to try to solidify this bond with Tucker, if only, again, it wasn't based around his crush, and if Tucker was any sort of reliable ally. But again, you just don't even really see Chemo even trying to do damage control beyond this, which again becomes kind of frustrating to see. Obviously now with Quinn's power fully exposed, we do see him finally decide to just tell everybody about his powers, saying that he didn't intend on using it, which Angela calls BS on this, though I actually do think that was what his plan was at this point, where had it not been outed, I do think he legitimately would not have used it. I do think he felt like this is just a thing that would put a target on his back, and again, I think at the end of the day, again, it's just such a waste of an extremely overpowered advantage, and we see the merits of this twist immediately afterwards, where the Pentagon, particularly Brooklyn and Chelsea, see the merits of keeping around Quinn at this point, and do actively strive to keep him around, obviously wanting him for numbers, and allowing the Pentagon to re-solidify, but also keeping him around essentially guarantees that their side has an HOH the following week, which does further incentivize the Pentagon to stick together. And with Quinn, again, having very easy enemies at this point in the likes of Tucker and Angela, it really made it just pretty obvious that Quinn was going to stay by the end of the week, especially considering the inability to campaign against him, as again, he's not on the block yet. But also, all this was just very sloppy play from Tucker, where across this week and through the fights that he has, he just makes himself a bigger target. Or even those that did technically want to keep him around, we're not really willing to fight for him by the end of the week. On the lead up to the reveal of America's nominee, we do for some reason waste a lot of time on the show showing the players campaigning to America, despite the fact that the vote is already done and it was such an obvious result where I don't know why we wasted all that time in the show. And that's why where again, we did miss out on some good content, particularly from again, Brooklyn confronting Kenny about the all-girls alliance. But anyway, we get to the nom where who would have guessed it? Quinn goes up. leaning to the scenario that Tucker wanted anyway, but obviously not having laid any of the groundwork to actually get Quinn evicted. But again, we do get to the AI arena, which ends up being an equitable comp here of them being in a wind tunnel and having to catch 20 balls, with Tucker seeming to break this comp by just sitting on the ground and blocking the wind, allowing him to grab the balls easily and win because of that, leaving us with Kenny versus Quinn on the block, with Quinn giving a pretty fun speech here, openly declaring that he's going after Tucker and starts calling him names, to where, I mean, it does one seem to actually like piss off Tucker, which is kind of humorous considering it was clearly a joke. But even beyond that, it does seem like this ends up annoying a lot of other people as well. Where I guess I will mention that, again, Quinn, despite the fact that he was extremely well-liked for the first 2 weeks, probably one of the most popular people in the house from a social standpoint, once his power does get exposed here, his social standing really starts to disintegrate, with people seemingly to just be kind of over his shtick. Leah, in particular, starting to bash him behind his back, despite him being pretty blindly loyal to her, which was kind of his big weakness in the game, the fact that he always thought he had Leah by his side. Though, I'm too fair again, no one decided to warn him about this, to where pretty much the entire house knew how much Leah hated Quinn, but just no one ended up telling him along the way. So again, it ends up being kind of funny that Leah never actually has the opportunity to take the shot at Quinn that she wanted to do, as obviously by the time Quinn goes home, the relationship does end up pretty much flipping back to where it was back in week 1. But also, before the eviction here, we do actually see Kenny doing some whispering here, again, him being the first person to campaign during the time allotted. So I feel like it was probably him campaigning to be voted out. And what do you know? Only Tucker ends up voting to keep him here, where Kenny is evicted in a 10-1 vote. And I think Kenny going here is pretty much best case scenario from my point of view, where again, his boot week was always going to be a bit stale from a gameplay perspective, with him again just wanting to go home, to where I feel like the fact that we kind of got that out of the way in a week that was just so interesting outside that, and also keeping in the likes of Tucker and Quinn, who are going to be going after each other following this and continue their rivalry. Again, I feel like this is the perfect way to lose Kenny in what would have probably been an otherwise lackluster week if we just got a boring, straightforward Kenny vote. But with that, again, we lose Kenny. Thank God. Again, what a drag to the show Kenny was, where obviously, again, Kenny wanted to quit pretty much from the very beginning and constantly just volunteered for the block and again asked people to vote him out. And again, it was such a taint on this season to me, to where again, I think outside that, this has been a really strong season up to this point, but I feel like the fact that Kenny just kept on staying, it was something I was a bit worried was going to overall harm the season. Though thankfully, again, this week works out in the most perfect way possible, to where again, he ends up leaving here. And again, to be fair, I do think actually Kenny is someone that if he had not wanted to quit, he maybe had a little bit of potential. Now again, I think at the end of the day, he's not the greatest player in the grand scheme of things either way, but again, he's someone that actually did build some bonds, especially in his final week. People liked him, which again is more than you could say for the likes of like Matt and Lisa. So again, if he was a different person, didn't want to quit, maybe there would have been a chance. But again, I think I'm fine with losing Kenny in this spot. And now for week 4, which before we actually get to the main events of the week, I do want to talk about the recap episode that happened this week, where we brought back Jag, Taylor, and Cody to host a roundtable talking about the events of the season so far, which was very strange. I mean, obviously the Olympics had just ended, so I assume this is something that they did to try to catch people up, or people that missed the show during that time. Plus also, I assume there was just an opening on the schedule for CBS where they were like, hey, let's just give Big Brother another episode, and this is what they decided to do with it. But again, this was so strange to happen so early on in the season, but I'll be honest, I didn't hate it. I mean, at the end of the day, it felt very reminiscent to the type of side shows you would see on international versions of Big Brother, where we have these guests talking about their opinions of the season so far. And while again, it did definitely come off scripted at points, I feel like at the end of the day, I actually thought this was better than what it could have been. Though with it, we don't really get much new content here, outside of a segment highlighting T-Core and Chemo, as I guess they finally realized that they're actually going to be important to the season, where every time we had seen them beforehand was in relation to their connection to Quinn, where now we get to see them on their own. So that's something. But also here, they did tease that this episode will reveal an upcoming twist for the season. Where here we do learn that it's called the AI Instigator. And that's literally it. We literally learned nothing about the power outside of its name, which was so funny, especially considering how irrelevant this twist ends up being by the end of the season anyway. But actually, for the main events of the week, I do feel like this could have been a very boring week with, again, just an automatic Quinn HOH and him having some very easy targets. I know a lot of people were worried that this was going to be a point where the season loses its momentum, but thankfully we do still get a lot of hecticness across this week, particularly towards the end of the week. So we're mixing that in, some very fortunate comp results. It actually does lead to a really interesting result by the end of it. Anyway, we get to the HOH comp, which was the knockout comp, where the comp itself doesn't really matter outside of immunity and, I mean, I guess playing in veto and the tiebreaker vote. But again, obviously Quinn is going to use his deepfake HOH anyway, making this not really that integral for most people to win, but we still do see people like Tucker and Angela obviously going for it here. And we do spend some time before the actual competition to set up some of the dynamics we see through it. Obviously seeing Tucker being the biggest target in the house, with most people wanting to target him at this point, while also seeing his connection to Angela, which obviously ends up leading to a bit of mixed results, while also seeing his rocky relationship with Cam, and that Tucker ends up being annoyed at Cam for not cheering for him after he had won the AI arena, and with Cam constantly picking him during the knockout comp itself. It does really sever that bond, though that doesn't really lead to too much. But here we do end up seeing Angela win, shockingly her second HOH win of the season, and I mean obviously she doesn't really get much out of it, but still, again, did not expect Angela to win as many competitions as she did here. But through this comp, we do get this humorous subplot of Angela having always targeted Brooklyn during the challenge, which does stem from this like one-sided feud. Angela just hated her from week one, with her seeming to think Brooklyn was taking her spot as the mother of the group, and despite Brooklyn trying to make a final two with her early on, Angela again thought it was all fake, as she typically does. So again, we do get a scene here of them trying to talk it out, leading to some humor from Angela fake crying and instantly stopping as Brooklyn leaves. But again, everyone knew that Quinn was going to activate his power here, though we do get some drama over Quinn not believing Quinn's description of the power, which was pretty dumb, as Quinn wouldn't be allowed to lie about his power, as that's using production as a strategy. But we also do have Angela thinking that she actually had more power across this week than what she actually did, thinking that she had control over the Renom, though obviously she doesn't. Though a benefit to her is that she actually does get to play in the veto in the HOH spot, which Quinn is not guaranteed to do, which I do think is a detriment to Quinn's reign here, as Angela is someone that will obviously take Tucker off the block, so inherently Tucker is more likely to be taken off the block, which makes you question why even bother putting Tucker up initially, as this is a spot where you might as well backdoor him to give him one less opportunity to save himself, where again, the AI arena is talked about as this counter to the backdoor, but that's largely because you don't want to make your target apparent, make an enemy out of them. But in this spot where again, Quinn has already made an enemy of Tucker, you might as well just backdoor him anyway to decrease his chances of saving himself. And honestly, just in general, I very much question Quinn's nominees, where we do see him hold meetings in the have-not room in a Kevin Jacobs style manner, putting on a suit, to where he ends up playing these combos really poorly, with him spending more time talking himself than actually getting information from those he's talking to, which is kind of the point of having these conversations, to where he just ends up wasting so much time, particularly with Leah, to where he doesn't even end up finishing his one-on-ones by the time of his noms. But through these one-on-ones, we do see Cedric volunteer once again for the block, which again he did back in week 2, though Chelsea didn't take him up on that offer at that time, though this time Quinn does, which Shrimp, I do not blame Quinn for, as again, in most situations, Cedric should be safe based on the collective having the numbers, and again, Cedric is literally offering himself up to where there's no bad blood if you put him up. Plus also, again, he's tough for competition for Tucker and the veto, and realistically, Cedric going home is actually not even that bad for Quinn on paper, where Cedric had actually lost trust in Quinn by this point, and again, Quinn wasn't trying to stay loyal to the Pentagon power structure anyway. So again, if Cedric went home by accident, it's not necessarily the worst thing in the world for Quinn if he does the necessary setup around that, which he didn't really do. And again, for him in that spot, I get the notion of, again, he wants less people upset at him. Cedric obviously fulfills a seat there, to where the actual pick that to me is the most questionable is the other one, where he ends up nominating MJ, which might not seem that bad inherently on paper, as obviously he has no real connective tissue to MJ, and MJ is again someone that can help beat Tucker in HOH, but again, I do feel like MJ is just an easy number to pick up, which for some reason no one really does at this point in the game. But also, again, it leaves Rubina off the block, in a spot where if Rubina wins veto, she's another person that will very likely use the veto on Tucker, to where again, he's just increasing the chances that Tucker goes off the block, which I do think is pretty unnecessary here. But again, we do get to the nomination ceremony where the power is used, and we see the deepfake technology being utilized here to make a deepfake Angela that makes the nominations, which was so ridiculous considering how everyone knew it was Quinn. Though despite that, we actually do see Angela have a big reaction to this, constantly saying, "No, that's not me," and "No, I didn't," after the nominations were said, which was so stupid. But anyway, we get to the veto comp, an interesting comp that felt right out of Squid Game, where they have to cross a bridge in one-on-one matchups, with there only being one specific path that they can use, and when they make a misstep, they have to go back to the beginning, essentially making this a memory challenge. And when that, considering the fact that the paths are the same on both sides, the optimal strat is literally just watching your opponent and following them, which does lead to an interesting matchup of Cedric versus MJ, where they both utilize this strategy and have a bit of a standoff. But either way, Tucker wins by the end, continuing his streak, and as you expect, we do still get a lot of suspense over what he's going to do with the veto. But with that, we do finally get the Tucker Rubina showmance on the show at this point, as again, obviously it's important to how this week plays out, with her association to Tucker, putting a target on her back, making her a pretty obvious replacement nominee in this spot. But also, we do get this subplot of the majority trying to convince Tucker to not use the veto by telling him that Rubina would be going up. And with that, Tucker, being Tucker, would potentially not use the veto. But funnily, I actually feel like this works against them in this spot, actually making him question his relationship with Rubina and thinking that she might be using him. Where really, to me, I feel like the optimal strat here in trying to get Tucker to not use the veto would have been playing up to his ego, telling him how he should stay on the block to beat Cedric mano-a-mano in the AI arena, which, again, I do think that would have worked better. But either way, we did have Angela seemingly playing a factor here and really talking Tucker down whenever he would mention the concept of not using the veto, which does lead to him ultimately using it, where Rubina gets put on the block. And despite the fact that inherently Rubina is the most likely to go in this spot, you see Tucker spending the entire week feeling very confident that he has the numbers to vote out Cedric, thinking that Cedric is a goner at this point, which obviously wasn't really the case, but I guess he ends up being right. But obviously this is where the week gets really interesting, where while MJ was the main target at this point and would have gone home had she not won the AI arena, which in itself is dumb for most people involved, where really for all the non-collective members, they should have been wanting Cedric out, and for all the Pentagon members, they should have been wanting Rubina out. But either way, MJ ends up being the consensus target here. However, what happens if she wins AI arena? Which again would certainly never happen, right? To where obviously the main intrigue for the rest of the week really comes from T-Core and Chemo being in the middle at this point. Obviously having the committee by their side, but also having a really close relationship to Rubina, to where because of that, this ends up being a really difficult decision for them. And that very much could have been avoided, where something to mention about the Renom is that T-Core and Chemo really wanted Leah to be the Renom instead of Rubina, and again had this dirt on Leah about how much she hated Quinn behind his back, to where they do constantly mention across this week that, oh, we should tell Quinn and get him to put up Leah, only for them to just never do, which again became very frustrating how much they would talk about this just to never do it, to where again they just come off as extremely passive players here. And while I don't know if this would have been effective anyway, considering the spell that Leah had on Quinn, the fact that they never tried became so frustrating. And also frustrating the fact that they also ended up being very bitter at Quinn for not putting Rubina on the block, acting as if Quinn didn't listen to them when they never tried to talk to him to begin with. As again, Leah going up would have been perfect for them, having a secondary backup target in the case that MJ wins AI arena, where I do think for the likes of T-Core and Chemo, they're probably some of the only people that do benefit from MJ going home, still being able to ride the middle, with Leah again being someone in a similar spot to that, to where again either of them going home really just allows them to keep their cover and play both sides, but instead now they're in a spot where they have to pick one side and in essence burn another potential option for them down the road. But with that, I guess I should also mention the cause of this vote flip, which actually happened weeks ago at this point, as it stems from Quinn, again playing sloppily, and that he again puts all of his faith into the Visionaries, which again sadly was never reciprocated back, but he does decide to tell them about the Pentagon, in essence revealing to them that they're on the bottom of the collective, kind of. As again, Quinn was always going to flip, but again, it does put them in this spot to where if they do go through going to the end of the collective, they are really in this spot where they are fully reliant on Quinn and banking on Quinn actually flipping, which isn't necessarily a guarantee. Again, making them feel vulnerable in this spot, which, to be fair, considering how passive players they are, I really didn't think this would matter in most situations. But, and again, I don't think they really pull the trigger unless it's to save somebody that they're extremely close to, like Rubina, as otherwise they probably would have just rode the collective for a bit more. Which, to be fair, isn't even that bad of a play for T-Core in particular, due to her connections with Chelsea and Brooklyn, who would have wanted her to be the last of the non-Pentagon members still in the game. Also, again, Quinn is very much willing to flip. And also them starting to build a bond with Joseph. Again, it doesn't even put T-Core in particular in that bad of a spot. Chemo, I do think it is much more worth flipping here, where, again, he didn't have those connections and was a bit more towards the bottom of the collective. To where, again, I do think we actually see some good work from Chemo across this week. Him doing a lot of the pushing to make T-Core make this move. Again, some of the most active play we see from him across the season. And I do give him a good bulk of the credit for the move. While at the end of the day, it was T-Core's decision, ultimately, I do think Chemo was the one that made her make that decision. And either way, again, this is a very bold move here, one that does put him on the top of the power structure following this, though also puts you in a spot where you have to worry about retaliation. Though you do have Tucker as a shield for you, to where, again, I do think flipping to keep Rubina and even debatably MJ would have been the right call here, as it does seem to put them in the driver's seat, which again would have been a better move. They were willing to continue to drive beyond this. And again, as I mentioned before, I don't think they're active enough of players to where they would have actually made this move unless they felt strong-armed into doing so. Though again, they do have a somewhat cushy landing spot after making this move, particularly due to the fact that T-Core and Chemo had earlier made deals with Rubina and Tucker, making the 5 points alliance with Brooklyn, that Brooklyn immediately rats out, but also forming the Tanks with Angela, where again, the formation of that alliance was a really funny scene with Angela just listening into their conversation and her proceeding to join it and beg them for them to add her into their alliance, saying that I could be at the bottom. And again, all that was really funny. But again, through all this, the vote does come down to what T-Core and Chemo decide, as they end up ironically picking up Leah as number, and also considering MJ's first inclination is to vote for Cedric, as he nominated her last week. And again, obviously Tucker still being on board. They would have the numbers to save Rubina in that spot, which leads me to another talking point, though, in the fact that I do think a lesser talked about reason for this flip actually going through is, again, really how much Chelsea and Brooklyn really botched their relationship with MJ, where, again, she was just such an easy number for them to pick up, and I do think they got very complacent in the game here, not even bothering to campaign to her in a spot where they could have very easily secured MJ's vote. MJ was just looking for a home, and MJ's eventual vote largely just stemmed from the fact that she had no clue what was going on because no one told her what to do. And again, I think this is a spot of Brooklyn and Chelsea really just blowing their massive lead in the game, which obviously leads to them being on the bottom for the following round. But I'll say another factor I do think made this vote a little bit easier to go through was that seemingly at the last second, production decided to tell Quinn that he doesn't have a vote at the eviction, which, to be fair, is probably the most fair thing to do. But again, they literally didn't tell him this until the day before, which very much screams out to me as production deciding this very late into the week, trying to make the flip a bit easier to happen. Now, at the end of the day, it would have happened anyway, as even with the previously assumed rule, it was going to be Angela as the tiebreaker, and again, it would have been a 5-5 vote, and that's again if Joseph doesn't flip at the last second like he does in the real life scenario. So again, the vote still very much would have happened, and again, I don't think this ultimately matters, but it did very much feel like production kind of nudging the vote in a certain direction. So I do think that gave T-Core and Chemo a bit more confidence to pull off this move. But either way, we do get probably an all-time great Eviction episode here, probably one of the most dramatic in the show's history, where obviously MJ ends up winning the AI arena, but barely in what was a very tense challenge that had them rolling balls up a ramp and having to keep them at the top, where Rubina is in the lead the entire time, and we do see her dashing for the button, only for the reveal that MJ won, who seemingly pulled out the win at the very last second, getting a lot of clutch shots at the very end, and in a spot where I do very much feel like her extended reach is actually what gave her the win, where Rubina actually finished the actual rolling portion first, but again, MJ hit the button first. But either way, this obviously gives us the best possible outcome, giving us this really interesting vote between Cedric and Rubina, with us seeing T-Core, Chemo, and Leah confirm the plan. And obviously, just in general, we do see some campaigning before the vote for the first time, with Julia being so excited that it happened. But anyway, we ultimately get a 6-3 Cedric vote here, with 5 expected votes, plus Joseph flipping his vote at the last second, supposedly by reading Leah and Chemo's body language, which I'll say losing Cedric was certainly not the optimal path for Joseph at this point. Though I do think it is impressive that, again, he at least picked up on the fact that this vote was happening, was able to flip his vote accordingly to not be blatantly on the outs. And again, in general, I do very much feel for Cedric in this spot. Obviously, he shouldn't have volunteered, but he, again, is really in the spot where most people genuinely did not want to see him go home. Again, T-Core and Chemo, the main decision makers of this vote, love Cedric and would have probably kept him around against most other Pentagon members. So I very much feel like Cedric ends up being kind of like a casualty of war here, where, again, people genuinely liked him and wanted to keep him around, to where, again, I felt bad for him, particularly in his interview following this, where we see him get very emotional with Julie. Though, funnily, in the middle of this interview, we do take the time to announce the AI instigator twist, which again was such a pointless one from a game front, though again, that's kind of a good thing to me. To where, I mean, this is essentially just a way to give the fan favorite more screen time and more money, where essentially America picks who they want to use deepfakes for a week to spread misinformation, and America will vote at the end of how much money they get, which obviously they'll always vote for the top amount, so that was kind of dumb. And again, from the offset, it felt very apparent Tucker was going to win this, but it really just as a whole, very inoffensive twist. But we do culminate this episode with this final shot on T-Core and Chemo saying, "We did that," which again, perfect way to conclude the episode where, well, again, I do think the passiveness of T-Core and Chemo as a whole became very frustrating. They at least, again, did that. They made this move. Again, a massive move from this early on in the game that really just shakes up the power structure moving forward, making this one of the most dynamic seasons of the show, and also making this probably one of the best Eviction episodes of all time. But with that, again, we do lose Cedric, who, again, as I said, I feel bad for the guy. I do feel like he's someone that, obviously, he's very young, and I do feel like if he probably played a few years later and more game knowledge, he would have had the strategic foresight to not nominate himself. But outside that, again, he seemed like a very competent player. I feel like Cedric's like one of these players that if he were to ever play again, which, again, very unlikely, but again, if he were, I do think he would be a very deadly player. Again, he does seem to be very good socially, decent enough physically, again, not the best comp competitor in the world, but again, certainly not a slouch. And again, if he just has that game knowledge, I do feel like there's a lot of potential for Cedric. And again, he was one of the better positioned players in the house for a good chunk of it up to this point, to where, while again, the likes of Chelsea and Brooklyn were always like a bit of a step ahead of him, he still did come off as a largely affable presence, where like outside for game reasons, I really don't feel like anyone had any true disdain for Cedric, to where I think he's one of the better pre-jury players. And also I think he was an interesting character. Again, I thought he had these like really over the top confessionals, which was really funny in juxtaposition to how chill he was in the house, to where in general, again, I really like Cedric, and I thought it was a shame to lose him this early. Now for week 5, which wasn't as strong of a week as the last couple we've had, though as a whole was still a pretty good one where we got a lot of shifting dynamics. We again had a complete flip in the power structure from what we had the previous week, and again, we did have some intrigue coming into the vote itself. So as a whole, still a really strong week, and it all starts off with the reaction to the Cedric eviction, with Quinn obviously being blindsided by the flip that just occurred, where he sorrowfully says in the confessional that he's sorry to Cedric, which again won't be the only time he has to give that style of apology. But I will say, the fact that he even was blindsided by this vote, I do think is a bit of a misstep from the likes of T-Core and Chemo, where this did feel largely unnecessary in this spot, where I do think Quinn would have accepted the flip had they told him, though instead they just continue to push Quinn away. And again, he was nothing but loyal to them, Chemo in particular, to where, again, I did feel like all this was pretty suboptimal play, putting them in a bit of an awkward spot moving forward, where while by the end of the week, Quinn is willing to vote alongside them to kind of repair their relationship. But again, the fact that it was even fractured to begin with, I think stems from the fact that T-Core and Chemo kind of neglected their relationship in this spot. But also here, we do end up seeing Brooklyn kind of spiraling here a bit, trying to do damage control with Rubina, where obviously they were very close beforehand, though she obviously had just voted Rubina out, with her initially being really upset at T-Core and Chemo for flipping here, and proceeds to throw them under the bus to Rubina, blaming them for Brooklyn having voted her out, which is really dumb, as obviously T-Core and Chemo are the ones that ultimately saved Rubina, so she'll obviously feel a lot more ingratiated to them than she would to Brooklyn, who voted her out. But obviously this just gets back to T-Core and Chemo, making Brooklyn a bigger target, though realistically, she's pretty much always going to be the target for this week, with most of the non-Pentagon members already looking at her as the bigger threat, with Tucker having it out for her pretty much ever since Kenny convinced him that she was running this all-girls alliance, and with her also having been in 5 points and clearly going against that by voting out Rubina. Again, I just made it pretty clear that Brooklyn was going to be a major target for this round. But either way, we get to the HOH comp, which ends up being the wall. The shortest wall comp in Big Brother history, which is a lame aspect of the modern wall comps that, again, they seem to tilt the wall a bit more often at a sharper angle to, again, kind of force the challenges to be a bit shorter, which, again, I get it from their point of view, where, again, the length of the challenge doesn't really impact how it appears on the show, though I do think it comes off very underwhelming from a feeds perspective. But here we do see both Angela and Quinn being able to play due to the power of the deepfake HOH, which does make me question if Quinn should have been able to play in this comp, as obviously he just had full HOH power the previous week, and again, this just continues that bad precedent that the Jag Invisible HOH started, though obviously it really doesn't end up mattering here, even though it almost did, where we do see it come down to Quinn and Tucker, which was a very fitting final two to this challenge, and we do end up seeing Quinn being offered a deal from Tucker, only to turn it down, only for Tucker to proceed to win anyway, leading to some really sympathetic content for Quinn, seeing him sitting on his bed alone, crying, talking about how in real life he doesn't get the respect he deserves, and this just felt like he was letting those people win. And again, in general, I do feel like this is a very vulnerable Quinn Quinn that we really had not seen up to this point, where Quinn had been this really over-the-top character that was clearly pandering to the audience constantly. And again, to see the kind of real Quinn in this spot was nice to see. Again, finally making him feel like a real person. But anyway, we see Tucker and Quinn talk, with Tucker saying that we could have ran it hard, which I found really funny considering it's like, you're the one that blew that up. But either way, he ends up telling Quinn that he's going to be going up as a pawn, with obviously his real intention here being to target Brooklyn, but does proceed to tell Quinn that he actually wants to use the veto on him, but tells him not to tell anyone else this, and if he does, that he'll leave him on the block and potentially target him. And what do you know, he goes and tells Brooklyn this, thinking that Tucker was lying to him, which obviously he wasn't. Again, was so ridiculous, where all Quinn had to do is just shut up, sit back the rest of the week, and he would have been safe, and instead he just puts himself back into danger, though obviously it works out for him anyway, with Tucker still going through this. But, and to be fair, part of that is due to Quinn apologizing and admitting to his mistake in a way that he's able to get Tucker back on board. But again, this is just a dumb mistake to make to begin with. But again, we do see the other Pentagon members being told that Quinn is the target, with Brooklyn and Cam being told that they're going up as pawns in an attempt to make them not try for the veto, because that will obviously matter. As again, Brooklyn knew that she was potentially in danger here, Quinn having told her what Tucker told him anyway. But again, we do get to the veto comp, which ends up being the return of hide and go veto, which was somehow a comp that had been missing since BB21, which is kind of insane to think about. And again, it was a lot of fun to see this back here. Always being one of my personal favorite veto comps. Obviously a very equitable comp in that, though. One that it does feel like most people here played this pretty poorly, with a lot of lackluster hiding spots. Though finally we do see Joseph attempt to throw this challenge, only for him to almost win. Coming in second to Tucker, who wins for the billionth time, which, to be fair, again, pretty impressive, his streak here, considering he won mostly equitable comps, though this actually does end up being his final comp win of the season. But at this point, again, I was extremely worried that we were just heading towards a Tucker steamroll. And not necessarily that he was going to win every competition until the very end, but more so the fact that his competition wins more recently had really gained him a lot of social capital in the game, where he had a pretty large backing around him now, seemingly having the full backing of Rubina, Chemo, and Angela, and even Joseph at this point, where him and Joseph had a final two since week one that was seemingly fake from Joseph's point of view for most of the season up to this point, with Joseph just using him as a shield, though it is during this week, with Tucker having finally come into true power, we see Joseph decide to change his tone, now seemingly wanting to genuinely go to final two with Tucker, which is pretty insane, where while Tucker does get on people's nerves at points, I still do feel like he is the type of player that if he had gotten to the end somehow, they would have rewarded him with the win. And mixing that in the fact that Joseph's perception in the house was that he was this big floater that didn't really do anything, which again, I don't even think is necessarily true, as we will talk about, but the fact that that is how he was perceived, again, makes it very unlikely that he would have beaten Tucker at the end, which makes his current state of mind one that he seemingly sticks to by the time of Tucker's eviction pretty insane. But again, with all those people wanting to take him deep into the game, I did start to genuinely worry that Tucker was going to be unstoppable from this point on. So even if those people had turned on him late into the game, again, he still would have been able to comp out by that point, to where, again, thankfully we didn't go down that route, but I do think this is a point where I did worry that we could have gotten a bit more of a stagnant game because of that. But through this veto comp, we do get some drama related to Brooklyn, where obviously she is petty, and through that she ends up dumping Tucker's clothes all over the floor, leading to Tucker being enraged, instantly thinking that it must have been Quinn, and considered not using the veto on him because of that, though really everyone else recognized that, well, obviously this was Brooklyn, ended up talking him down from that. Obviously all this pretty bad play from Brooklyn, making enemies for no reason, though I will say it did make for good TV, and really Brooklyn ends up really popping as a character in her boot week here, in a spot where she had been pretty under-edited beforehand, but here I do feel like she comes off as this pretty fun villainous figure for the show, where we do get this particularly fun segment around Angela's charcuterie board that she got from winning HOH the previous week, but now as a have-not, she can't eat it this week, leading to Brooklyn deciding to eat it against her wishes, with us getting a funny visual of Angela laying on the ground as if she's dead, while we get a montage of other people eating it, which was all funny. But again, all this really just further stoking the Brooklyn-Angela feud. But anyway, we get to the veto ceremony, where we do end up seeing Tucker blindsiding the Pentagon members by using the veto on Quinn and backdooring Chelsea for being the mastermind and wanting to make sure that one of Brooklyn or Chelsea go home, which, again, we'll talk about how that isn't necessarily the case, but again, really funny that he ends up backdooring and blindsiding Chelsea in this spot, despite the fact that his primary target is still Brooklyn, which again, felt unnecessary here. Though again, I at least get the rationale. But finally, what adds to this blindside here is the fact that they didn't even think that Chelsea would have gone up if there had been a replacement nominee, where Tucker had convinced them somehow that it would have been Chemo instead, which I don't know why they believed that. But that actually did lead to them kind of demonizing Chemo a bit more, where we do see Pentagon members put a lot more of the blame on the flip onto Chemo than T-Core, with them like thinking that there's at least a chance of them getting Chemo out this week, which ends up putting T-Core in a pretty strong spot at this point in the game, where she ends up pretty much getting out of that flip with no real blowback, with all the blame landing on pretty much everyone else around her, again allowing her to rebuild these connections that she burned through the flip that again puts her in best position in the game at this point. But also through the veto ceremony, we do end up having Tucker revealing the collective and the Pentagon to the rest of the house after having been told by Chemo and Joseph about their existence, though. But we do see the Pentagon members here believing that Quinn must have ratted them out to Tucker, which again wasn't true, though obviously they also find out that Quinn ratted them out to Chemo and T-Core, which that part was true, to where this does end up having them gain some resentment for Quinn because of that, losing trust in him, which actually does pay dividends down the road. Though really throughout this week, we do actually see a lot of active play from Joseph, who really up to this point again had done a lot of work in trying to maintain this collective alliance, but now having lost the collective, we do see him again do some good work here in solidifying his bond with Tucker. Sure, while I do criticize him for being fully loyal to Tucker to the point where he wants to take him to final two, at least Tucker was someone that actually was fully loyal to him back, and again he actually started to gain some influence on Tucker, being the main person to keep him on track in trying to save Quinn, which again keeping Quinn around was actually pretty good for Joseph's game at this point. So this does lead to him and Tucker now being looked at as a pretty obvious duo, which in essence ends up increasing the target on Joseph's back and making him a pretty easy backup in the case that they fail to get Tucker out for following weeks. And along with that, he ends up also kind of dropping the ball and maintaining his relationships with the former Pentagon members, to where they start to blame him the most for the flip and do want to target him over the likes of T-Core and Chemo, despite him actually having nothing to do with the flip actually occurring. But Joseph again does proceed to be included in the New Majority Alliance, which essentially was just him being added onto the tanks to form 6th Avenue, though considering his connections within that group, it actually sets him up pretty well initially, though again by the end of the week, considering how close he is with Tucker, we do see the likes of T-Core and Rabina start to consider taking him out to split them up. But also during this week, we do see him also build a good bond with Leah, essentially becoming Leah's new Quinn, though like Quinn, by the end of the week, she ends up working against his best interest and leaking a lot of the info that he had told her, which, I mean, to be fair, doesn't really blow back on Joseph, and more so blows back on Leah, with her coming off as extremely untrustworthy, to where people stop wanting to actively work with her once again, though Joseph does still continue to maintain that relationship moving forward, as he obviously has a crush on her, with, I guess, Leah adding him to her collection. Though another subplot that happens across this week revolves around Leah and MJ, who finally pieced together that Brooklyn and Chelsea were playing them, and that they were never loyal to them and were excluding them from alliances, which, how did it take you that long to realize that? But again, this does turn Leah fully against Chelsea, to where there ends up being this lasting tension between the two, to where I'm sure this will certainly lead to Leah taking the shot at Chelsea at the first opportunity she has. But this does also lead to MJ having a bit of a strange week, where initially after the previous vote happened, she for some reason decided to go back to working with Brooklyn and Chelsea, essentially picking the losing side in a spot where, again, she should have been able to actually solidify something real at that point with the New Majority, though instead she kind of turns her back on them to work with people that never really favored her. And to be fair, obviously her connection with Chelsea becomes stronger as the weeks go along, but and that very much felt like suboptimal play there, along with the fact that she also becomes much closer to Tucker across this week, which never translates into an actual game relationship, but it is also due to this connection that T-Core and Rabina start to lose some trust in Tucker, which again plays a factor into the following vote, where again coming into the vote we do get another dilemma similar to last week's, where T-Core once again considers flipping the vote, this time to save Chelsea, who T-Core does look at as an extremely close ally, even saying post-show that she wanted to protect Chelsea as much as she wanted to protect Chemo and Rabina. And really, I question why, as well, yes, they had a pretty strong personal connection with T-Core really just adoring Chelsea. Chelsea never really reciprocated that, where she got many points across the season, talked about targeting T-Core and talked about her being a threat in the game. And I do think some of this does stem from the fact that T-Core had wanted to go to an all-POC women final 3. They must have obviously felt this like inherent bond to Chelsea, and obviously you can credit Chelsea for sure for that, with Chelsea's connection to T-Core being one of her biggest strengths on this this season, but I do struggle figuring out how much of that was truly intentional from Chelsea's point of view. But either way, I mean, in this spot, T-Core does go pretty far out of her way to try to save Chelsea, to the point where she's willing to burn her relationship with the likes of Tucker, who at this point obviously was a very influential figure. And while Rubina was not willing to go through this move without at least warning Tucker, and that leading to Tucker fighting against this plan, again, they did still organize the votes together to save Chelsea no matter what the outcome was. And to be fair, I do see the merit in making that move, especially over Cam, who really doesn't do much for T-Core, or she didn't have that closer relationship to, where again, she was always more connected to the likes of Brooklyn and Chelsea, to where, so again, I think there definitely is an outlook that this is the right call to make. And we do even see her consider pulling off this flip, even with Brooklyn on the block, to where again, like, this was a flip that was going to happen had Brooklyn won the AI arena. Well, obviously in the situations where Brooklyn doesn't, Brooklyn was going home, though there actually was some talks to potentially save Brooklyn over Cam as well. And I do feel like Brooklyn actually does some decent campaigning in the back half of the week to even make that consideration, though ultimately that doesn't go through. But again, like last week, it left us in the spot where had the primary target won the AI arena, we were set up for a pretty big blindside once again, though sadly we didn't get that lucky with the comp result this time around, where we do get to the AI arena, which ends up being another largely equitable comp of them having to decipher clues from the screen and answer with the right 3 images, which had them all 3 sucking at this comp. So a funny aspect of this comp is that the clues get easier and easier as time goes along. Obviously, they try to speed it up, and we literally get to the point where the screens just tell you the answer, and even then they seemingly struggle. But either way, Chelsea wins the comp, meaning all that setup was for naught. And while we do see Brooklyn doing some last-minute campaigning, sadly the votes were not there. She gets voted out 8-1, with Chelsea giving her a sympathy vote. And Brooklyn's someone that I really ended up liking by the end of the season. While again, there were definitely some questionable things about her preseason, and even some questionable things postseason, I did feel like her role on the show was one that was kind of fun by the end of it. I mean, while she was kind of boring for first few weeks, not really doing that much, kind of just being well positioned and not really playing the game too actively, I did feel like once she was on the bottom, I feel like she became a much more fun character, having some fun villainous moments and had some pretty fun rivalries. Now, from a gameplay front, again, I think there is some really good qualities in Brooklyn as a player. Again, like Cedric, I think she is amongst one of the best pre-jury players, where again, she was just so well positioned early on. Though again, I think her passive play is really a major issue of her game. I think she really just got too complacent in the game and really did not manage her relationships well enough. And once she found herself on the bottom, again, she just kind of played very sloppily immediately afterwards. Now, again, I think she picked it up by the end of the week. I think she did do some good campaigning, which almost got the votes to flip for her to stay. But I do think when playing from the bottom, she ends up being a pretty inconsistent player. And now for week 6, which ends up being a pretty dynamic week here. Another one with a really interesting result, and one that does very much feel like the end of the first part of this season. Anyway, it starts off with an HOH comp, which is a basic Q&A on them being shown footage of them around the house making weird noises, including Kenny shaving his head, which was weird. But this comp does end pretty quickly with T-Core winning by question 3, seemingly by accident, as she actually didn't really want to win this HOH, with her being really well insulated in the house at this point, with no one coming after her, and her not having that many options on who to put up here, to where this wasn't the best HOH for her to win, but again, could have worked out well. Oh, we do see everyone being so happy for her here, with us even seeing Chemo, Rubina, and even Tucker crying at her win, which, again, is just pretty insane at how adored she was by her fellow players in a spot where it did seem like she was a frontrunner to win a jury vote had she gotten to the end, though despite that, interestingly, at this point, the common assumption behind T-Core was that Chemo was the mastermind that was leading T-Core around. She was just following what he wanted to do, which and finally took this target off of her back and made Chemo a bigger target for the trio, despite how well liked and how much influence T-Core had in this spot. But here we do end up seeing T-Core forming a more core alliance involving Chemo, Rubina, and Tucker, called the Friends with 3 Z's, which was actually formed at the end of last week in an attempt to get Tucker to agree to vote out Cam, though again, that didn't work. And it's really funny to see this on the show in a spot where T-Core proceeds to put up Tucker after Tucker had volunteered, despite him not actually wanting her to take him up on that, which is like, why'd you offer to begin with? And all that was really dumb. Which also, by the way, Chemo and Rubina also end up volunteering to be pawns across this week, because T-Core deserves an easy HOH, I guess. all that really dumb. But again, putting up Tucker in this spot here is actually a really interesting move, where really for most people in the game at this point, getting rid of Tucker is probably the optimal move to make, again, considering how prone Tucker is going to be to winning a lot of endgame comps, and seemingly just inherently has enough respect to get to the end and win. I do think when looking on the board, I think probably outside of Rabina and Joseph, who he is most loyal to, I do think getting rid of Tucker as soon as possible is pretty integral, even for Tikor and Chemo, who again, he did want to take to like Final 5, Final 6, but again, they were not his top priority. To where again, when we saw that Tikor was wanting to use Tucker as a pawn, it very much felt like she was subtly trying to target him and seeing if she can get him out without any blood on her hands, which again, if that was what she was attempting to do here, I actually think this is a pretty good move. Obviously, there's a lot of criticism after the fact that Tikor getting rid of Tucker was so dumb, as again, we literally see her in a spot where all of her allies get nominated week after week following this, but again, I think that's more so due to other poor play outside of just the general notion of taking out Tucker, where again, I do think taking out Tucker for Tikor is actually pretty good. But again, as it turns out, she wasn't doing this intentionally. She legitimately wanted Tucker on the block just as a pawn, just so she could have another person not upset at her, even though Tucker ends up being upset at her, and also so he could be there to stop others from winning competitions, which, while I do think there's, again, a lot of justification for putting up Tucker in this spot and targeting him, the fact that this all stemmed from her misguidingly, genuinely thinking he would be safe on the block is, again, just so disappointing, as I really wanted to give Tikor credit for getting Tucker out of the game, but I think once you know all the context, you really just can't. And for some reason, she also doesn't even warn Tucker he's going on the block. And with that and her also telling him to not use the veto on himself if he wins it, again, it does end up just annoying Tucker even more, to where, again, it really should have just shifted the target onto Tucker in this spot. But in general, I just feel like I can't really believe it that Tikor was not actually intending on targeting Tucker, considering how she never really wanted to work with Tucker long term anyway. Where even in the weeks before this, she would constantly talk about how Tucker needs to go soon, and you would see the likes of Chemo and Rabina fight against that, to where, in the fact that this was all legitimately just a mistake from her is so strange to me. But beyond that, we do end up seeing Cam being worried about going on the block after Tucker tried to warn him that Tikor tried to flip the vote on him the previous week, which actually Leah was the first person to tell Cam this, telling him that before the eviction, to which he did nothing with that knowledge. Obviously, this leads to him being an easy pawn here, despite the fact that Tikor actually didn't want to put him up. But again, she wanted to get through this with the least amount of blood on her hands, and she didn't have that many options. All while we do see her targeting MJ, which again is a fine target here, as one of the only people she doesn't have connective tissue with. But again, they do very much try to make it seem on the show like, oh, she's targeting MJ because MJ mentioned Quinn's name and that's someone she's working with, when it's like, no, she was just always going to target MJ. Before the veto pick, we do see MJ talking with Chelsea, where Chelsea convinces MJ to pick her if she gets house guest choice. And despite that, we end up seeing Chelsea saying in a DR that the reality is that she would pick Cam instead of MJ, leading to the pick where it's not MJ that gets house guest choice, but it's Cam who picks Joseph, which was really funny. Now, again, I do get that he's trying to distance himself from Chelsea, not make them look like a duo, even though, again, they were anyway. And at the end of the day, Joseph is someone that's always going to throw competitions, and even if he tried, he probably wouldn't win anyway. Where, again, I get the Joseph pick if you're not going to pick Chelsea, but I do think this pick was definitely pick Chelsea and have another person that would use the veto on you. But another thing I should mention here is that the veto episode for this week ends up being a 2-hour episode for some reason, which because of that, they take the opportunity to give us more filler segments and also the return of Yankee Swap so they can waste time on the punishments. But the comp itself ends up being pretty standard. A slingshot challenge that comes down to Tucker and Cam. Where in the final round, Tucker misses, so Cam wins the veto, all while MJ gets a trip to Hawaii. And Tucker's in a spot where he could have taken $5,000, only decided to give the money to Tikor instead, as he had always wanted to get a punishment for himself, I guess. Though, to be fair, he knows he's getting $20,000 later in the week, as we'll talk about. But as for the punishments, Tucker ends up getting the BBAI assist, which has him dressing up as Ainsley's assistant, which just looked like a swimming outfit. But he has to search through encyclopedias to find answers to questions, and to me, that was pretty boring. The more fun one ends up being Angela getting radiation eradication, which has Angela having to transfer 1,000 orbs in the backyard overnight, which, again, typical fare. We've seen this style challenge over and over again, though this one in particular was pretty fun because of Angela being as over the top as she always is. I'll always see Joseph getting 24-hour solitary confinement, being trapped in the Matrix, which just means he has a deepfake Matt talking to him periodically, where really the most memorable aspect of this was a certain story Joseph told after he left and would brag about, where after the fact it becomes even more awkward knowing that there was a deepfake Matt involved in all this. But also, before going in, he does end up really funnily telling Quinn to make a promise to keep Leah safe, where at this point Joseph was completely infatuated with Leah, acting as if there were showmance in the game, and that led to this bit of a strange dynamic in that Joseph and Quinn were both working together alongside Leah, but had a crush on Leah, while she clearly didn't like either of them in the same way, where we do get the friend zone segment during this week, which they do again next week. During this week on the show, we do start to get a lot of content around Leah about how she feels like she has no control in the game, because it'll certainly go better when she does get control. But she does end up being largely irrelevant in this week, outside of her being a potential renom, and actually was going to be the renom until the last second, but again, she doesn't really do much on her own to end up avoiding that. But as previously mentioned, again, we do get a wide range of weird filler segments across the week, from the likes of Chemo singing and then making this weird remix intermixed with shots of T-Core dancing, which was so surreal to see. We also get Chemo and Joseph doing Lady and the Tramp with a pickle. Also, we get Angela eating a BLTA, which I didn't know that was a thing. But along with that, we get her cheering the Brooklyn while eating charcuterie. And we also get an Angela twerking segment, because that was necessary. Obviously, also during this week, we do get the AI instigator twist with the reveal that America voted for Tucker, which was the most unshocking result on paper, as again, it's pretty much what everyone was expecting, though what ends up actually being pretty shocking is that it didn't seem like it was Tucker from the feed's perspective. So by the time this was revealed, it was actually very much assumed that it was Joseph that must have been the instigator instead of Tucker, where Joseph just out of the blue, around the time the instigator started showing up, just got very cocky and would talk about how he thinks he has a shot at winning America's favorite. And literally the previous night, Leah had told him about the closest between Tucker and Rubina, to where it kind of just made sense that it would be Joseph instead, as why would Tucker do what he ends up doing with it? Where we do see Tucker essentially using his power here to reveal to the entire house that he has a showmance with Rubina, going on to say that they should have gotten rid of Rubina when they had the chance, which again is probably the part of that went too far. Now again, I get that he's trying to pin this on someone else. This does end up leading to Rubina sobbing that someone must be plotting against her back. We see her consoling her. Again, did feel very genuine. That again is a lot of the reason why I did feel like it was unlikely that this was Tucker when seeing this from the feed's perspective. He does talk about how he wanted to do this so him and Rubina can be out in the open, don't have to hide it anymore, which is really dumb, especially from a game perspective, where this just puts a further bullseye on their back, and ironically can be looked at as part of his downfall across this week, spooking Angela into distrusting Tucker because of his closeness to Rubina. But he does later use the AI instigator to try to throw Leah under the bus, as again he wanted her to be the replacement Lom, along with him also throwing Quinn and Chelsea under the bus to put targets on them down the road. Though really the most impact this twist ends up having is really in its first appearance, where again it is a pretty limited power in the grand scheme of things. There's not much you can really do with it, and all it really ends up leading to is just a lot of paranoia around who the instigator could be, even though by the end of the week I think they pretty much knew it was Tucker. But again, this does lead to Angela spiraling once again, calling out Tucker for lying about wanting to go to Final 2 with her, thinking that he's really loyal to Rubina, which, I mean, to be fair, she is right in the sense that he didn't want to go to Final 2 with her. The thing, though, is that he was actually more loyal to Joseph than he was to Rubina. But again, this does lead to her thinking that she now needs to take out Tucker for some reason, again, despite him being seemingly the only person at this point that had any sort of allegiance to her and wanted to keep her safe. While again, as I mentioned previously, I do think getting rid of Tucker is better for pretty much anybody in terms of likelihood to win the game. I think the difference here for Angela is the fact that Angela's likely not going to win the game, even if she gets to the end. Where I think for her, I think carving out a path to near guaranteed Final 2 is something that's a bit more important. I think keeping Tucker in the game is more integral to that option, though obviously, again, if she wanted to win the game, if she was able to build any sort of win equity, then yeah, getting rid of Tucker is not necessarily the worst move. But either way, we see her going to Quinn, Leah, and MJ, with Quinn and MJ end up riding this back out, with Quinn using this as part of his campaign to save Leah. And with that, T-Core ends up now deciding to put up Angela as a replacement nominee. Now, to be fair, I don't know how much influence Quinn himself really had in that. I do think this is also more so an independent thing from T-Core for just now looking at Angela as a very unreliable ally, though in the grand scheme of things, I don't think this makes any sense for her game. Again, to me, Angela is just such a non-threat at this point, to where her risking that Angela goes home in her HOH is just kind of a waste of a move. Especially when you do have, again, the likes of Leah, someone that you have no real connective tissue to. And you don't really gain anything by not putting her up here, to where I do feel like at the end of the day, Leah was the correct replacement nom for her. But again, we do end up seeing more drama from Quinn proceeding to tell Tucker about Angela's betrayal, leading to him confronting Angela, with Angela saying that she would be a fool to think that he would take her to the end. To which Tucker reconfirms that he would take her over Rubina, which finally has Tucker running back to Rubina and immediately doing damage control after realizing that she's probably just going to tell Rubina that, to where, again, this is a funny interaction. Though really by the end of it, Tucker still actually does want Leah to still go in the block, still planning on taking Angela further into game. As really, again, like even if Angela is against him, it's not the worst thing in the world to keep Angela in the game, as, again, how much influence does she really have? But despite all this, T-Core, again, decides to go against his wishes, putting Angela on the block, leading to Angela just revealing her alliances to the other players, which, again, is another downside of putting Angela on the block in that spot, but also, again, also shows Angela further planting a target on her back. But also, this does lead to Tucker having a bit of a temper tantrum, talking about how he always gives and gets nothing back, saying that he's playing with JV when he's on varsity, leading to him wanting to quit the game, which, again, he had been talking about previously about how much he doesn't really want to be there and how bored he is, how slowly the game is playing out. But again, he did talk about this genuinely of him wanting to quit in this spot, though obviously he ends up backing down from that. But through this, we do see him causing a bit of a rift between his relationship with Rubina, just telling her that he doesn't know if this is real. And along this week, he also does very detrimental work and pushing away Leah and MJ, who did want to build an alliance with him. So coming out of last week, it did seem like they would be numbers they would be willing to pick up, though again, he ends up neglecting them across this week, which obviously leaves him pretty prone to the upcoming vote. Along the fact that we also see some poor play from Joseph, where when Leah was worried about being the replacement nom, Leah ends up asking him who would he save between her and Tucker, and for some reason, Joseph tells her that he would vote her out over Tucker, which is like, why are you saying this? That ends up being a pretty big detriment to his game, losing in favor with Leah, who at this point, again, essentially just treats him as the next Quinn, talking bad about him behind his back. But again, really funny, as again, this is just so unnecessary, especially because it's not like she was even in a spot where she was going home yet. But again, for the upcoming vote, we do essentially see a repeat of the previous 2 weeks, where we see a vote flip organized by time of the AI Arena, where we see Chelsea, but this time it being led by Chelsea, and ends up being a really strong move for her that really allows her to build up this really strong position she ends up getting in the game, where here she's able to garner the votes to take out Tucker, first agreeing with Cam to get him out. With Cam himself being on board was actually something that I was a bit surprised by, considering how he had actually done a lot of work across this week to rebond with Tucker, to where, again, I do think ultimately taking out Tucker in this spot was definitely the right call for him to make. I was a little bit surprised that Cam, again, who had been such a passive player up to this point, was willing to do it. Beyond that, we also see Chelsea get Leah and MJ on board, with Angela just assumed to be on board, considering her continuing to be anti-Tucker across the rest of the week, to where as long as Tucker remains on the block at this point, he goes home as long as they're able to get one more vote, to where, again, they have enough votes to tie the vote, though again, assumingly T-Core won't be for this move. Also, again, Chemo, Rubina, and Joseph all have very close ties to Tucker, to where they're not likely to make this move, to where that leaves only one person, and that person is Quinn, who had also been working on repairing his relationship with Tucker across this week to, again, mixed results, though he had talked a lot through this week that, yeah, he will eventually target Tucker down the road, though he seemed to kind of give up on the notion of actually taking out Tucker this week, which obviously seemed to stem from the fact that he didn't think the votes were there to take out Tucker. But obviously, when Chelsea presents this to him with the votes, he obviously agrees right away, as again, this is in all of their best interests, really opening up the game for pretty much anybody. But again, despite us seeing all this legwork and the vote flipping here, it didn't seem like it was going to matter, as obviously Tucker's just going to win the AI Arena anyway, which was, again, kind of the point where AI Arena was becoming a little bit frustrating, as again, it made it less likely that someone like Tucker would be taken out, because he would always have the AI Arena to fall back on. Even here, even in this spot where Chelsea flips the vote, she doesn't do it until very late into the week, largely under the fear that this would get back to Tucker, to where I do think, again, the AI Arena, as much as I do think it worked out on this season, I do worry for situations like this down the road, where people will just be a bit too scared to organize the votes, because it would get back to the person they're targeting. But either way, we do get to the AI Arena, which ends up seemingly being a completely in Tucker's wheelhouse. Again, a puzzle that has them carrying blocks and solving a code, but it was probably one of the most shocking moments of the season from my point of view. We see Tucker just completely blow it, just seemingly misunderstanding the rules and putting pieces in the wrong way, allowing MJ to have an easy win here, leading to the Tucker blindside being fully on, with the votes being pretty locked in this spot, where the only hope for Tucker staying if he remained on the block was if Angela had somehow won AI Arena, and again, considering her vote wasn't as solidified as the others, I did feel like there was at least a chance she would change her mind. But again, it felt inevitable that we were getting a Tucker eviction at this point, and we do see some awkwardness from people trying to clearly solidify their votes by going off to the bedrooms, trying to go alone, only for people to end up following them anyway, to where literally everyone is just in the room together. And we do see Joseph, Rubina, and Chemo being extremely emotional here, to where I thought they must have known where the votes are going. But from what we've heard after the fact, it doesn't seem like that's really the case. And also we see them all still voting for Angela anyway, all while the other 5 votes stay in line and vote out Tucker, being, again, this big shift in the season with Tucker being such a prominent presence up to this point, obviously being a major player in the game and also someone that hogged up so much of the screen time, to where, again, I did feel like losing Tucker here felt like a fresh start for this season, which allowed this season to really showcase how it's not only good because of Tucker. So while he definitely did boon the season up to this point, we see that the season has a bit more legs following this. But obviously we do lose Tucker, who, again, massive character on the season. I think one of the biggest pre-jury characters in the history of the show. And I think in many ways kind of reminds me of the likes of Jace from BB5 and how just out there he was and how openly aggressive of a player he was. Where, again, I don't think we've really seen a player play like Tucker has in a while. And mind you, it's because he's playing terribly. I don't think Tucker is a good player. I think he has potential. I think he is someone that, again, has this like social charisma that has certain people wanting to work with him, even though, again, a lot of that seems to be because they have crushes on him. But even then, he pushes people away. He also, again, makes terrible strategic decisions. So again, Tucker's an incredible TV character, but a really bad player. And I think he's a player that I wouldn't really ever have the faith in him actually being able to learn the game. Where, again, at the end of the day, again, the strategic game is something that is the easiest to pick up. Again, if you're good socially, good physically, it's not that difficult to catch yourself up on the strategy of the game. That's why I think for someone like Cedric, I feel very highly that if Cedric were to come back with more game knowledge, he would do extremely well. I don't necessarily feel that with Tucker, where I feel like with Tucker, despite him being in a similar spot, I feel like Tucker is someone that is just very impatient and very brash in how he plays the game. But again, even if he does pick up on the strategy of the game, I don't know if he'll be able to hold it together for an entire season anyway, where it just feels like he's the type of player that just gets bored and wants to do something, which again can lead to fun TV, but again, terrible gameplay. And now for week 7, where despite the fact that, again, we had just lost Tucker, who is the show's main character really through the first half of the season, I do feel like this week ends up probably being one of the best of the entire season, with so much craziness going on across it, that we obviously start off with a lot of focus on the Tucker eviction, where clearly production wasn't ready to give up on Tucker just yet, where we obviously get to see Rubina's reaction alongside Cam's, who is crying, talking about how hard it was for him to vote Tucker out, which felt very random, to where of all the people here, we're focusing so much time on Cam and his reaction to this, though it is a funny juxtaposition to Quinn, who ends up gloating in the confessional over him voting Tucker out while wearing Rubina's skirt, I guess. But anyway, it takes us to the HOH comp, the return of the caged eggs comp, where obviously they have to transfer eggs through the cage and roll them down a ramp to hit letters. So again, typical stuff here, though we do get an additional twist to this challenge in the fact that the first 3 to drop an egg on the course end up having to be have-nots, leading to a humorous moment here of Angela deciding to not start until the other have-nots are declared, where obviously she doesn't want to be a have-not, which again normally would be ridiculous that someone is willing to give up safety in the game so openly so to the other players for the sake of not being a have-not. However, considering this is Angela, someone that gets extremely paranoid when she doesn't get to sleep, this might be an actual optimum move for her. But again, we get content from Quinn talking about how he wants to reclaim power after the deepfake HOH. And what do you know? Quinn wins HOH, which certainly this HOH has to be better than the previous one, right? Where again, this HOH is actually a pretty perfect one to win. It's one that should put him in this perfect position to really mold the game in his vision, where again, after Tucker going out, it felt like a reset in the game, to where this should have put him in this position to set up this new power structure. And who would have guessed it? He blows that opportunity. Though initially we do see Quinn saying that he has easy nominations here, and nominating Angela, who is Angela. Oh, he can nominate Rubina, who he has previously burned twice now in the past, obviously nominating her before and also voting out her boyfriend. Though I do think the Rubina nom here isn't as clear cut as what Quinn seemed to think it was, where straight up, Rubina is someone that did genuinely like Quinn, and someone that I do think would have been willing to forgive him had he given it a chance, to where obviously he doesn't and ends up just burning that relationship even more here. That seemed to stem back to Rubina being one of the only people that was actually like bitter at him for keeping his power secret. Though to be fair, again, she turned around on that relatively quickly. That seems like something that Quinn never really forgot about, to where again, he seemed pretty resolute on Rubina having to go up in this spot, which in turn, obviously nominating one of T-Cor's allies, in essence, burning T-Cor here as well, with T-Cor really taking this, and obviously the other nom, very personally, to where she ends up being very anti-Quinn from this point forward, even more so than the people that he actually nominated, which is funny as Quinn still wanted to work with T-Cor, not recognizing how upset she was at him, finally proposing a new majority alliance that included T-Cor, but neither of Chemo and Rubina, which was really dumb of him to actually think that that was going to be a group that she would actually remain loyal to. But again, this is Quinn for you. But again, this new grouping that Quinn wanted to put together seemed to really just stem from the fact that he wanted to protect those that helped him pull off the Tucker move, with him saying that this is a group that he wants to work with moving forward, which again just felt very misguided from him, where I do think for Quinn in this spot, the likes of Chelsea and Cam are much bigger threats to his game than the likes of the trio, where had he not nominated a member of the trio, I do think that they would have wanted to take him deeper into the game, where before this, they wanted to take him to Final 5, mind you, alongside Chelsea. But again, I do think his nominations here were all wrong, where I do think this is a spot where I personally probably would have targeted Cam, where again, taking out Chelsea would have probably upset T-Cor as well. But also at this point, Chelsea did seem to genuinely want to work with Quinn moving forward, despite also for her, Quinn leaving was probably her optimal path at this point in the game as well. Though, again, considering that at this point there was this mutual desire to want to work with each other, where it wasn't really that with Cam, I do think if I were Quinn in this position, I do think I would be targeting Cam to weaken Chelsea while also not harming your relationship with T-Cor. So I think it opens up the most amount of paths moving forward. But again, getting to the third nominee, there is a lot of push for MJ being that pick, particularly from the trio. Though again, we see Quinn push back on that, seemingly wanting to pick up MJ as a number, seeing that she's somebody that he can pull over to his side, which he doesn't do, ending up spending most of the week with Leah and seeming to neglect the MJ relationship, to where again, that kind of nullifies the entire point of not putting MJ on the block, to where again, MJ instead just falls back in line with Chelsea by the end of the week, where those two plus Cam end up being a powerful trio in the game at this point. One that people just seem to neglect, again, only looking at the T-Cor trio as the dangerous trio in the game, when again, the reality is the Chelsea trio was much more dangerous in the game, them being more likely to win competitions. And in general, the notion of trios being dangerous in the game Big Brother is not even necessarily true unless that trio can win competitions, where again, the entire basis of the game of Big Brother is reliant on who wins specific competitions, to where again, if you have a trio like T-Cor, Rubina, and Chemo, who are not the greatest comp competitors in the world, they simply aren't that big of a threat in the grand scheme of things, where while you obviously do have to lessen their numbers eventually, it's not like they are inherently going to have that much control over what's really going to happen if they don't win competitions. Sure, because again, I think this other trio ends up being a much more dangerous trio in the game, yet again, just no one really seems to look at them that way. So I should mention that this is also the week where Chelsea and MJ do formally make a final two, wanting to make it to the end and have a final two with two women of faith, I guess. Again, in general, again, seeming to think that that had never happened before. And really just in general, a lot of people in this house seem to have this misconception there never had been this all-female final two in the past, which again seemed to further incentivize this talk about wanting a woman winner on this season. But again, all that's not really true. And even when we're specifying it under women of faith, I think you can very much debate certain other final two situations where both women were pretty religious. But either way, through all this, Quinn decides to nominate Chemo, which again, pretty suboptimal play here. Him doing so seemingly because he's annoyed at Chemo for picking Tucker over him, which again, just massive misplay. Now really just burning T-Cor into Visionaries even more to a pretty unrepairable degree at this point. Where again, this felt very much like a half measure, as at this point, he actually does want to target Angela, which I get, as he didn't want to have Angela on the jury as someone that is very unlikely to vote for him. And she's also, again, someone that will take up a spot in the final two, as again, that most people look at her as a pretty blatant goat. Well, also she's someone that is very likely to be on the block next to you in a spot where if you're next to her, you're probably going home. To where, again, I do get the merit of taking Angela out of the game at this point, but I do feel like this is a pretty big waste of a move in this specific point in the game where there's so many other immediate threats to Quinn, especially as, again, we have his close relationship with Leah at this point, which again does repair over the course of this HOH week, though obviously that ends up being a bit rocky. But again, it's still a spot where Leah does have a lot of influence over Quinn, and by the end of the week gets Angela to agree to work with Quinn moving forward, also you're already putting up 2 of the trio, to where at that point you might as well just put up all 3 of the trio, where it felt like he was very much holding out hope that T-Core would want to work with him beyond this, which just felt like a losing battle, to where I do think he would have been better off just targeting T-Core in this spot, nominating her alongside all of her allies. But again, instead he doesn't nominate her, making sure she stays in the game in a spot where she's very upset at him for nominating her allies to begin with. Now, I will say, I do think T-Core and Kimo also deserve some of the blame in this integration of this relationship, where, I mean, as alluded to beforehand, they really do not handle Quinn particularly well across this season, where really ever since the deepfake HOH, they were always really awkward around him, not really talking game, despite the fact that behind his back, they would talk about potentially wanting to take him to Final 5. Though again, he didn't know that. But again, considering that fact, the fact that they weren't able to win over his loyalty in a spot where, again, they seemingly were willing to be loyal to him for deeper into a game is, again, pretty bad from their POV here as well. But again, Angela, Kimo, and Rubina are nominated, with Quinn giving this big speech calling out Angela, which was clearly a joke, as most of Quinn's speeches are, but also, as usual, people decide to take them seriously, to where we see her saying that she doesn't like the name calling, which I do love the show shading her in this instance, flashing back to her calling Matt crazy eyes. But again, we do end up seeing Quinn do a lot of campaigning here to try to take out Angela, though no one else is really on board with this, to where Rubina and Kimo are always looked at as the bigger targets. And while most of the house did actually lean towards wanting Kimo out, it did seem like the initial consensus was to take out Rubina to appease Quinn, as that was his secondary target after Angela, to where at least he's getting some of his way, I guess. Again, none of that ends up mattering anyway, as Quinn doesn't get what he wants by the end of the week anyway, as we do proceed to get Quinn talking about how he can't have the veto being used, as that would force him to put up Joseph for some reason. Now, again, as mentioned before, he did want to keep everyone that voted for Tucker safe, which in essence leaves only 2 possible options, T-Core and Joseph. But the question is, why is Joseph your only option? Where again, it is through this week where the show finally starts to highlight the Quinn and Joseph relationship, showing how Joseph and Leah were his closest allies at this point in the game. And considering that fact, the fact that he's considering putting up Joseph because he feels forced to is just all really stupid. Where again, this entire notion of wanting to protect the people that voted out Tucker really is just such a contrived concept here. It's really just something that he just goes all in on, despite the fact that it doesn't benefit his game really at all to do so. Where, again, this was just a random group that came together for the sake of necessity because they all agreed that they needed Tucker out. It's not like this was a solid formal alliance that was formed to really run the game moving forward. And again, across this week, he really just ends up promising pretty much everybody safety, to where it just very much just felt like a self-inflicted wound here. So again, when you're in a spot where you'd have already pretty much promised everyone outside of the initial noms safety, again, that's a pretty bad position to be in, where you're almost guaranteed to be forced to screw someone over here. And the fact that it ends up being Joseph is just pretty insane. Now, to be fair, if he does put up Joseph, it would be as a pawn. He does not want Joseph to go home. However, the problem is that at this current point, at least, Joseph wouldn't have been a pawn, as Joseph ended up being a pretty big target at this point in the house, unbeknownst to Quinn, with Joseph himself not doing himself any favors across this week, finally trying to play a much more active social game after Tucker had left, which had previously been the weakest aspect of his game, and how he very much just sticks to his allies. Yet in this position, again, he tries to branch out, and in doing so, he annoys the people he tries to branch out to, coming off very cocky in his conversations, constantly bragging about his game and comparing himself to Dr. Will, and openly talking about throwing competitions. And again, all this came off extremely delusional to the rest of the cast here, which again was not a great look for his winner prospects, but also again just genuinely annoyed people, to where a bulk of the house wanted him to go up on the block initially, though just assumed that Quinn would never put him up, because why would he? But it's at this point where we do also get introduced to the Leah-Angela relationship, where they had been growing closer over the last couple weeks, with Leah temporarily picking her up as a number after the blow up with Tucker. And considering this is right before the veto, I wonder if this will be relevant on the show. But in general, at this point, Leah's stock did seem to be on the rise. Again, seemingly having picked up Angela's loyalty, but also having an army of simps around her, with both Quinn and Joseph wanting to go to the end with her, and also wanting to work together at this point, while also theoretically still having connections to MJ and Cam, to where it did seem like she could have really utilized this week to put herself in a pretty domineering position in the game, though obviously it doesn't particularly work out well for her by the end of it. But again, the opportunity was there as we do get to the veto comp, where she is selected to play, and it ends up being an interesting comp that ends up being, again, another equitable one, mixing memorization with the black box competition, where they have to recreate a robot while in the dark based on an image they see outside, which did lead to some humorous moments from Angela getting confused when a piece that she's looking for is one that she already put in place, and we also have Quinn throwing away a piece they needed to finish, to where, what do you know, we see Leah winning the veto here, giving us another really interesting comp result that ends up making this week as interesting as it ends up being, where instantly we see Leah considering using the veto, to Quinn's chagrin, wanting to save Angela as she'll be a jury vote for her, which was a weird justification for the move, as straight up on paper, this move is her optimal play in keeping Angela around, as while Angela is Angela and does spiral a bit, she is still a potential number for Leah down the road, which again has more benefits than just a singular jury vote. But also, I do think by making this move, it shows to the others that she's playing the game, is willing to think independently, which, while it can increase the target on her back, it also increases her likelihood of gaining respect to win a jury vote down the road. To where, again, I think on paper, this is the correct move for Leah to make here to save Angela. The issue is how she does it, where, again, we do have Quinn telling her that if she uses it, Joseph will be the replacement nom, which, again, dumb for Quinn, but also bad for Leah to have Joseph go up on the block. To where 100%, Leah should be trying to convince him out of this. To where, again, if she had been able to use the veto, and again, let's just say Joseph doesn't go on the block, but instead it is T-Core, this would have been an incredible move for Leah, where she would have had Joseph, Quinn, and Angela all by her side coming into the final 9 round. But instead, she just accepts that Joseph will be the renom, doesn't fight back against it, and even then, doesn't actually ultimately make her decision until right before the eviction. But again, to be fair, she wouldn't have really had the time to do much campaigning with Quinn after she had made the decision, but that's why you don't make the decision at the last second like this. But again, I think this is another instance of, again, the move itself is not bad. The thing that is bad is that she didn't do any of the legwork to make it the move that it should have been, where again, this should have been a move that puts her in this dominant position in the game, yet instead she makes this move to save Angela just to lose Joseph, who is actually a better ally for her. But through this, again, we obviously see a lot of campaigning from Quinn, begging even, him trying to get her to not use the veto, leading to one of my favorite moments of the entire season, where Leah asks Quinn for his thoughts, to where he responds, "You're sick nasty, you're incredible. You look really good in yellow. Reminded me of the Minions. I like your smile. You treat people with kindness. You're really funny. You're really, really funny. You're really good at cooking. Your nails look good. Still French." The word sensational comes to mind when I think of you. Again, all this, the greatest campaign in Big Brother history, which obviously fails, but obviously, again, all this very cringy, but also just so funny to actually see a human being actually come up with these words in this moment. But also funny in retrospect, where, again, we were mocking for this at the time, obviously, though, again, considering the fact that Leah does talk later about how it was during their conversations, during his HOH, where she started to get a crush on him. I mean, again, maybe it worked. So again, it got him something, at least. But in the lead up to Joseph going on the block, we do start to see more of Joseph on the show, with him getting a pretty big dodo edit here. Again, we see him telling Chelsea that he thinks that they're playing the same game, only for her to be insulted by that and call him delusional. We also see him talk to Angela and essentially tell her that there's nothing she can do to save herself, and he doesn't see a way for her to stay outside of winning AI Arena, and that he's amazed that she's still here, which is like, again, why are you saying this? Which obviously all of this becomes extremely ironic after the veto, where we even do get a scene of Joseph apologizing for this after the veto, with Andrews laughing in the DR. But obviously we do get to the veto ceremony, where Leah ends up using the veto on Angela, and shockingly, Quinn actually goes through with putting up Joseph on the block, which, again, I'm still shocked to this day that he actually did this, where, and the logic just does not make sense here. And while Joseph wasn't necessarily going home once he hits the block, and again, there's a lot of hecticness that leads to the ultimate result, Joseph going home here is just such a bad result for Quinn. I do think this HOH ends up being a much worse HOH for Quinn than his first one, where, again, Cedric going in Quinn's first HOH wasn't even that bad for his game on paper, while Joseph going here is extremely detrimental to Quinn's game, with Joseph, again, being an ally. Someone that, again, to be fair, Joseph probably would have cut Quinn eventually, but again, at least wanted to go much deeper into the game with him. Also, someone that is a bit of a shield for Quinn here, where, again, Joseph was a much more talked about target from the other side, particularly from the likes of Chelsea, Cam, and MJ, to where, again, I do think as long as Joseph is there, Quinn is much safer in the game. And again, he still ends up doing all this while making an enemy of the trio, and now opening up the possibility of all 3 of the trio staying in the game, which obviously ends up happening here, to where, again, all this is just so bad, Quinn. And what's funny is that it's not even the worst HOH of the season, which we'll get to. But again, the vote here was very much up in the air throughout really the entire week, where at this point, obviously Quinn and Leo are campaigning to keep Joseph, with Angela falling in line for now, which I will say that while it didn't work out for him, I do feel like Joseph actually does some pretty decent work once hitting the block here, being a lot more humble, playing the woe is me card where people do actually feel bad for him, and through that end up being more willing to keep him around than what they were at the beginning of the week. But also benefit to him is the fact that he's against two members of the trio in a spot where, while they were obviously a juicy target at this point, though also it does mean that inherently if he remains on the block that there are 2 votes against him as well. And with that means that the swing votes here end up being the Chelsea trio, who end up being a bit of a mess across this week, where we do see Chelsea really wavering throughout the entire week in a spot where Cam did want to keep Joseph around, wanted to weaken the trio, while Chelsea wanted to take Joseph out, which, to be fair, was her optimal move at this point in the game. Though the question for me is, how much did she recognize that was her optimal move? As really her motivations across this week end up being very strange to me, where, again, Joseph going here is 100% the best move for Chelsea, as it does keep the trio intact, where, again, the trio, under the leadership of T-Core, is fully on board with keeping Chelsea deep into the game, where, again, T-Core herself wanted to take Chelsea to at least Final 3, which in turn ends up really insulating her in the game. Again, having the trio, not targeting her, but also keeping the trio in the game that forces the others to target the trio under the worry of them having a big numbers advantage moving forward, which, again, I already talked about, a bit overblown, the concept of that, but still, the trio just ends up being this really good shield for Chelsea at this point in the game, with T-Core being very integral to that, being the main person that is keeping her safe. And again, we do see her wanting to take Joseph out, keep the trio together, despite the fact that Chelsea earlier in the week was talking about wanting T-Core to go up on the block and force a trio member to go home, which again makes no real sense, which again, I would assume that, okay, she recognized how good keeping the trio in the game is for her by the end of the week, but again, we see her make actions the following week and the week after that make you question what she's thinking in the game. So again, it makes me just very much question Chelsea's overall strategic decision making in this season, but again, Chelsea ends up being the swing here alongside MJ in a spot where this really makes no sense for MJ to be going through with this vote, where again, she should very much be in lockstep with Cam and wanting to take out one of the trio, as again, it doesn't benefit their games really at all to be keeping around the trio, as obviously the trio's not going to be protecting them over the likes of Chelsea. Also just gives Chelsea more options in the game moving forward, while also again the likes of Joseph and Quinn are pretty big shields for them, for the trio to go after while they're still in the game. And I mean, to be fair, I mean, MJ's later flip is not really based on gameplay. It was really an emotional decision, but it really does end up being a pretty suboptimal move for her. But beyond that, again, another subplot that happens across this week is we do get the return of Chelsea's jealousy over Cam, where during this week we do see a lot of speculation over a Cam MJ showmance, with them getting pretty touchy-feely kind of out of nowhere. This ends up throwing a lot of people off, and to be fair, pretty poor play from Cam and MJ to be putting this bullseye on their backs, though again, seemingly they didn't even realize what they were doing here. But still, this does lead to Chelsea going around complaining about them, which funnily she's able to later turn around to MJ that this was Leah that was doing that, when no, it was her. Again, not even for gameplay reasons either, to where I do think it has gameplay benefits to separate herself from Cam and MJ, again, allowing her to play the middle a lot more smoothly and also lessening the perceived threat level of their trio. But again, this was not purposeful at all. And we do get a weird edit here as well, and the fact that the show very much tries to portray this as this is the reason why she ends up flipping the vote out Joseph, with T-Core convincing Chelsea to go against Cam because of this, which again wasn't really what happened. And really by the end of this week, actually, Chelsea ends up backing down from this flip, where Chelsea backing down from an optimal play just to stumble into the right position anyway, it kind of ends up being the name of her game. But again, coming into eviction night, Joseph was supposed to stay for sure against Chemo and very likely against Rubina, though I should mention the fact that throughout this entire week there was a lot of talk about solidifying this all-girls alliance once again, and through that would have been utilized to protect Rubina here, though again, it never really happened, where I do think Rubina would have likely been at least the initial target had she remained on the block here. But either way, we do get to the AI arena, the final AI arena of the season, where the fact that it even lasted this long really just shows you how much production really loved this twist. But the comp here has them untangling a cable to connect it to a box. Obviously the comp that we saw Michael lose in BB24, which was clearly Joseph's competition to lose here, where, as he said a few weeks ago at this point, this is the style of comp that he would even beat Tucker in. So obviously he ends up losing here, with Rubina winning instead, as expected, considering she is pretty small and nimble, where again, that seems like a pretty big benefit in a challenge like this. But with that, the stage is set for, again, another really dramatic eviction here, where we do get Chemo versus Joseph, where Chemo was supposed to be a goner here in a 5-2 vote, with even Angela, despite wanting him to stay, they ends up voting him out here to stick with Leah. And it seemed like even Chemo knew he was a goner, but that's when we do get to his speech, which is probably one of the most passionate eviction speeches the show has ever had, where, again, I did genuinely feel bad for Chemo while he was up there talking about how he's living out his brother's dream and how he wants to bring representation to the show. And again, I felt like we were heading towards a very tragic eviction, with Chemo coming off very endearing on his way out, especially considering this is the last spot before jury, where I guess I should mention the fact that, again, we got a late start to the jury, which I do expect to stay moving forward as it's cheaper and doesn't make any difference to the show itself. But it's actually something that I do really like for the game. I think it leads to a more informed jury by the end of it, though it does lead to some people that make it pretty deep into the season not making the jury, which feels a little bit ridiculous. But either way, through this speech, we do see MJ being extremely emotional as she gets up to vote, being the first to vote, to where we see her take a long time to make her decision, but she ends up voting out Joseph, which was a pretty big shocker here, to where, again, MJ and Chelsea were the two swing votes for this eviction, though we saw them back down, where now seeing MJ vote out Joseph, again, made me think, oh, maybe this is the work of Chelsea. Maybe she did some good work here and flipping over MJ at the last second. As again, we also see Chelsea obviously end up flipping as well. Again, this would have been a very impressive maneuver to pull off. But no, they just flipped independently, supposedly because they felt bad because of Chemo's speech. And MJ says it wouldn't be in her morals to vote out Chemo after that speech, because MJ obviously plays a very moral game of Big Brother. But again, just really insane that two people flipped their votes at the last minute due to Chemo's speech, which is, again, unheard of in Big Brother history, where typically these speeches are just such an afterthought. And to be fair, I think AI Arena probably plays a factor in that. Again, it makes this entire situation feel so raw, and it's in a spot where you have to be open-minded to the nominees, as again, the nominees aren't set until literally seconds before the actual eviction, to where it does make for some last-second decision-making. I think this probably ends up being one of the most shocking voting sequences in all of Big Brother, where, again, I don't think anyone in the house was actually expecting Joseph to go out, as we obviously get a 4-3 vote with him being blindsided here, alongside MJ and Chelsea, who again flipped independently. Both did not know that the votes were going to be there to actually send him home. The trio also, again, thought Chemo was coming into this eviction, and Angela literally voted for Chemo because she thought he was going, despite the fact that she actually wanted him to stay. Am ends up being blindsided by his vote as well, finally, after spending the entire week telling Chelsea and MJ that he doesn't care who goes as long as they tell him who they're voting for, which they don't end up doing. And obviously Quinn and Leah end up being blindsided here as well, with Quinn probably giving one of the best blindside faces in Big Brother history, where, again, we do also later see him being really devastated. For a while, again, Quinn definitely deserved this in the sense that he made all these very dumb decisions to lead to this happening. I did genuinely feel bad for Quinn in this spot, where obviously, again, he was this big super fan. I think this is this moment of him realizing that he's simply just not that good at the game. Obviously, having two HOHs completely blow up on him. Well, also, again, I think he also just felt genuinely bad for sending Joseph home. Obviously in a spot where he sent, again, a fellow superfan home right before the jury, to where all around, again, this just ends up being a pretty incredible eviction episode here. To where, again, I think for me personally, I would side towards the Cedric eviction over the Joseph one, particularly because of the rest of the episode probably being stronger in that one, with, again, more campaigning along the way, and the AI Arena probably being a bit more interesting, while with this one, again, it really just comes down to the voting process itself. But again, still an incredible eviction episode. Again, another one that's one of the best ones probably of all time. But with that, we do lose Joseph. And I will say, a lot of talk online about what a joke Joseph is. Again, he was delusional about his game. And yeah, I do think he very much overhyped his game. However, I actually don't think Joseph's that bad of a player. I mean, he does have a big weakness in the fact that his social game's pretty bad. Though in terms of just like outright positioning in the game and just general strategic ability, I think he's probably one of the better strategic players on this season. So again, the fact that he was able to really navigate through a lot of the twists and turns of the early game and find himself on the right side of a blind side that he wasn't even supposed to be on the right side of, and then proceed to be added into the majority alliance following that. And again, had Tucker not been evicted, he was probably in for a pretty smooth ride deep into the game. There again, still questionable jury chances, which really I think in general is the issue with Joseph. There again, he really did not garner the most respect on this season, where people didn't take him seriously, thought he was delusional the entire time. And again, yes, he is not Dr. Will. He is not as good of a player as he thinks he is, but again, I think he is a better player than most people do give him credit for. And beyond that, I thought he was a fun character on the season. Now, again, a lot of that came from the Feats perspective, where we didn't really get that much of him on the show. Though, again, he got a fun last couple episodes. But again, that style of delusion was really happening across the entire season. And to see him, again, play a competent game, but thinking he was playing like an all-time great game, and really hyped that up to himself across this season was something that I just found very humorous to see. I like Joseph on this season. I think he ends up being probably one of my favorite characters of the season. And now for week 8, which ends up being another pretty solid week here, one that probably didn't reach the higher highs of some of the earlier weeks. And I do think you very much feel the loss of the AI arena with there not being as much wiggle room with the eventual vote. But despite that, again, this cast makes this week still really interesting considering how much wavering there ends up being throughout it. But again, it all starts off with the HOH, which showed videos from the previous night from outside the Big Brother house, aka the set of the Scaryverse from last season, where we get these weird clips that I assume are just production members doing ridiculous things, along with us also getting a cameo from Lisa and also the Nether Gorgon for some reason. But again, it is a pretty standard Q&A comp, which seemed pretty easy with 4 people getting to the tiebreaker, though it is there where Chelsea ends up winning there due to pretty much everyone else doing terrible math and MJ actually being closer to the real answer but going over. But again, Chelsea gets another HOH here, and it's another one where we get some questionable play from her despite her stumbling into one of her better case scenarios anyway. But instantly we see Quinn being unsure about Chelsea after she had flipped the previous vote, which is actually kind of funny as at this point she was actually one of the most willing to protect him in the house, as again, even at this point, despite the fact that she just blindsided him, she actually did still fully intend on working with him and felt bad for having blindsided him, to where, again, it seemed like he was pretty lock safe at the beginning of this week, to where if a shot was to be made on that side, it felt like Chelsea was more likely to go for Leah, as again, there was always this tension between them, and also Chelsea kind of makes it apparent to Leah that she would be coming after her. And personally, I do feel like that would have been the optimal move for Chelsea, as again, it is someone that she has no real connection to, someone that is going to be coming after her, and also someone that has connections to a lot of her allies in MJ and Cam, but also is super close to Angela and Quinn, to where, and it felt like Leah was more of a linchpin within the game than someone like Quinn, to where I do think taking the shot at Leah would have been the optimal move, to where I know at this point there was a lot of arguments that Quinn was the better move as he was a better comp competitor, and obviously, I mean, we see it work out for her anyway, but I do think Quinn at this current point was more amenable to working with Chelsea and also had less influence in the game, to where I think I personally would have targeted Leah in this spot. But to be fair, Quinn isn't a bad target for her either, though again, that wasn't her intention at the beginning of the week here. Instead, she wanted to target Angela, who, to be fair, is also not the worst target in the world. Certainly better than a certain other target she'll have in a little bit, but it does feel like a wasted shot at this point, to where, again, there are much bigger threats in the likes of Leah and Quinn at this point. But through that, we do get a weird segment here revolving around Angela and her being scared to talk to Chelsea and instead talking to Cam in the hopes that he would campaign for her, only for us to cut to him just sitting on the couch listening to music, which was humorous. But I really don't see why Angela thought this would work, considering her and Cam never really had a working relationship before this. So again, clearly there was this awkwardness between Chelsea and Angela on the offset anyway, but Chelsea obviously still needs a pawn in this spot, to which she finally decides on putting up Chemo, again immediately after she had just saved him in the previous vote, which also isn't necessarily a poor play, as Chemo ends up being resigned to it. T-Core isn't too bothered by it either, so she gets no real blood on her hands from doing so, though at the same time it does leave it open for a potential flip on Chemo, which we'll talk about later. But beyond this, we do get a lot of content surrounding Cam, with him obviously having been blindsided by the previous vote, to where he talks about being ready for war and he's ready to be a different Cam. And to prove that, he talks across this week that his ideal final 3 is to go to the end with Chelsea and T-Core, aka a spot where he loses to both of them. So again, that was questionable, though. With that, the show does finally decide to focus on the Cam and Leah showmance, which ended weeks ago, to where we do strangely get footage from week 2 when Chelsea was originally HOH, and them trying to splice it in, making it seem like it's happening now. Again, very weird editing there, though. Obviously, it's just utilized to highlight Chelsea's jealousy here, leading into her being annoyed at Cam, saying that she worries that he'll pick Leah over her, which is really ridiculous, especially at this point in the game where Cam had no intention of even working with Leah and literally actually throws her under the bus instantly in this conversation. And also even pertaining to MJ, which was the more recent offense at this point, him and MJ never really were working together apart from Chelsea, where Chelsea was always the glue between them, to where this is just another spot Chelsea's jealousy seemingly pushing away her allies, to where I do think she gets very fortunate the fact that they don't end up turning on her. Though again, at the end of the day, this is still not even the worst offense sense of this. But it is also here where we do seemingly see Chelsea articulate for the first time the benefits of keeping the trio in the game, talking about how she's going to be kept safe by them while everyone else will have to go after the trio, which, again, great to see her finally realizing her optimal play here, only for her to later change her mind, where we do see Cam and MJ end up realizing that there is no point in targeting Angela for them, and in turn they want to flip the vote onto Chemo, which Chelsea just accepts, backing down once again and seemingly just being fine with Chemo going, which again would have been bad for her. Though this is where the target lands coming into the veto comp, where it did very much feel like we were heading towards a Chemo boot, to where even once even the target shifts off of Chemo, Chelsea is still talking about taking out Chemo beyond this. So where again, it just is another one of these instances where I really want to praise Chelsea as this like really domineering figure in the game, but I just feel like there are so many strategic missteps along the way that make me question her overall ability, with again just feeling like this being another spot where she just stumbles into making a more optimal move for herself, which by the end of it was again against her own wishes, in a spot where she pushed for a move that wasn't in her best interest, only for Cam to keep her on track. Though I will also say for Cam and MJ, they also are not playing optimally either, where they 100% should be targeting Chemo in this spot. They 100% should be weakening the trio while also lessening Chelsea's position in the game. Again, opening it up so that if a shot is made at their trio, then it won't directly land on them. It might potentially land on Chelsea, but also keeping around the likes of Quinn and Leah as big shields for them in the game. And I think they end up playing pretty suboptimally too, though along the way we do get some humorous content on the show with a couple funny segments from likes of a bird pooping on T-Core and her rubbing it off on Chemo. We also get Angela telling Chemo that she wants to have a pot with the cast after the show, which really shows off her modern lingo. But anyway, we lead into the veto comp, where we do get a similar segment to last week, showing Angela's relationship with MJ, where we finally get Angela talking about how she had been getting close to MJ each week, which kind of felt like the start of this like Angela Giesling sort of edit, which could be a very plausible interpretation of this week's events, even though again we'll talk about it. But it is funny how this is literally followed up by MJ dismissing their relationship, talking about her not wanting to work with her despite her not looking at her as a threat, leading to her laughing with others about the concept of using the veto on Angela, because again that would be ridiculous for her game, especially when they have a clean shot at Chemo. Again, it would make no sense, leading us into the veto comp, where it's OTEV, and what an OTEV it is, where in what will end up probably being a moment mentioned in Here's to Come, this comp obviously only ends up lasting one round, which I'll be honest, I didn't even know that could happen. I legitimately didn't realize that multiple people got a question wrong, then all the people that got it wrong would be eliminated. I just assumed it would still play out like musical chairs, where just the last person up that got it wrong would be eliminated. But no, OTEV can actually be finished in a singular round, as it does here. And despite that, we still waste 2 segments on this challenge, which was so ridiculous and really made what could have been this really funny short segment on the show into something that just really felt dragged out and just straight was boring to watch until the end of the round. But I did like that this challenge was portrayed straight initially at the beginning, where we get them asked for the evicted player that didn't play in the first HOH, and we see most of the cast talking about how the answer's obviously Tucker, as he wasn't selected for a team in that challenge, and we get to see everybody going for Tucker, with Angela being the first return, yelling yes as she does so, clearly thinking she actually has a shot at this competition. All we see MJ be the next to come back, or something that didn't make the show that supposedly happened here was Angela, having seen MJ's answer, coming back with a different answer, proceeds to lie to MJ that she has the right answer, with Angela thinking that she's pulling off this great move to snipe out MJ from the comp, which I assume was cut here as it goes against the Angela-MJ dynamic they're trying to set up on the show, as is clearly Angela trying to eliminate MJ in the spot despite all the other talk being about how Angela wants MJ to win the veto to use it on her. But again, that would have been a funny thing to see there. But we do end up seeing everyone return, where everybody has answered Tucker except for MJ, who answers Cedric, leading to a genius-like flashback showing that Cedric was the right answer, as he got the downgrade and through that could not compete in the competition. All Tucker again was technically in the competition, where picking teams was round 1 of that challenge, to where everybody but MJ gets the question wrong here, including Chelsea, who is literally the person sitting out next to Cedric, to where MJ ends up winning the veto here. And again, there's no reason to use this veto, and initially she didn't plan on using it, as why would you when you already have your optimal outcome? But this is when we see Angela spiraling once again, where she can't sleep, leading to her watching a convo in the backyard between Quinn, Leah, and the trio, which was really just them joking around. But now this has Angela thinking that this must be an alliance that's plotting to take her out, because that's literally what everyone does on this season, is plot to take Angela out at all times, nonstop. But this leads to her going to Chelsea, telling her about this definitely real alliance that she isn't included in, with Chelsea believing it, initially at least. Where I love how we even get a DR from her talking about how untrustworthy of a figure Angela is, only for her to just talk about how she actually believes her this time. But anyway, this doesn't last for long realistically, and this is kind of what I was mentioning earlier, that if you just ended it there, which to be fair the show did, you could very much portray this as, oh, Angela made a great move in saving herself here, when the reality is they figured out pretty quickly afterwards that, oh, Angela's lying, where again, she ends up talking it through with Cam and MJ, and also asking T-Core about the alliance, where again, they realize the story's complete BS. But this did make her finally think about the concept of targeting Quinn and Leah once again, which also wasn't helped by the fact that Quinn and Leah really spend most of this week together, to where that ends up putting a bit of a bullseye on their back. But we actually do get another segment about their relationship, which felt very opposed to the friend zone segments we've been getting previously, where Leah reveals that she actually does have a crush on Quinn, which again, good for him. Too bad it's at the end of his game. But Chelsea ends up talking this through with MJ and Cam, and going back and forth quite a bit in the night before the ceremony, which very much reminded me of the Truple from BB Can 9, but ultimately MJ and Cam decide that the best move for this week is for them to take out Quinn, which again, for MJ and Cam, it is not the best move, with again, Quinn being a shield for them, and really this move just exposing them even more, leaving them as ripe targets, being the two most physical threats left in the game. But while this is happening, we also see Chelsea pushing to take out Leah, which again, I do think is actually her better move here. Though in Chelsea fashion, she backs down and just goes with the Quinn plan, which again is still good for her, though again does show her again not necessarily getting her full way here. But again, before the veto ceremony, we do have seeing a lot of waffling from the likes of Chelsea and MJ, of them going back and forth on whether to make this move or not, and who to make this move on if they do, which continues even after they make the move, seemingly mostly because they just felt bad, more so than any true game reason, where obviously they decide on going through with it. And right before the veto ceremony, we do see MJ deciding to warn Quinn for some reason, to where this does allow Quinn to do some last second campaigning to Chelsea, to where she seemed pretty receptive to it, to where I actually did think coming to the veto ceremony there was a chance she was going to switch her mind at last second and put up Leah instead, but no, she ends up going through the Quinn renom, after obviously MJ uses the veto on Angela, fulfilling this irony that MJ and Leah, these two who vowed to take out Angela back in week 1, have now both used the veto on her, which by the way, I should also mention the fact that on the show, they did leave the Wednesday episode on a cliffhanger of will it be Quinn or Leah, which wasn't much of a cliffhanger after Leah was barely in the episode. But with that, we finally get to the Eviction episode, which is hosted by Jerry O'Connell, where we finally have gotten rid of Julie Chen. It only took 24 years, and sadly, it's only temporary here, where obviously Julie ended up having COVID, and for the first time in 24 years, she ended up missing an Eviction episode, which I didn't miss her. Which I've talked about this in the past quite a bit. I do think Julie is a terrible host, probably one of the worst hosts of any of the major reality shows, to where while she is obviously very iconic for Big Brother at this point, I feel like a lot of that just stems from how terrible of a host she is. So again, it does lead to some humor at points, but again, I personally would not miss Julie if she were to leave the show, and I did think Jerry was a breath of fresh air. Now, again, there were still a couple awkward moments with him, and obviously ended up bringing a very different dynamic to the show, and obviously his hosting style feels very different to that of Julie's, with him coming off a bit more excited to be there. But again, for someone that was called in at the last second to do a job that no one other than Julie has done in 24 years, I do think he did a pretty good job here. But in the lead up to the vote, we do end up seeing Chelsea again continuing to waver, continuing to feel bad for Quinn, and considering actually doing the Kiefer and saving him after she had backdoored him, which would have been disastrous. Though again, MJ was also seemingly willing to do that as well, but we do see Cam putting his foot down in this spot, telling them that Quinn needs to go, which is really funny as this debate should 100% be the other way around. Chelsea should be campaigning to take out Quinn, while Cam should be campaigning to take out Chemo. Yet again, no one is playing in their best interest. But the commonly mentioned reason for taking out Quinn in this spot is how untrustworthy he is for ratting out the Pentagon, which is really funny that's now all backfiring on Quinn, to where, again, he did that obviously to try to work with the Visionaries, only for him to burn the relationship with the Visionaries. And again, to be fair, T-Core and Chemo's loyalty was never really there, and again, they didn't really reciprocate the relationship back, but again, I do think this is a pretty fitting culmination to all the mistakes Quinn made in this game for him to go out in this way. Despite that, I actually do think Quinn's campaign was pretty decent. especially when pertaining to MJ and Cam, where he had logic by his side. Though I don't think it was necessarily his optimal pitch, where while he did get the likes of MJ and Chelsea to believe that he would actually be loyal to them if they kept him, the issue is that he kept on grouping in Leah into that, in a spot where they had already lost trust in Leah, and by him continuously mentioning that they should work together with Leah, and still putting a bullseye on his back, with them being looked at as a duo that, again, would be pretty dangerous down the road. And to be fair, even outside that, we never really see Cam waver at any point to where, again, I don't really think this flip was ever really going to happen, unless Chelsea and MJ were willing to burn Cam once again, which I don't think was particularly likely, considering they literally just did that and talked about how they didn't want to do it again. But again, we do end up getting some drama here as well surrounding Angela before the eviction, with Chelsea having told Leah about Angela throwing her under the bus, which leads to Leah confronting Angela, only for Angela to be incensed, leading to her confronting Chelsea about this, with her seemingly gaslighting herself into believing that she didn't do this, which again, she did. She called out Quinn and Leah for having an alliance with the trio, in essence throwing Leah under the bus, where again at that point it was Quinn or Leah that would have been nominated, to where again she did do this, which again is supposed to be this Angela Giesling move, even though again she seemingly forgot she did it. But this ends up leading to Angela groveling back to Leah, to where they end up being back to working together following this. We do see Leah get Angela on board with saving Quinn, though again they still needed Cam and MJ to side with them, to which Cam and MJ never actually tell them where the votes are going, giving them false hope that Quinn was staying. By the time of the eviction, we actually do see Quinn, Leah, and Angela all being blindsided by the vote, which you would think this would cause resentment between them and now the Chelsea trio, which you would think would lead to them being targeted down the road. But this also ends up being pretty funny that Angela ends up voting out Chemo once again, despite how much she liked him and theoretically wanted him to stay. Though I did also feel like Quinn had a pretty fun exit here, giving a speech mentioning DJ Showtime's crockpot video, while also revealing in his exit interview that he left with an idol in his pocket. But through that, we also get a weird cherry moment of him wanting to touch Quinn's hair at the end of the interview. So again, that was pretty awkward. But anyway, with that, we lose Quinn, who I do think was one of the bigger characters of the season, where I know there's a lot of anti-Quinn people out there, people that were very annoyed by him across the season. I personally like Quinn. Again, I get that his shtick of him being this big super fan and him trying to make references and do things for the audience can be grating to some people, though to me, again, it just shows how much he cares. I do very much see Quinn as this guy that's, again, fulfilling his dream, to where, again, it didn't go great for him. Again, he got blindsided on his 2 HOHs and is probably going to be ridiculed post-show for his gameplay, though, again, to me, it's like, I don't really see anything to, like, genuinely dislike him for. I mean, yeah, again, you can be annoyed with him. I don't really see a reason for, like, the pure vitriol there seemed to be for him, where I thought he was a fun character on the show. I did feel like he was one of the more entertaining players of the season, to where, again, he was a mess, but he was one of the bigger presences on the show. And again, I felt like Quinn still, again, had a great role in this season, is a skilled player in the sense that he is very good socially, to where I do actually think Quinn is a player that, if he were to come back, maybe could do better. Again, I think in comparison to someone like Joseph, I think Quinn is someone that has more potential down the road. As, again, I think the strategic game is a lot easier to pick up on than the social game. Though, to be fair, again, Quinn is a super fan, should know these strategic aspects of the game, to where the fact that he didn't at this point, again, makes you question it. But again, I do think there is some potential for Quinn if he were to come back, which, to be fair, at this current point, I don't think is that unlikely. And now for week 9, which ends up being a week that had so much potential. Feeling like the type of week that you would very much expect to be an all-time great week, with an underdog HOH win and this really big move that seemed to be possible, though sadly it doesn't happen. But also the events of the week aren't as bad as it could have been, but also that is until we also get another twist added to the game that ends up just lessening the enjoyment of the week through that as well, where, again, very mixed bag of a week, but one that at least had some intrigue throughout it. But it all starts off with some pretty fun content following the Quinn eviction, where we see Leah and Angela obviously being blindsided by the vote, with Angela proceeding to have an awkward conversation with Chelsea, obviously being annoyed with being on the outs and talking about how she wanted Chemo to stay but didn't think she had the numbers, with Chelsea proceeding to say that you sound like a broken record, and seemingly not believing Angela's reaction here, despite the fact that, again, Chelsea's the one that's blindsiding her over and over again. So, again, you're the one that's making her feel this way. But also, we do proceed to see Angela spiral as normal, and her walking into a conversation between the trio, to where they were talking about Quinn, but Angela thinks that they're obviously talking about her. So she proceeds to call them out for being against her, all this putting a bigger bullseye on her back. This leads to the reveal of the twist for the week, where the players are gathered together by a high-pitched voice, where we ended up ending last week with Ainsley revealing that she's traveling across the world for a week, I guess, leaving Janky to watch over them in her stead. A cute little robot with a very annoying voice that very much reminded me of Claptrap from the Borderlands series, but Janky ends up being all about bringing the FU and fun, and in turn ends up bringing ice cream and pizza and singing and dancing, all of which you would think are good things, I guess, to which they're told that they will find this all in Janky World, aka the backyard decorated as a carnival, to which they think they're going to be getting a party, only for it to be revealed that they're actually going to be living the entire week in the backyard. Why? I mean, who asked for this? They must know how much of a disaster Dire Fest was back in BB24, to where I generally don't understand why they brought this back again, to where, again, it's not only bad for the players and them having to live outside, and obviously we have Janky torturing them along the way, with them only being able to eat ice cream and pizza and having to dance and sing his theme song whenever he says so, which straight up, I do feel like that was simply just added here to add filler to the show, with us getting segment after segment after segment across these 3 episodes about how miserable they are, which all felt like a waste of time. But also, this twist is just very confining from a gameplay perspective as well, where, again, there's just so little room to actually play the game, where essentially all combos have to be done out in the open. And again, it just limits the ability to set up any big moves, as everyone could just see what you're doing. And beyond that, it's also terrible from a feeds perspective, where now everybody has to whisper whenever they talk, with, again, everyone not being that far away from each other, but also with them being outside, you also have, again, them being prone to wall yellers, which, again, we literally saw last time they did this, that caused the feeds to be down for days because of constant wall yellers. Well, also, the audio for these episodes are just terrible. Which, again, I mean, who am I to talk about audio? But still, for a professional production here, for a major network, the fact that they are having these game conversations where you have these like constant airplane noises you can hear, or like you hear the washing machine in the background, and even just in the DR that they utilize here, the audio quality is simply just not as good as what it is in the main house. Again, this just feels pretty pathetic for a major network like this, and in general, this twist just feels so unnecessary and just outright bad, as, again, it makes the feed experience worse, but it also just stifles gameplay, while also lowering the production value of the show. Again, I don't know why they even concepted this twist, but either way, we get the HOH comp, an endurance comp that we've seen in the past, of them having to use a stick to hold up, in this case, a marshmallow. Though in the past that we've seen this challenge, it hasn't lasted particularly long, though this time it somehow lasts 10 hours, which, again, is insane if we got to see any of it on the feeds, which was so disappointing, especially considering how great the results are here, where this could have been this season's pressure cooker, which was so much fun to see on the feeds last season, one of my favorite moments of that season. Though here, all we're left with is just this condensed edit, which felt very lacking, just as the pressure cooker's edit on the television show was last time, to where, again, it really does not let you feel the weight of this actually lasting 10 full hours, though, again, it plays out in an interesting way, where Angela, Cam, and Leah all lasts for most of that time, with Angela and Leah obviously being on the outs after the Quinn blindside, so them winning here would have been best case scenario. To which we proceed to see Angela make a deal between all 3 of them to keep each other safe no matter who wins, which I do think is actually decent play from Angela here, where typically people in these endurance comps like to make these deals, that's someone dropping out for safety, which I've always found those kind of deals pretty dumb, as obviously when there's no guarantee they're gonna follow up on that deal, and again, you're giving up your spot in the challenge, while here, again, it still allows for you still to have that theoretical deal in the ether, again, with also the entire cast knowing, considering they're all there when you make the deal, but also still allowing you to potentially win HOH yourself, to where, again, I think this is kind of the best of both worlds. I'm surprised more people don't do this sort of approach to deals in HOH comps, but anyway, the challenge does culminate in what is seemingly the best result for the week, in that Leah ends up winning HOH after having just lost her number 1 ally, and in this spot where she has this massive opportunity to make potentially the biggest move of the season and blow up the entire game and crawl her way out of the bottom, only to waste it, where instantly after seeing Leah win HOH, it was assumed that she was going to fall through with a plan that her and Angela came up with at the end of last week, of nominating the 2 heads of the 2 separate trios, in nominating Chelsea and T-Core together, which would have been a really powerful move, where, while yes, by nominating a person from each of the duos, you're upsetting each of the duos, at least initially, but also in doing so, you're putting yourself in a spot where they now need you, where because the duos are obviously going to be voting for each other, that makes Angela, the only person not in one of those duos, now the swing vote, putting you and Angela in this power position to decide which of these trios ends up losing a number, while also getting credit for saving one of the trios, while also pitting them against each other for the entire week, to where, to me, this would have been the perfect move to make here. Now, obviously, at the end of the day, it's not guaranteed to work out, as obviously the two pairs can just get back together next week when you aren't in power. But again, Leah is a goner at this point in the game anyway, being almost everyone's target for the following round, where you might as well just go for it. And again, Leah had literally talked about doing this just a few days ago at this point, to where this did feel like a point in the game where it could have been blown wide open once again, only for Leah to obviously just back down, decide to target the T-Core trio, and not even the right people within that trio, really just doing the dirty work for the Chelsea side of the house, and not really gaining much from it either, where she talks about wanting to now work with the Chelsea trio moving forward, but despite that, Chelsea just continues to paint the target on her back, all while the T-Core trio is now fully against Leah, to where, considering how theoretically she could have taken out literally anybody in the game in this position if she had just nominated two people from two separate trios, the fact that she just decides to target Chemo and keep the current power structure intact, essentially handing Chelsea a massive lead, which, I mean, we'll talk about what she does with it, but again, all that was just so frustrating. And I know a lot of people do credit Chelsea for Leah not going after her in this spot, though I really don't feel like Chelsea did much actively to make this happen, with this more so seeming to stem from Leah herself, along with some nudging from MJ and Cam, with Cam in particular seeming to have a lot of influence over the initial noms, where even in the initial noms, many people were pushing for T-Core to be on the block against Rubina. However, Cam is able to push her into putting up Chemo instead. But either way, again, both MJ and Cam push to keep Chelsea safe. And again, credit to Chelsea for having these connections in her allies, are willing to fight for her. But again, I don't feel like Chelsea did much active work in this spot to make that actually happen. And again, technically did bad work both this week and in the previous week, where literally last week she made Leah very much aware that Chelsea was considering coming for her, which again was sloppy play there that again just ended up not backfiring on her here. But back to the noms, again, going for the T-Core trio here is bad, but what makes it even worse is her plan of putting up Chemo and Rubina on the block, with again Chemo as her initial target, which makes this all so much worse, where even if you are going for that trio, at least go for the head. At least go for T-Core, where it isn't the optimal move for this spot, where that would be getting rid of Chelsea, which again, one of the only ways to get rid of Chelsea is to put her up against T-Core. But again, at least it is weakening Chelsea and taking out a very influential player that is keeping Chelsea safe, and one that likely wins a jury vote at the end against anybody, to where, again, had she just outright targeted T-Core here, it still would not be great, but it would at least be a more competent move, one I can at least see the logic for. But again, she doesn't do that because she doesn't think she has the votes to do so. Though again, as I mentioned, if she had just nominated T-Core and Chelsea as she initially intended, she has full control over everything. She could decide literally anybody that she wants out. Where again, her and Angela would be a deciding factor no matter what. To where again, this was just such a complete disaster of an HOH to begin with, to which again, she minorly salvages it by the end, but again, completely on accident. But again, just all this, a blown opportunity in a spot where, again, this could have been an all-time great power shift in the game, to which she just backs out of. And again, her justification for it on the show doesn't even make sense here. Again, her talking about how she doesn't need to go for Chelsea because Chelsea didn't put her up last week, when it's like, you know she wanted to, though. But also she talks about targeting the T-Core trio, as it doesn't benefit her to just join onto a trio and be a quartet, when it's like, that's what you are doing by siding with the Chelsea trio. So again, all this is just so frustrating. But because this is Janky's world, we obviously get a new nomination ceremony of Leah putting rings on the bottles with the names of the nominees on them, which was boring, where we still get the "my first nominee is," which is just so dumb. But again, we do end the nomination episode with them being told to dance, to which we do get slow-mo dancing as the credits roll, which I did find kind of funny. But we do start the following episode with the return of Leah being a chubby chaser, because they remembered that through line, and I guess they needed to set up her zing. But really, I just found the sequence again just very strange. But also later, weirdly in the middle of them being told to eat ice cream, we do get a personal segment for MJ about her missing her dad's birthday, to where we actually get pictures from home, which felt very modern Survivor-y, which might not be the only thing from this week that was kind of Survivor-y. But again, that just felt very out of place on Big Brother. Before the veto, we do get another segment like the ones from the last 2 weeks, setting up the Angela-Chemo relationship. I wonder why. But again, we hear talk from her about her feeling bad about voting for him twice, and clearly wants to make it up to him, to where, again, I wonder what she could do to make it up to him. But also talks about wishing it was T-Core that went on the block. That's also seeing T-Core being worried about the replacement nominee, so I wonder where that's gonna go. But again, we do get to the veto, which ends up being a pretty basic puzzle here, which obviously is a very equitable comp, and what do you know? Angela wins. Can't believe it. But we also do get another wrinkle added to this week in that there is a second veto up for grabs, the janky veto, which is just a veto for the person that comes in second, though with an added stipulation that they have to activate this veto, which is by succeeding in a task right before the veto ceremony, which again just felt ripped off from Survivor, but really a pointless twist that sadly doesn't matter despite us getting, again, best case scenario here in Leah winning the janky veto, theoretically giving Leah a second chance at fixing her original nominees, as again, Leah and Angela now can coordinate their vetoes and really replace both nominees, actually going through with the Chelsea T-Core plan, that is, until Leah reveals that she has no intention of using the veto, which it's like, why? Again, just adding further frustration here. And finally, with Angela having the real veto, she ends up being very resolute on using it on Chemo, essentially forcing Leah's hand into making at least a better move for her than the original noms and putting up T-Core as a replacement. Which again, never would have guessed that would happen. Which, I mean, in this spot where she only has one veto to use, T-Core's not the worst replacement considering, yeah, she could put up Chelsea. But even then, it's not even a guarantee that Chelsea goes home. Where in that spot, actually, T-Core ends up being the swing vote, considering her relationship to Chelsea, to where, again, you never know where that's really going to go. So again, the move could have just outright failed in that position, but that's why it was so integral to put up Chelsea alongside T-Core to begin with. But again, putting up T-Core here is at least better for Leah, though Leah ends up putting her up here as a pawn. Again, not thinking that she could get the votes to take T-Core out, which again, once again, putting in the context the fact that she genuinely wanted to target Rabina in this spot in an HOH that she literally could have done anything is again just pure insanity. But also despite T-Core knowing that she's the likely replacement nominee, we don't really see her do any campaigning here, really just stewing over her annoyances with Leah, talking about how she's going to make sure she doesn't win at the end, and starts to transition into her talking about how her and the trio are the good people, because that obviously goes over well. But finally, despite her lack of campaigning, she does actually convince Chemo to campaign for himself, where he performs admirably, though realistically, Angela was always going to use the veto on him anyway. And with that, again, should mention the fact that yes, Angela using the veto here is the correct call, not really a question. Now again, would have been nice if she was able to convince Leah to go through with the Chelsea T-Core plan, though, I mean, at this point, even if she did, it wouldn't have gone through anyway. But again, would have been nice to see her try, instead of just going all in on targeting the T-Core trio. But anyway, we eventually get to the veto ceremony, where we do get some humor from Angela and Leah calling the meeting by exiting porter potties, but Leah ends up having her task to activate the janky veto, which she wasn't going to use anyway, despite the fact that the edit did make it seem like she was willing to put up Chelsea in this spot. But she ends up failing the task anyway, which had her having to knock down 5 bottles and 3 shots, which should have been very easy, but she ends up not even hitting a single one, which very much makes you question, is she throwing this? But again, she claims that she wasn't, which again makes her look worse. But again, Angela uses the veto, T-Core goes up, though again, initially it was Rabina who was going home, and that's where MJ finally joins the story, where for the first time, she actually starts to play independently, which will definitely last. But again, she ends up doing a lot of work across this week in flipping the votes onto T-Core and keeping the votes onto T-Core, where T-Core going over Rabina is pretty much good for everybody's game at this point outside of Chelsea, and MJ seemingly realized that and wanted to split up T-Core and Chelsea, while also again splitting up the trio, which leads to her doing again some good work here in building a bond with Rabina, telling Rabina that she's fighting for her and making it clear to her that she is staying due to the work that MJ is doing. But also we have her going to Angela and Leah, making deals with them and also making them aware that this flip against T-Core can happen and solidifying them as people in her corner, which again will definitely last, all while we also see her campaigning to Cam, getting Cam to flip against T-Core, against Chelsea's wishes, a spot where Cam also feels the need to make this move again to split up Chelsea and T-Core, though obviously there are other circumstances surrounding that. But again, mixing all this in, MJ ends up seemingly recognize the fact that she isn't Chelsea's priority, implying that she'd be willing to work against Chelsea moving down the road, which again, she sets herself up extremely well in this spot. Again, having Angela and Leah by her side. And again, this growing bond with Rabina. To where had she been able to keep Angela and Leah for deeper in the game, again, she puts herself essentially in the spot that Chelsea is in now, being between her trio and the T-Core trio, where MJ would essentially be between the Chelsea grouping and the Leah-Angela grouping, which would have been a great spot for her that she definitely won't actively ruin. And to be fair, I think this entire decision is completely recontextualized by the time of the following week, where again, it very much felt like at this point she was playing on her own, trying to navigate through the game on her own, realizing that Chelsea isn't benefiting her. Though, no, it turns out after the fact that it very much seems like she's simply doing this move just to split up Chelsea and T-Core and give Chelsea no other options than working with MJ. Where again, it seemed like she actually was loyal to Chelsea, but just felt like this move was necessary to solidify her loyalty, which makes this move not nearly as impactful, as it really just ends up further solidifying Chelsea in the game, where again, it seemed like she was going to beat literally everybody at the end by this current point in the game, while also again still having MJ and Cam protecting her, also still having Chemo and Rubina protecting her down the road, as T-Core ends up telling them to. So again, despite MJ doing good work across this week, it really ends up being work that she does just to put herself into a losing position following it. But again, this is a week where MJ does technically outplay Chelsea across it, where again, Chelsea did want T-Core to stay, and MJ was able to flip the votes against T-Core behind Chelsea's back. And once Chelsea finds this out, she initially relents, only to then push back and try to flip the votes again, which again, she is minorly successful, getting Cam back on board, only for MJ to win him back over, to which Chelsea finally relents for good, to where, again, MJ does win that battle with Chelsea here, with Chelsea just outright not getting her way here. And in general, I do think this ends up being a pretty bad week for Chelsea, to where, while, again, by the start of the following week where MJ's intentions are a bit more clear, again, it seemed like Chelsea had the game locked up. At this current point, Chelsea was doing a lot of really bad work for her game. Again, despite the fact that she survived in a position where she very much should have gone home here, she ends up, again, losing the battle on the vote here, making her less insulated in the game through T-Core going home, this main figure that was actually protecting her on the other side of the house. But also we see her pushing away her own allies in this spot, where again, we see her jealousy over Cam once again get the better of her, but this time probably the most damning for her game in the fact that we see her again getting annoyed at how close Cam and MJ are, and we see Cam moving his cot next to MJ's, which was seemingly to avoid the rain more so than to be closer to MJ, but Chelsea ends up being annoyed by this and being really petty and moving her cot away, leading to them fighting in public, which, again, if this was a strategy, this would actually be a pretty decent move in making the trio not look as strong as they are to the others. But again, it was just another aspect of Chelsea's game that isn't intentional and just so happens to work out for her in that their trio isn't looked at as threatening because of their inner conflict. But again, we do see them talk it out, where Chelsea, again, doesn't come off well here, where, again, I do think Cam actually handles the situation well, clearly trying to talk it out like adults, all while Chelsea ends up calling him a jerk and says that she's the only one that he's unkind to, saying that he's been toying with all the women, which, again, Cam isn't even really doing. And again, it very much implies that Chelsea thinks that Cam was like leading her on, when, again, from what we'd seen on the feeds, that never really happened. We never got a single point where Cam expressed any interest in Chelsea romantically, really more so considering her more like a sibling, to where, again, Chelsea just acts extremely immature in this moment and really, again, ends up pushing away Cam. So again, he's willing to make a move against her at this point. Also, again, she stops managing MJ, being more preoccupied with the Cam situation, where she ends up being able to go on her own and start doing the maneuvering that she does, to where, again, this really just felt like a point where Chelsea's emotions got the better of her and really stripped away some of her good positioning in the game. But again, as for the actual nominees, I mean, T-Core, as expected, does very little campaigning, really only doing some with Cam in a spot where Cam had been turned even more against T-Core after Leah had told him that T-Core wanted Cam on the block, which was true, but T-Core is able to convince him here that she was lying, which allows her to make some minor progress here, but the votes again flip back by the end of it. All while we do see Rubina campaigning here as well, in a spot where, again, I'm surprised she did, considering up to this point she had been very much resolute in the fact that she was willing to lose at the end against T-Core, so the fact that she actually tries to stay over T-Core was, again, at least nice to see. Oh, we also see Chemo deciding to stick by T-Core's side, despite the fact that for him, T-Core going was actually the optimal move here, where, again, T-Core is a bigger jury threat, someone that had more options in the game than Rubina, someone that would probably campaign for him on the jury, though, against T-Core. So again, he should be wanting T-Core out, only for him to be the only vote to keep her in and kind of being saved by what everyone else is doing. But again, we do get to the eviction, which takes place outside, leading to a pretty awkward, long voting process where they have to go upstairs to vote, which was strange. But again, 4-1 vote, T-Core goes home. But not before one last janky sing-along with Julie joining in, and that was just so strange. But either way, with that, we do lose T-Core. And T-Core was just a very frustrating player on this season. I mean, she is a player that I think has, again, a lot of potential. Again, she is so good socially. She is someone that is adored by her cast. Everyone loved her. while again, I do think some people question her overall strategic agency, I do still think if she had gotten to the end, she more than likely wins a jury vote against most people, to where, again, that is definitely a great boon for T-Core. The problem is that she's just way too passive of a player. And it's not even like she has necessarily bad reads strategically. I just feel like she just doesn't do enough with them. I just feel like, again, she doesn't campaign particularly hard on her way out. So again, she is also on a bit of a more high ground with, again, her talking about how she's the good people and constantly demonizing the people that are working against her. Well, also, she seemed to be playing for a situation that was not even her optimal one. So again, she was trying to get to at least the final 3 with Chelsea, in a spot where, again, Chelsea definitely would have backstabbed her along the way, where it felt like T-Core is, again, playing for a higher purpose. But in doing so, she just kind of seemed to forget about the game that was actually happening around her, to where, again, I do think there's, again, good things to be had here from T-Core's game. Again, her incredible social ability, the fact that she, again, does pull off that Cedric vote. But again, there's just so much other sloppiness along the way, particularly from just how passive of a player she is and how she was constantly talk about doing something, but then just never actually do it. It made her just, again, kind of a frustrating player to watch. And now for week 10, which started off seeming like probably a pretty boring week, to where while there's a lot of intrigue in terms of the strategy of the game and how bad certain people were playing, I did feel like this is a week that I fully expected this to actually be the first slow week of the season. But even then, we do get something crazy going on by the end of it. But again, we do start off with the HOH, which weirdly takes place inside of the house, where they have 1 hour to stack candy-shaped blocks, where the person that stacks the most in the fastest amount of time ends up winning here. To which they obviously have to hit a button to lock that in. A comp that was decent enough TV, where again, it's a typical stacking comp where you get all this frustration from stacks falling. We have Cam just sucking at the comp and making a lot of illogical looking stacks. We also see Angela really celebrating whenever she hears other stacks fall, which was pretty funny. But in general, also, it was a very equitable comp, and one that almost gave us the best possible outcome, with Angela being the first to lock in after doing pretty well early on, which, I mean, to be fair, is probably not the optimal strat, as it's not particularly likely that you're going to tie, to where, again, I think it's better off that you spend more time and try to get a much larger stack. Though, again, she also gets a bit unlucky in the fact that her pieces drop just as she hits the button, though it wouldn't have mattered anyway, as MJ ends up winning, passing what she would have had and pulling out the win, with this, like most other people's HOHs this season, should have been this massive opportunity for MJ to take the reins of this game, where, again, she had done a lot of legwork in the previous week into putting herself in a pretty prime position at this point in the game, to where she comes into this week now essentially in the middle of the Leah-Angela trio and the Cam and Chelsea trio, to where had she just done the obvious and targeted Chemo in this spot, and again, guaranteed that one of Chemo or Rubina go home, it puts her in this really strong position coming into the end game, to where surely she'll do that and not instead have one of the worst HOH reigns of all time. Before the players are allowed to return to living back in the house, we do get a final scene with Janky, where he celebrates his 1-week birthday. That is, until he starts to not feel well and gets X's over his eyes and starts malfunctioning with him pleading that he's not ready to go and please save him, and then dies, which was portrayed in such a dramatic way here that really just felt like this very strange tonal shift for Big Brother. While we did get a funny memoriam sequence following this for Janky, I did find all this very jarring, especially in conjunction with the later return of Ainsley, who now has red spots all over her and talks about how AI needs to rule the planet, with them really committing to this AI takeover storyline, which was weird for Big Brother. But again, back to the MJ HOH. Again, she should be targeting Chemo and putting up Rubina as a pawn, which did seem like a very obvious move to make here. And right away, first thing we see on the feeds is MJ talking to Leah, telling her plan, saying that she's planning on targeting Chemo, which again, off in the right direction initially. But then for the second nom, she reveals she's putting up Angela, which is really dumb, as this obviously risks that Angela will go home in a spot where MJ had done a lot of legwork the previous week to build this relationship with Angela, where it had been assumed at that point that she realized that Angela was like the perfect person to pick up as a number and take to the end. But no, that turns out that's not how she was thinking about it. And just beyond that, even the basic notion of Angela going home during her HOH is so disastrous for her game. It's risking someone that wants to work with her down the road, where again, Angela and Leah were both thinking that they were in a trio with her at this point. And again, by weakening the Angela-Leah duo, that gives more power to the other duos in the game. With, again, this essentially wiping out one of those duos, and weirdly, the duo that was actually the most loyal to her. But also, again, it takes out a shield for her in the game as well, where Angela and Leah especially were both looked at as bigger targets in the game at this point, especially when together, to where, again, it takes away a shield for MJ down the road, where she ends up being an easier target down the road, along with the fact that MJ also gets rid of someone that she blatantly should beat at the end. And again, for MJ to risk Angela going home in this spot is just all really bad. But it gets worse, where she leaves this conversation with Leah and proceeds to talk to the others, where it becomes more clear that she was lying to Leah with the reveal that, yes, these are her noms, but her actual target is Angela, which again is just so bad. She's actively just throwing away her position in the middle. And again, all on her own, by the way, where, again, we'll later see another move be made, where that one you could very much credit more so to Chelsea and Cam. This one was purely on MJ. She makes this decision before even talking to them. The fact that she already had this really terrible plan in her mind at this point, solely on her own, is pretty insane. As again, this is just so damning for her game. Especially, again, keeping the likes of Kimo and Rubina in the game, who are very likely to target her, which Angela was never going to do. But also, again, makes her look also bad to the jury, clearly making a move that was bad for her. But again, at least in this case, it was under her own volition. Where it does seem like the logic for this move seems to stem back to, again, what we talked about in the previous week, where, again, it seemed like she wanted T-Core out to get closer to Chelsea and lessen Chelsea's options. And it seemed like this move came from a very similar state of mind. I mean, she even mentions it on the show that she wanted to get rid of Angela here to get closer to Leah and be Leah's only option, which, again, is dumb, as Angela is also your number. Where, again, it's fine in getting rid of T-Core to get closer to Chelsea because T-Core is not your number. T-Core is someone that has so many other options. Angela has no options outside of pretty much you and Leah. To where, again, obviously it'll get worse, as we'll talk about, but I think this already alone, the targeting of Angela during this week, is already an all-time bad move in the history of Big Brother, especially considering the potential that MJ had coming into this week. But again, it gets worse. But also through this week, we get the appearance of Zingbot, who is as bad as he has been recently, to where Rubina Zing is entirely about Tucker and calling him a fucker. MJ's is about being a scary beast with giant feet, I guess. Again, that's probably the worst of the bunch. I mean, Leah and Cam are both essentially just called dumb. Kimo gets called boring, obviously all very generic. Angela gets a song which calls her out for melting down and being creepy for being obsessed with men half her age, which was fine, but not nearly as good as Corey's song from last season. Well, the best thing was Chelsea's, where it tells her that she doesn't have a prayer with Cam, which the thing itself wasn't really that great. What made it great was obviously the reaction from the other players, how awkward it was. But again, as a whole, Zingbot, it was pretty lame here. But this does lead us to the 90-minute Wednesday night episode, which aired after Survivor and was actually the last Wednesday night episode of the season, where obviously with the Wednesday slot being taken up by the Summit in upcoming weeks, that means that we relegate the Veto and Eviction episodes to a 2-hour episode, which was strange scheduling for the back end of the season. Makes you question, why did they do this? But obviously we get to the Veto comp, which was sponsored by the Wild Robot, which was random for Big Brother to actually get a good movie to. Obviously the winner of the comp gets to pick who gets to watch the movie, which was just a waste of time in the show. But the comp itself was actually a really unique competition, having to listen to sounds and decode which sound correlates to what word, which gives them instructions on what to bring to each animal, which, again, was unique at least. And while physical, and in fact, there's a lot of running around, the puzzle portion of this was actually pretty difficult to a point where it does nullify that, to where, again, felt like a largely equitable comp. Though with that said, it was pretty boring to watch and really dragged out, which really just goes with most individually timed competitions. But either way, MJ actually demolishes this comp. Everyone else pretty much either times out or has a ridiculously high time, while MJ finishes in less than 10 minutes, which ends up putting a bigger target on her back at this point, where there was talk about how she's the new Tucker, which, again, was not great for her standing in the game. But again, it gets worse. But it is here where she declares that this will be the first week of the season where the veto doesn't get used, obviously. And with that, we get to the actual main intrigue of the week, and that the main storyline across this week stems from Chelsea, who immediately after MJ had won HOH, starts putting in some work in trying to get MJ to target Leah instead, a move that MJ constantly rejects throughout the early portions of the week, telling people that she can't take out Leah because of her jury management, which, again, I don't get what people's obsession is about telling other people about their jury management. But obviously Chelsea continues to push on this, to where, again, she is eventually effective. And while it is impressive the amount of influence that this shows from Chelsea, and probably is one of the most impressive individual moves she makes across the season, realistically, I do think this was a bit of an unnecessary move where there's really not much of a difference between Angela and Leah for Chelsea. Again, both of them were targeting her in this spot. Both of them were winning comps recently, especially with the equitable comps, and either one going significantly lessens MJ's positioning in the game, to where really the only true difference between the two is that MJ had just shown a level of loyalty to Leah than Angela, though, again, MJ was willing to let go of Leah the following week and fully intended on Leah going out the following week, just didn't want to be the one to do it, to where, again, for Chelsea, shifting the target onto Leah doesn't really do her that much here, as again, the difference between the two is very marginal in my point of view. So where all this really does is expose her game to MJ, as we'll later see, with this coming off very reminiscent to me of how Netta played her endgame in BB Can 2, really trying to micromanage a bit too much in the game to the point where John became aware of the fact that Netta was playing very self-interestedly and had other options outside of him, which again just leads to your allies starting to think self-interestedly on their own. But again, these campaigns did seem to be pretty ineffective at first, and eventually Chelsea does back down for a bit, though we'll get back to it. But also across this week, we do see a lot of Leah just openly expressing regret for not having taken the shot at Chelsea the previous week. I guess now finally realizing how close MJ, Cam, and Chelsea are, and that MJ could potentially pick Cam and Chelsea over her. But the problem about all this is that she's ranting about this to Rubina, with her seeming to think early on in the week that she has Rubina and Chemo in her corner, talking to them about how she regrets going for T-Core, which I'm sure was part of her attempts to win them over, though, again, at the end of the day, she still targeted their side the previous week, which, again, just shows you the issue with how she played the previous week and why targeting a singular side in that spot was really bad for her, as, again, it gives that side that you targeted no incentive to work with you moving down the road, while also giving all the power to the other side, to where we see that fully play out here, and Rubina just instantly ratting this back out to MJ, and MJ proceeding to go and tell Chelsea about this, which seemed to kickstart Chelsea back into action here, with her also proceeding to unleash a lot of dirt on Leah, exposing a lot of Leah's final 2 deals that for some reason she told Chelsea back during her last HOH, which again, why? But also ends up telling her that it was Leah that was spraying the rumors about MJ and Cam, when again, it was her. But really what seemingly was the most convincing thing for MJ here is her thinking that Leah said that she's a better fit for Matt than her, which, again, I don't believe Leah said, and even if she did, really funny that this dumb comment is something that MJ gets really hung up on. But again, obviously by the end of this, MJ does end up being convinced to take the shot at Leah, thinking that she's doing a favor for Cam and Chelsea and Chemo and Rubina, to where obviously they'll keep her safe the following week, because we've never seen people not do that, especially on this season, as we literally just saw Quinn and Leah both have favors that they did work against them. So again, this just really reeks of inexperience here, of both not knowing Big Brother, but also probably her being a bit young and lack of life experience. So again, this pretty much never works, and it just felt like MJ's falling into this trap, where, again, at the end of the day, losing either of Angela or Leah are both extremely detrimental to her game. While the difference between the two is pretty marginal, by making this move here, it is a major detriment to her overall jury chances. It's again backstabbing Leah in a spot where initially she swears off on voting for MJ at the end, though to be fair, she kind of repairs that by the time Leah leaves. But also this does show her being tricked into doing so, with there obviously being someone behind this, which again, Chelsea could very much put that on her resume, despite actually the blame landing more so on Chemo and Rubina by the end of the week, which, I mean, Chelsea seemingly believed herself. But again, it does show MJ being dumb, to where, again, it feels like she used this HOH one where she was coming into it on the rise and could have really taken the reins of the game, and instead used it to target her own allies, and ends up becoming a target for the following week by the people that she made this move for, making her look like she's drawing dead from a jury perspective, where it's tough to see how anyone can respect her for making this move, while also, again, lessening the chance she even gets there. But again, Chelsea ends up getting this mastermind edit on the show for this move, and again, it is a very impressive move. She did put a lot of good work into this, even though, again, I question if it was actually that good for her. But despite that, I do think they also very much reduced Cam's role in this, where really in general at this point, I do think Cam actually starts to become a better player at this point, doing a lot of solid backup and making sure that MJ is sticking to the plan, where we see him doing a lot of more subtle campaigning, and with him also being a bit stagnant in his ideals, it actually does lead to him coming off as probably the most stable player of the people in his trio. But in the lead up to the veto ceremony, we do get a humorous scene here of Chelsea and Rubina talking about Leah going on the block, only for Leah to be upstairs in a spot where she could hear some of the conversation, though can't fully comprehend what exactly is said, but she does hear enough to get a bit paranoid, confronting MJ about it, which gets questioned quelled, despite her later catching Chelsea and Rubina also testing if Leah could have heard them, but which again, it was a fun sequence, but really didn't culminate to anything, as at the end of the day, MJ does decide to blindside Leah at the veto ceremony, which also just felt unnecessary here, and finally works against her in the fact that obviously she regrets making this move after she does it, to where it's funny that had she just talked to Leah beforehand and realized that a lot of things said about her work was just complete misinformation, then she probably would have made the better move for a game, even though again, she still would have had Angela go, which was still bad for her, but again, she does end up using the veto here on Chemo, blindsiding Leah in this spot, where I also want to mention, I did find it very funny Chemo's reaction to being told that the veto is being used on him. He was told the previous night, in which Chemo says to that, "Is that what's best for your game?" Or again, even Chemo, who benefits the most from this veto being used on him, couldn't even shake off his reaction of how bad the move this was for MJ. But again, this ended up being a 90-minute episode, where obviously we would typically end the episode at this point, though instead we actually do get to see some of the post-veto stuff here, getting to see some of the reaction to the blindside, which I did like to see in this spot, as again, obviously there wouldn't be much time in the eviction episode considering it was a double, but along with that, we do also end the episode in a bit of a strange way, with the players being called in by a Julie Chen deepfake, giving them messages about how Ainsley is taking over the world, and BBAI was a mistake, only for it to turn out that it was Ainsley herself in disguise, testing them and catching them, agreeing to take Ainsley down, I guess, which again, very dramatic and really weird that they're really playing into the storyline, but really, I mean, this is just essentially just set up for the upcoming double and also to give them things to memorize for the upcoming HOH. But beyond that, I mean, once Leah hits the block, she should have been pretty much a goner in that spot, where the only way for her to stay would have been to get MJ back on board along with one of the duos, which again would have been very difficult to do, but to be fair, I did like how she did fight until the end here, and actually made some progress, more progress than I ever expected her to do, where we do see her confronting MJ and telling MJ why this was bad for her game, and while MJ initially didn't listen to a single word of it, eventually it does get into her head that Leah is probably being genuine here and was loyal to MJ, and proceeds to call it a misunderstanding, calling up Chelsea for them to hash it out in the hopes that Chelsea would flip her vote, with Chelsea seeming to at least consider it, but never really seriously. And again, Cam ends up being the one to really talk them down whenever Leah staying was mentioned, where MJ did proceed to do a lot of campaigning for Leah across the week that obviously ends up going nowhere. Oh, well, Cam ends up also being annoyed at Leah across the week for even bothering to campaign to him until the last second. That made him even less likely to agree to this vote. But obviously for Chelsea, this would be really dumb for her to do after playing such a major role in getting Leah on the block. And now with Leah knowing that she was so close to being taken out, or again, this would just be a senseless move, which would be pretty questionable from the jury perspective. People questioning, why'd you do this just to back down from it? But also, I will say this conversation that is there between Leah and Chelsea ends up being a very annoying one to watch. It lasted like 5 hours on the feeds and would just go around in circles. But to be fair, that's, I guess, a lot of conversations that Leah has. But initially, MJ does come out of this thinking that Chelsea tricked her into putting Leah up, which again is the downside of Chelsea doing this to begin with this again potentially pushing MJ away when she realized that she's been played. Though strangely, this resentment and the blame for this move ends up being pushed even more so onto Chemo, where even Chelsea and Cam, the ones who made this move, seemingly gaslight themselves into thinking Chemo was the one to pull off this move, pulling off this crazy campaign to take him off the block. Again, the guy who questioned MJ when he told her he was going to use the veto on him on why. And also, by the end of the week, at least more justly, blame gets also put onto Rubina for obviously having leaked a lot of this information back to MJ, with Angela seemingly shifting her target to Rubina by the end of this week, which would have been a waste. But again, there was not really any real hope for Leah here, as there really wasn't much incentive for anybody to save her in this spot after she had already been backdoored, especially with Leah having reason to pretty much blame every single person for her going out in this spot. It does lead to a unanimous vote. And with that, obviously, we lose Leah, who, again, was a fine enough presence across the season. I mean, from a TV standpoint, again, she was purely affable. Again, I do find the segments where they played up her being a chubby chaser just be very strangely portrayed, but outside that, again, I think she was an interesting player on this season. Again, not necessarily good, but again, with this cross, it's like she's probably relatively high up, despite the fact that she spent a lot of the game on the bottom, never was really in a solid majority alliance, and had so many opportunities handed to her that she just simply wasted. But again, I think Leah is a player that I think there is potential for Leah if she were to come back, have more game knowledge. Where again, she came into this season not really knowing the show particularly well, and I do think had she been a bit more proactive at certain portions of the game, again, getting Quinn to not put up Joseph, and again, just going for the move at the final 8 instead of hoping that she can get back into working with the trio. I do think there was some potential there, but sadly, I don't think it was really able to be utilized on this season. But with that, we do then get to this season's double eviction, which was a pretty lame one, despite the fact that there was actually some intrigue coming into it. Where, to showcase how bad the previous week was for MJ, despite us seeing Chelsea and Cam questioning if they can trust Chemo and Rubina after, again, having put the blame on them for the Leah backdoor. They actually instead end up making a Final Four deal with them. A Final Four deal that they seemingly intended on following through with, where again, MJ's threat level was rising with her doing well in competitions. But still, in general, I don't understand why Chelsea even considered this at a spot where, again, she should not be letting go of probably her most loyal ally in the game at this point in MJ, with MJ again wanting to get to the end with the two women of faith being a major motivation for her, where again, I fully feel at this point that MJ was fully loyal to Chelsea and wanted to go to the end with her 100%. Again, the fact that she's willing to get rid of that person is really bad, especially when it's in favor of going to the end with Chemo and Rubina, who were, again, much more loyal to each other and would have cut her in favor of going to the end with each other. Again, just opening up a possibility of her not even getting to the end. So really, just even the notion of talking about this to the likes of Chemo and Rubina about targeting MJ is also a very sloppy move from Chelsea, as we'll later see, it does get back to MJ, and it just ends up being another point of Chelsea just playing so sloppily, just opening up the opportunity of pushing MJ away, who was just such a good ally for her. Now, I will say for Cam, I actually think this is not necessarily the worst possible move, with him actually having a good relation with Rubina, and again, taking out MJ weakens Chelsea, though again, I don't really know how intentional that necessarily was. But again, this does lead to MJ and Angela being the main targets coming into the double, with Chemo and Rubina openly targeting MJ, all while we see Chelsea and Cam consider it, though back out on it the morning before, with the intention now of going after Angela instead, which for Chelsea in particular, again, was the right call. Where again, the fact that she was even considering taking out MJ is ridiculous in this spot, again, taking away such a major asset for her game, someone that wins comps to take her further in the game, and also someone that takes her to Final Two, and she would seemingly beat. Again, seeing Chelsea legitimately consider this was another point where I questioned her overall game ability, though again, she does eventually get on the right page here, which is important as she obviously ends up being the HOH. In a spot where we do get a Q&A competition, obviously playing off of the messages from earlier, which plays out in a way that was pretty representative of her game, in that she ends up getting to a pretty big lead, only for her to miss the last couple questions, with Angela getting them right, giving us this miraculous tiebreaker, to where again, I actually did think there was a shot Angela was going to win this, which would have been insane, where obviously these two have radically different HOH agendas, and Angela really needed this HOH, but we see Chelsea salvage this by winning it with her still being the furthest away from the answer, but again being lower, which just felt like another instance of her stumbling into the win here after blowing a massive lead that she had. And clearly at this point, Angela was going to be the target, where she instantly says her noms are going to be Angela and Chemo. The way that we do get another pretty equitable veto comp that thankfully was in the ball pit competition, where again, typically veto competitions are very physical, yet again, it was nice to see them not do that here. And through that, Angela actually had a shot, though obviously instead, Chemo wins the veto. Do you see Chemo trying to get Chelsea to put up MJ, which again, she doesn't end up doing, putting up Rubina, which is obviously her optimal play here. And in general, I actually think this is a spot where Angela was very much disadvantaged by the fact that this was a double eviction, where as we see with most weeks, she does start off a lot of weeks being the initial target, but as the week goes on, people decide that, again, it's not worth it, and we might as well make a bigger move. And I do think, had this been a full week of Big Brother, I do think Chelsea legitimately probably would have taken the shot. Someone that wasn't Angela, but obviously with how quick everything was going here, Angela doesn't really have much of a chance at saving herself, and is voted out unanimously, to which we do get a pretty fun exit from Angela, and her coming off even more over the top than she normally is, constantly proclaiming how she was a threat and that they had to get her out, and like telling Chemo she leaves that I love you, kid, and how she would have taken him to the end, which again just puts a bigger bullseye on his back. But also, I really loved her interview with Julie, with it just being so funny, and her just answering questions before Julie even finishes them, which again I thought was a pretty fun farewell to Angela here. And with again, we lose Angela, who obviously was a massive star in this season, alongside Tucker and Quinn. I think probably the biggest characters of this season. Obviously, she made this season really stand out initially. So again, I think it is her crazy eyes moment that really kickstarted this season. And again, with that said, obviously incredible character. Now, again, did it get repetitive, the style of content we were getting from her over time? Yes, but I still found her really fun along the way. Now, with that said, gameplay-wise, she's terrible. To where, while yes, there are points where Angela does have the right idea, the way she enacts that is just a complete mess constantly, to where her paranoia just gets the better of her. Her frankness with people gets her in trouble. And in general, again, I think Angela is a legitimately, like, really bad player, though obviously this season played out almost as well as it could have. But I think the fact that she is booted here at 6 is pretty indicative of Angela as a player, and the fact that even considering how much of a non-threat she was from, again, a jury perspective where no one really respected her, to where the only chance she would have won would have been based on this like shock of how did Angela get to the end. I do think the fact that they still took her out here well before the end is, again, a bad sign for overall game ability, along with the fact that, again, she obviously was just on the bottom for the entire season. While there was, again, a sprinkle of a point where she was kind of in a majority alliance alongside Tucker, that obviously did not last, and again, she was on the bottom of that alliance anyway, and again, openly wanted to be on the bottom, kind of, even though she later flips on that alliance because she was on the bottom. But again, Angela's just a player that never really got any traction in this game, despite the fact that she had so much potential in that first week to really set up the power structure of the game, and again, squandered that, and proceeded to just be dragged along throughout the game, with her just seemingly not being a big enough target for people to take out until the point where, again, there wasn't much time to actually talk through things. But again, all that said, I love Angela. I think she's a fantastic character. I think she's also a fun player to watch, even though, again, she isn't the best player in the world. But we're straight up, even if she were to end up playing again, I think her game plays out pretty much the same either way. And now for week 11, the final 5 round, which was a point where I thought we were finally going to get to the season actually being boring. And for the TV show was not particularly great this week, but in terms of the overall game, there's a lot more intrigue going on here than what you would have expected, though the week does start off with a big celebration over Angela leaving and them being the final 5, which was just so over the top. It does lead to a funny moment where they all stop when they notice that Angela's photo has gone black and white, only for them to just go back into hysterics immediately afterwards, which again was a funny sequence on the show. And along with that, we also get a good chunk of the Sunday night episode just recapping the double, to really the only moment of intrigue coming from it was a humorous little moment of Chelsea after the veto having accidentally told Angela that she needs a pawn to sit next to her, which again is the kind of sloppiness you would expect from Chelsea. But also we do see MJ here bragging about how both the people that she put on the block went home, as if that was actually a good thing for her game. And along with that, we do have Chelsea also confirming in DR here that her plan is to go to the end with MJ, which certainly wasn't contradicted by her previously talking about targeting MJ last week, and also later in the week with her getting on board targeting MJ next week. But again, it seemed like insightful information at the time, though obviously really just further illustrates how wishy-washy she is even in the DR. But anyway, the HOH comp here ends up being Tiny Veto, but as an HOH, which I believe this is actually more similar to the version that we saw in Reindeer Games, where they had to stack pieces together to form a puzzle at the end, and we do obviously waste a lot of time here on people dropping their stacks and getting frustrated, but what do you know, MJ ends up winning HOH again, a spot where she actually was pretty likely to go home this week had she not won a comp, with Chemo, Rubina, and Cam all targeting her at this point, though her win did seem to earn her back Chelsea's loyalty for a bit. But here we do end up seeing some wonkiness with the noms, where the obvious move here would have been to target the very clear jury threat in Chemo and put him up next to Rubina. Though, really, I actually do think there is a world where targeting Cam in this spot would have actually been a pretty decent move for her, in the sense that Cam is obviously someone that is in the way of her and Chelsea, and someone that Chelsea could potentially be more loyal to where also mixing the fact that unbeknownst to her at this point, Cam was actually targeting her. So again, I think there would have been an argument that targeting Cam here would have been the right call, though at the same time it is, again, a bit precarious to go into the next round with 2 people in an opposing duo potentially coming after you. But again, we do see her actually consider putting up Cam on the block, but for none of those reasons, with her at this point talking about wanting to win the veto, to take off Rubina, and to put Cam up as the renom, only to just not vote Cam out, which was a really dumb idea here, where she thinks that by using the veto on Rubina that she buys Rubina's loyalty, which again seemed to stem from her kind of spiraling across the week, with her being worried about her safety the following week, with her only being able to play in the veto, and her now having an increased target on her back. Though again, the entire concept of this plan is just all wrong, where really saving Rubina from the vote does a lot more for her than saving Rubina with the veto, where again, in a spot where she's the veto on her, she still plans on voting out Chemo, where that would essentially just give Rubina this false hope that she's going to side with her in saving Chemo, only to just not do that at the end, which would kind of just undo a lot of the work that she did by using the veto on her to begin with. Well, also, obviously putting up Cam just pisses off Cam for no reason, to where he's going to be in the falling round anyway, to where, again, I thought this plan was just really terrible, to where if you're going to put up Cam, it better be to target him, as again, it further incentivizes Cam to cut her to falling round. Though, again, the concept of putting him up as a pawn does eventually change, though we'll talk about that. But again, this plan seemed to come together with the thought of there being an all-women Final 3, which had never happened before in Big Brother, because that's, again, obviously never happened before. But again, that seemed to be further further motivation for this plan going through. And to be fair, I actually think that is a pretty good option for MJ, where kind of does put her in a decent spot to make it to the end, though. Again, the approach she ends up taking with all this, though, I do think is pretty bad. And along with that, I do find the way the show portrays all this to be very strange, where despite this talk about an all-women Final 3, the show shows it as if Chelsea had always wanted Rubina out across this week, despite the fact that, again, that really was not the case, which, again, we'll also talk about. And beyond that, I should also mention the fact that there actually was a version of this plan that did actually involve renaming Chelsea to make it seem like MJ and Chelsea weren't as close as people thought they were, which, again, also really idiotic to even think of. Again, obviously it doesn't go through by the end, but again, you've literally seen this backfire on so many times on this season already, or even just the concept of doing this is really dumb. And I mean, to be fair, Chelsea's probably safe no matter what, as they have MJ's tiebreaker along with Cam's vote, though at the same time, it's like, again, maybe should be actually targeting Chelsea if you put her up. Again, even for MJ at this spot, that's not necessarily the worst move in the world, because you're not going to beat her anyway. Along with that, we do see Chelsea facing off a bit more adversity during this round, where, again, she seemingly came into it in this really dominant position where no one was targeting her, and she seemed pretty locked in to make it to the end, though this is a spot where we actually do see Chemo and Rubina start to get their heads on straight, where they had previously seemed to be extremely loyal to Chelsea under the direction of Tikor, though here they finally start to think for themselves, realizing that Chelsea is the biggest threat in the game, and talk about targeting her, telling each other that we can't get to the end with Chelsea or we'll lose. So again, with now there being, again, two people of the final five that are willing to take the shot at Chelsea for down the road, it did make Chelsea's endgame look a lot more precarious than what it probably should have been, and we do see them actively working against Chelsea in this spot, where Rubina does end up telling MJ about Chelsea having told Rubina before the double that she should target MJ, which again was just such an unnecessary move from Chelsea's point of view, as again Rubina was going to target MJ anyway, and now it just gives Rubina the dirt to use against her in this spot. And straight up, again, I do think Chelsea was being genuine when she told that to Rubina. Again, by the time the double itself, she kind of walked a bit back from that, and again, that's fine if you keep that to yourself. The problem is that Chelsea again told other people to where they can use that against her here, and this does lead to MJ questioning Chelsea for a second. And had it been a more competent player, I think they outright just flip on Chelsea at this spot, as it should be very obvious that Chelsea is not fully loyal to you, as you have so many signs at this point. But no, MJ obviously ends up running back to Chelsea, whereas Chelsea ends up smoothing it over. But once again, this was just an unforced error for Chelsea, just unnecessary adversity for her to face here. But again, this does alert Chelsea to Rubina working against her, and mixing that in with the fact that they were starting to give her credit for getting Leah out, it does lead to Rubina being looked at as this really shifty figure in the game at this point. And despite that, and knowing that Rubina is coming after her, Chelsea does proceed to then not really do anything about it and actually campaign for Rubina to stay for a lot of the week, which again, questionable. But again, we do end up getting the basic nominations of Chemo and Rubina, leading to the veto, which ends up being BB Comics, where the comics were fine. I mean, again, not many of them were like egregiously bad, where I feel like recent seasons have been worse, but again, it's not like any of these were particularly great either. Again, many of them came off very lazy to me. Many of them I actually predicted before this even happened, where again, we got Matt getting crazy eyes, obviously. Lisa's was based around glitter. Kenny gets Sweet Kenny K with a comic of him being a hot dog, which was very graphic to me. Cedric was young Cedric. Brooklyn had hers being based around charcuterie, because that was most of her content on the show. Tucker was the instigator, which I'm surprised that they utilized, as again, them leaking that he was the AI instigator is them technically leaking game info. But again, while they obviously knew who it was, I do think confirming that he was the instigator or something that theoretically paid dividends on other seasons. Joseph probably has the most random one here, and him being Rewind, as I guess they finally remembered that he worked at a video store. Also, Quinn ends up being Quinn Sanity, which again just felt a bit lazy. T-Core's was Crochet, because she makes crochet and said that line one time. Leah ends up being the Chubby Chaser, because Angela ends up being the Atomic Mom, which to be fair is probably one of the better ones of the bunch. Chemo's is pretty random, him being Volchemo, because he's from Hawaii, I guess. Rubina has one correlating to her being a roller girl, which hadn't been mentioned since her intro. Cam's felt like a bit of a slight to him, and him being called Chameleon because he's invisible, which again might not be the only dig against Cam across this week. Oh, MJ ends up being Mackenzie, which was so lazy, and we get Chelsea being Microchip because she was in that costume in week 1, which I know there were some people that were saying that, oh, MJ's comic was a reference to Chelsea's because Chelsea's a microchip that's controlling Mackenzie as a robot. But I mean, like, come on, they definitely did not put that much thought into this. But really, again, the comp here itself ends up also being really boring, really dragged out, and really all of them kind of sucked at it too, with Chemo, Cam, and Rubina all getting over 30 minutes, all while MJ ends up winning with a time almost at 14 minutes, being one of the worst winning times in all of BB Comics, to where, again, this group just kind of sucks at comps, to where, in general, I do think, despite the fact that MJ obviously goes on a comp run towards the end of the season, none of these wins came off particularly impressive to me. But following this, a major through line post veto ends up being around MJ and Chelsea, and them being annoyed at Cam's performance in challenges, with him admitting to taking breaks during the comp, which leads to them speculating that he must be throwing them, and just letting them get the blood on their hands, leading to them really spiraling at this point in the game, thinking that Cam must be playing them, and he's just gonna now win comps and cut them before the end and go on to win, which leads to them coming to the conclusion that they should put Cam on the block and vote him out, which is so stupid for so many reasons. Now, I will say, I do think it's a bit unclear on how seriously Chelsea took this, to where while she does go on rants about Cam to the cameras, questioning if he's playing her, she never outright says that she actually wanted him out, and does say in her DR at this point that she does want to go to Final 3 with MJ and Cam, though considering how unreliable a narrator she seems to be, I don't know how much of this I can truly take seriously, but again, I'll give her the benefit of the doubt in this situation, as again, there is reason to think that she was not fully on board with this plan, and again, if she was, this would have been really stupid, as why keep in both Chemo and Rubina, who now you know are going after you, over Cam, who had been very loyal to you up to this point. But again, there is reason to think that she wasn't on board with this, as she does proceed to go to Cam later that night and warn him about MJ talking about putting him up. So while she does seem to be genuinely annoyed at him, again, I don't think she ever wanted to actually go through this move. But I'll say for MJ, again, this is the right call on paper to take out Cam, but I think there's a couple issues in how she overall approaches this. One, the fact that obviously she doesn't go through with it, but now Cam knows that she was thinking about putting him up, which is obviously very detrimental to their relationship. But also, the entire rationale for her doing so here is really stupid. As again, if she vocalized this as, oh, I want to take out Cam to split up Cam and Chelsea, and keep in like Chemo, who'd be a big target for Chelsea, and keep in Rubina to have someone to potentially take her to Final 2 over Chelsea. Again, all that would have been very good, as again, those are the benefits of making this move. The problem is that no, she wants to do this because Cam is just throwing competitions, which is like, why is that a reason why you want him out? It makes no sense. It really makes no sense that Cam is even throwing these competitions. He has no incentive to be throwing a Final 5 veto where he knows that he's going to be the renom if the veto is used. But also, if he really is doing this master plan like they're thinking he's going to hide how good he is at competitions until Final 4 and then win out from then, it's like, why wouldn't he win the Final 5 veto, something that would guarantee him to get to Final 4? And again, even in this world where he is actually throwing these competitions, even that doesn't pose any real threat to you in the game, because this clearly shows that he's an idiot for throwing these competitions. As again, I would not be worried about Cam doing something optimal for his game and cutting Mackenzie down the road, as this would have been a very idiotic strategic decision here. So just everything about this, I mean, really just, again, the entire notion of believing that he's throwing comps, all also, again, like, wanting to target him because he's throwing comps, all is just so dumb. And I also really don't like how MJ talks about this situation as well, where she talks about how, oh, he needs to pull his weight and that there's no free rides, which again just feels very dismissive of anyone that isn't winning competitions, with her seeming to think that winning competitions is the only way that you can play the game. And even then, again, it's not like your comp wins are that impressive. So again, to me, it is kind of funny that we do see MJ and Chelsea getting on a bit of a high horse over Cam's comp performance when they themselves are not the best comp comparison. There are many comps where Cam does perform better than them. Again, Cam lasted 10 hours in an endurance comp. He did way better than them in the wall comp. Again, Cam's not this complete dud in competition. And I don't think you can tell me that this guy that lasted 10 hours in endurance comp is a guy that's throwing competitions anyway, but whatever. Again, MJ is fully on board with pulling off this move, putting Cam on the block for a good chunk of time. That is until Cam actually does do some work here and saving himself and having a conversation with her and being able to convince her that he actually just does suck that bad at comps, which I do find the portrayal of this on the show to be very strange, with it not really giving Cam any of the credit for saving himself, instead making it seem like MJ came out of this convo thinking that Cam was still throwing comps, when in reality, again, she ends up leaving this conversation, going to Chelsea and telling her how we need to keep Cam now because he sucks so bad at comps and we can beat him at the end. Again, I think this is something you can credit to Cam, and I think it's clearly a spot where production just very much shows their kind of dislike of Cam. And I will also say, I do think Chemo and Rubina really dropped the ball at this point in the game, where they really don't do much campaigning to get the veto used on them, with Rubina seeming to just kind of hope that she will. So again, they knew that Cam was this very viable replacement nominee, where to see them not really even try to push that agenda was pretty disappointing to see, especially after them having some gusto at the very beginning of the week to get Chelsea on the block. But again, again, MJ ends up not using the veto here, surprisingly for the first time this entire season, which is a pretty insane stat. But with that, obviously, Chemo is going home, and there will be no shakeups for the rest of the week. Though with that, I should mention the fact that the eviction episode here ends up being mixed in with the veto episode for an extended 2-hour episode, leading to a good chunk of filler across the week, from the likes of us getting to see Chemo's eating habits, to them doing a funeral for the have-not room. We also get them slapping each other with tortillas, which was very strange, the fact that they fully acted as if this was happening this week, with DR's film this week about the current context in the game, despite the fact that this actually happened weeks ago. Also, we do get a very awkward jury segment that really hyped up the Quinn and Leah relationship, just for it to lead to her awkwardly admitting to him that she has a crush on him, and us not really getting to see the aftermath of that. And also the segment does very much fully solidify Chelsea's winning trajectory, to where beyond that we also get videos from home, which were mostly boring, though we do end up seeing Chelsea being saved for last, with them putting this like tingly music in the background, which I feel like if I was on the show, I feel like I would very much pick up on the fact that production was kind of favoring Chelsea in this spot, to where, I mean, at this point, obviously on the show, they do very much hype up Chelsea as this mastermind that has them feeling very confident, obviously, that Chelsea's going to go on to win, going as far as kind of fabricating aspects of this week to kind of give her a bit more credit. So again, they very much do show her across this episode that she's constantly talking about wanting Rubina to go, despite the fact that, again, she didn't want that for most of this week, and actually was campaigning against that, to where, in terms of the vote, obviously, this did seem like a very easy Chemo vote for the majority of it. But that is until the night before the eviction, where Cam actually starts to do some pretty active work here, where previously I think Cam did a lot of work in terms of doing backup for moves that other people were making. However, this is a spot where Cam seems to just actively make up this move on his own, where again, he had previously actually told Chemo that he wanted him to stay, seemingly being worried about an all-girl Final 3 after Chelsea warned him about it. But this does lead to him and Chemo having conversations about going to Final 2 together, to where this does lead to Cam actually trying to save Chemo here, and does seem to be pretty effective with Chelsea. To where while she initially fights back on this, she obviously eventually gives in, as she typically does. Also being back on board targeting MJ the following round, with that being one of the main motivations of keeping Chemo around, so that he would target MJ the following round for her, which funnily actually probably wasn't true. I do think Chemo more than likely actually does target Chelsea in that spot. He was very anti-Chelsea by this point in the game, but realistically Rubina probably would have as well. But genuinely, I do think if I was in Chelsea's spot at this point, I actually do think I personally would have kept Chemo around, which I don't think is a popular take here. However, from my point of view, I do think Chemo, well, yes, he is the biggest jury threat on the board, and is probably the only real threat to Chelsea in terms of a jury vote. The practicality of it is that, again, Chemo's never going to take you to the end anyway, and then there's Rubina, so none of that really matters. To where I think what really matters here is positioning for the upcoming rounds, and considering both Chemo and Rubina are on paper coming for you anyway, I personally think keeping around Chemo, who is this bigger jury threat, aka this bigger shield for you, is a much better option. Where, again, I think it's less likely that MJ and Cam end up cutting you in favor of Chemo, knowing that Chemo has a lot of friends on the jury. Well, beyond that, MJ and Cam had better personal connections to Rubina, to where I do think taking Rubina to the end again is a much more tempting option than taking Chemo, and mixing that with the fact that, again, they're both bad at comps, to where I think it's very marginal in that light. So again, I think from my point of view, again, I think I would actually be keeping Chemo around this spot, though to be fair, I think it's pretty marginal, to where either way she's keeping in somebody that is likely to target her anyway. But while again, I think this isn't that bad of a move for her to make on paper, I do think the way that Chelsea handles this again is just suboptimal, where we do see her and Cam telling MJ about this plan, with MJ being clearly upset at the fact that they're potentially doing this, and we do see Chelsea pushing quite a bit here on MJ to be okay with this plan, where MJ doesn't really budge, though obviously couldn't really do anything about it anyway. But again, I think this is just another spot where I think she just kind of overexerts her will in a spot where it just further risks potentially pushing MJ away, but at the end of the day, it is MJ. Now, I will say from Cam's point of view, despite him actually being the one to do the active work to keep Chemo around and seemingly being successful at a point, I actually don't think this is the right call for him. Where while Chemo, I do think, was being truthful to him, would have taken him to Final 2, I think the issue is the fact that he probably can't beat Chemo. And realistically, I think Rubina was the only person at this point in the game where I saw him having a semblance of a chance at beating in a jury vote. To where, again, I think he loses against Chemo, I think he loses against Chelsea, I think he loses against MJ. To where I think if he keeps Chemo in the game, he's essentially in an unwinning position, considering the fact that I think he just loses against everybody. Again, for Cam's winning chances, I do think keeping Chemo around was the less optimal play, despite the fact that it actually probably was the better play for him in terms of positioning, in the sense that, again, he has Chelsea and Chemo now potentially taking him to the end, while also both of them targeting MJ. Again, does put him in a decent spot to make it to the end, though again, just not a great spot to win. But again, none of that ends up mattering anyway, as the flip ends up falling through by the time of the vote, to where we do see Chelsea going back and forth the entire day of the eviction, to where her and Cam were meant to have this final conversation with Chemo to solidify the flip, though that never seemed to happen. Instead, the last conversation we see on the feeds is they're actually talking to Rubina, with Rubina re-solidifying her promises to her, which seemed to be enough there, with Rubina being the last person in her ear before the eviction. It seemed to be enough to flip Chelsea back, to where again, we end up getting both of them voting out. So we do get both her and Cam voting out Chemo by the end, in a spot where again, I think production kind of tipped their hand a bit here again, and asking a very leading question to Chemo, asking him if he's disappointed in Cam not saving him, and was it a bad move for his game, which again, felt very much like them trying to make him very anti-Cam in that spot. But either way, again, we lose Chemo here, and Chemo is a player that I just find so tough to assess, in the sense that Chemo has so much potential in the game. I think Chemo is a player that, again, was a fan of the show and was, again, very well liked socially, and he had a lot of winner potential by the end. But he's also just so passive a player. And again, he's one that seems to be willing to make moves when he's really forced to, as again, he pulls off that move, the Cedric move. Had he ever won power, I do feel confidence in him to make the moves that are necessary. Again, I do think he would have taken the shot at Chelsea had he won power towards the end of his game. But the problem is that he never got that power. And it felt like he was just kind of resigned to his fate throughout a lot of the game. He really ends up isolating himself to the trio, not really extending much beyond that. Again, he pushes away Quinn, who was a very loyal ally to him, and again, he just played so passively throughout a lot of it that again just became very frustrating to see. And the fact that, again, I think there was potential there for sure. For a while, he had these little moments of pretty impressive play, it simply surrounded by a lot of passiveness. And when talking about him as a character, I thought he was kind of in the same vein of, I thought he actually had a very fun energy. I actually really liked his energy in DRs. It very much, again, reminded me of someone like Jam, but he just didn't really utilize the energy for anything sufficient. It just felt like he was kind of just lounging around, talking to his friends, and not really adding much entertainment to the show, which just in general made him, again, a bit of a disappointment, despite the fact that he had some potential coming into it. And now for week 12, the final 4 round, which was a long one, though still not completely void of intrigue, but definitely a point where the season did slow down a bit. But anyway, on the show, it starts off with us seeing Chelsea talking to the cameras about how she's playing for a greater purpose, and talks through her journey, which, why was this on the show? Again, very much feel like producers were confident at her win at this point. But this is followed up by the HOH comp, another Q&A, and an actually decent looking set that felt very reminiscent of BB Can, but though it ends up being a bit of a weird comp for the final 4 HOH, it having them search through code and looking for words that would implicate Ainsley to the government, I guess. But like Chelsea and pretty much every other Q&A quiz comp she's in, ends up barely squeaking out the win here, missing many of the early questions, and then pull out most of the final batch of questions in a spot where Cam had accidentally hit the wrong button at a point, to where had he gotten that right, that would have given him the win, but instead this misstep gives Chelsea the win, giving her a guaranteed spot at the final 3, which definitely made the season feel a bit over at this point. But again, we do see her working towards her optimal final 3 and wanting Cam and MJ there with her, where it did seem like both were very likely to take her to the end at this point. But again, that was definitely the optimal play, and she does in general play most of this round optimally, again with one little nitpick, but this is a potentially tricky spot for her, and the fact that this final 3 that she wants is very unlikely to happen initially, where both Cam and MJ are actually targeting each other coming into this round, with Cam being pretty resolute in that, and him feeling like he needs to take out MJ to get a move on his resume, although MJ seemed to be a bit more amendable, though still very much wanting Cam out and wanting to go to this all-women final 3. And straight up for both Cam and MJ, this is the optimal play for them, to target each other, to give them a better chance of getting to the end and winning by taking Rubina with them, who again, they are likely to be in comps, but also have more of a chance of being in a jury vote, especially in comparison to Chelsea. So it just gives them another option to take to the end where they could potentially win. So again, it would be dumb for them to not vote each other out, and that's obviously what they're both going to do. But beyond that, I do think Chelsea ends up doing a pretty good job here with the nominations that, again, don't inherently matter at Final 4, but I do think she handles the nominations pretty well. In her nominating both MJ and Cam, making it very clear to them that, again, these nominations don't matter, all that matters is the veto comp, and doing this, again, despite the fact that she wants them both in Final 3, but in doing so, she ends up also not picking a side, which I do think is very beneficial for her. Again, not giving one of them the knowledge that she's more loyal to the other one than her. Again, it stops her from potentially burning those relationships, but also, this keeps Rubina off the block block in a spot where if Rubina does somehow stay, Rubina will be thinking that, oh, Chelsea saved me the previous week, even though, again, it doesn't really matter. But again, someone like Rubina is not the biggest fan. I think this could potentially matter to Rubina, even though, again, at the end of the day, Rubina would have actually still probably taken MJ to the end over Chelsea. But again, still, I do feel like this was the optimal play for Chelsea in the spot, even though it didn't really matter. But again, it does show Chelsea, again, utilizing these final 4 nominations that typically, again, don't mean anything, but actually use it to attempt to better her game. But weirdly, the Sunday night episode ends up going beyond the nominations, where it ends up including the veto comp as well, at least most of it. So we do get the pretty typical modern Final Four veto here, where after a season of mostly equitable comps, this one does feel a bit more physical, to where it did have a days component, obviously. So that aspect of the challenge was pretty easy, to where the more important aspect was running back and forth around the room, hitting buttons, where again, most of the time this comp came down to just how quick you are, and it's also being the 3 strikes you're out challenge, meaning that you have, again, some leeway there in the case that you mess up here and there, while also, again, making this even more physical because you have to continue to run around the room over and over and over again. Again, I think this is a comp that does very much favor physical competitors, and what do you know, we see Rubina being the first out here. Though, to be fair, I do think she performs pretty admirably, considering how much harder this comp should be for her in comparison to her competition. But beyond that, we do also get Cam having a pretty big lead here, where everyone else has 2 strikes against them before Cam even gets his first, where it did seem like Cam was set up to have this easy win here, which again, he'll proceed to blow. But it is at this point where you see Chelsea in the DR talking about how she wants to throw this comp to not get blood on her hands, which I will say, this is the one thing of this week that I do think is a bit of a misstep, to where at the end of the day, again, it doesn't end up mattering, but I do think this is suboptimal play. As again, if her actual plan is to get to her optimal final 3 of Cam and MJ at the end, again, she can't have Cam win this veto. Again, Cam is pretty resolute in the fact that he would vote out MJ. I don't think she could have changed his mind. I do think 100% he would have stuck by that. And again, I think even she knows that, and knows that MJ is a lot more amenable, to where, again, she should be trying in this veto until it's only just her and MJ and give MJ the win, or even win it herself if she has to and give MJ the sole vote at that point to guarantee her optimal final 3, which again, that in itself is kind of like last case scenario, where obviously it's a lot more optimal just for MJ to win the veto. But even then, I think she could at least convince Cam that she's doing this not to take him out, but more so to make sure MJ stays, which again, I still think would have worked out for her. But again, her throwing this comp, especially when Cam has the lead at this point, and she just makes it more likely that she doesn't get her optimal final 3. But again, it doesn't end up mattering. MJ ends up winning the comp here, with Cam really blowing it. That is after we get a cliffhanger, where for some reason they decided to cliffhanger the Sunday night episode on the final round, where we don't see the resolution until Thursday night, to where, again, who cares by that point? But again, with this comp being on the Sunday night episode, and through that they have to film the veto earlier than normal to make it into the episode, with the veto comp itself filming on Friday and the eviction not being until Thursday, that means we literally get almost an entire week of the season just dedicated to this choice for MJ, which again did bring the momentum of the season down a bit. And the show itself does very much skim down these events and portrays them in a bit of a weird way. But initially we do see Cam being pretty devastated at his veto loss, with him not being able to win the competition and seemingly thinking that his game is over, where he keeps on talking about how he needed a big move to win this game. And again, I think he 100% would have cut MJ in this spot. And I think he also was pretty aware of the fact that he probably loses to both MJ and Chelsea at this point, to where, while also, again, he still has a chance of being voted out himself in this spot, to where, again, I do think he fully thought his game was over, which I would do fair is probably the right call. And really, this takes out his easiest path to a win, where, again, based on what we had seen from the jury, it seemed like the only possible winning scenario for him was to be against Rubina, to where, again, I also would not be shocked if comps played out in the perfect way, that he was able to get MJ out here, and he knew that he would beat Rubina while he would lose to Chelsea. I do think he would have made that shot against Chelsea in that spot. Through this comp result, essentially ends up icing him out from winning the game, as again, obviously one of him or Rubina are going home in a spot where, again, his only chance is to win against Rubina, where obviously that was impossible at this point. But beyond that, again, there is some minor intrigue across this week and where the vote ends up going, where, again, initially MJ is siding towards evicting Cam for like a day, until Chelsea ends up doing some pretty good work in convincing MJ that Rubina is harder to beat at the end from a jury perspective, which, I mean, like, maybe, but again, like, still, MJ probably still beats Rubina. And again, there's so many other benefits to keeping Rubina in the game. But to be honest, again, we also see MJ being convinced of switching here because she wants to play this loyal game that she's obviously been playing all season, and wants to get to the end of this final 3 that's definitely been loyal to her the entire season. But also, we see Chelsea really playing into MJ's ego, getting MJ annoyed at how comfortable Rubina is acting, as how dare she feel confident after you constantly tell her that you want to go to an all-girl final 3. But through, again, MJ continues to be on this high horse across this week, talking about how her and Chelsea are the only two that deserve to win this game, and how useless everyone else is because they can't win comps, which again just further adds fuel to MJ's motivations of getting to the end with Chelsea. But beyond that, we do also see Cam do some pretty good work here in his campaign by at least having conversations with MJ, again further emphasizing Chelsea's points, but also mentioning to her that he is aware that he needs to make a big move to win the game, obviously implying his likelihood to cut Chelsea, which does finally give us Cam's perspective of his relationship with Chelsea in the DR, which we rarely ever see. But again, it felt like he was aware of the fact that it was the best move for him from a game perspective to cut Chelsea. But again, he was struggling with whether or not to make the move. But again, he is able to convince MJ that he is on board with this plan, that he is going to cut Chelsea at the end, which does lead to this flip sticking and never wavering beyond that. But he is greatly benefited by the fact that Rubina, for some reason, decides to just not campaign until Wednesday, the night before the eviction, when again she had all week to do this, which was so bad from Rubina's end. Again, further adding to her passiveness across this game, and again adding to this perception about how overconfident she was. And by the time the combo does happen, it really goes nowhere, with MJ being pretty locked in by that point, especially as God told her that if Rubina didn't campaign to her earlier, that she would be meant to vote out Rubina, I guess, because again MJ has to utilize God as a way to justify all of her decisions in this game, especially the very questionable ones. But again, from a Feats perspective, this was the main intrigue across the week, to where it was really just us waiting for Rubina to finally talk to MJ and us questioning, will it matter? And obviously it didn't, with really most of the conversation turning into this debate between whether or not Rubina has a chance in the jury, with MJ being fully convinced that she would beat her. And again, that doesn't seem to be the case. And in general, the overall portrayal of this on the show was very strange as well, where they do show this out of order, where, again, this convo took place on Wednesday, the night before the eviction. Yeah, instead, they show this first on the episode to make it seem like MJ was actually considering Rubina's pitch, only to have Chelsea and Cam change her mind afterwards, when the reality is, again, this was all inverse, and this Rubina conversation actually happened like 5 days after the Cam and Chelsea ones. But beyond that, again, we do get a pretty boring jury segment where it felt like they really couldn't hide the fact that the jury was very pro-Chelsea, and we also get a Jag interview, which was a waste of time. And along with that, we also wasted time on a filler segment in this episode of Cam making a sandwich, which gets portrayed as like dodo content for him, with him proceeding to burn it, to where again, like, why was this here? But again, we do get a kind of funny eviction where Cam ends up giving his speech, and when he finishes, we have Julie saying, "No shout out to your dogs at the crib," which, I mean, technically from an integrity of the game standpoint, Julie should not be saying that, but it does lead to a funny reaction from the players. But again, the eviction was pretty predictable. MJ ends up voting out Rubina, to where I did love in her exit interview that she continues to talk about how this would have been the first all-female Final 3, which, again, the show never corrects her on this, when it's like, again, you're wrong. But also she does talk about how Tucker going was good for her game, as it allowed for her to focus on the game, which it's like, when was that? But either way, we lose Rubina, and again, Rubina was just a very frustrating player on this season. And again, I like Rubina. I think she seems like a purely affable person. I have nothing against her from, again, a personal standpoint. Though I really just felt like she brought almost nothing to the table on this season. I feel like personality-wise, she certainly wasn't as entertaining as I expected her to be coming into the season, where I thought she'd be this big firecracker that potentially get into some conflicts, and if not, at least be funny around the house, though I didn't find her to be. And beyond that, gameplay-wise, she was, again, just so passive, to where, again, she had good instincts at points. I do think there are points where, again, she was playing a little bit more actively than the likes of Chemo and T-Core, but she really just spends most of the game hanging out with them and just talking about potentially doing something and just not end up actually doing it. Where, again, that's perfectly encapsulated in her final week here, to where she literally spends days not talking to MJ when MJ has the only vote to evict, and proceeds to be thinking that, oh, MJ must be avoiding me. It's like, no, you're supposed to talk to her. You need her more than she needs you, kind of. But still, it's like, again, it's just so frustrating to see Rubina just play so passively across this season. So again, really just by the end of it, I really just don't feel like she really had much of an impact on this season. And with that, we're now down to the final 3, where we obviously get a clip show as we do every year, where I actually thought this one was pretty decent, at least at first, where I thought there was a good chunk of new segments, from Brooklyn's conspiracy theories to us seeing the origin of young Cedric, to this great Dodo segment for Joseph that I was waiting for throughout the entire season. But really the back half was pretty slow. We're just feeling like another mirroring of all the other clip shows, with DR montages of them crying and making requests, and Rubina scaring people. So again, it got a bit stale at that point, but overall, decent show. And it does end with a message from Derek Levasseur, who has gone back undercover to take down Ainsley, because because Derek's the exact person we need to be leading the charge against Ainsley. So he's going to help them destroy her power source, I guess. Taking us to part 1 of the final HOH. Endurance comp of hanging on to Ainsley's defense system things while being sprayed on, aka shot at by CGI lasers, which looked really bad. But somewhat surprisingly, we do see Chelsea winning this HOH in a spot where Cam actually had done better in pretty much every other endurance comp across the season, where I did think that if Cam were to make it to part 3, that this would be his best chance to do so, but obviously again, Chelsea wins here instead. And with that, this season is essentially over. So to be fair, with what we learned, it was probably over a while ago. But again, we obviously still run through the motions. We get part 2 with us seeing Derek sending in a raven to deliver the instructions to the comp, I guess. Where now they have to shut down Ainsley's brain by solving 2 basic puzzles. That felt very strange for part 2 of the HOH, which is typically based around days. But unsurprisingly here, MJ ends up demolishing Cam. And once she does so, Ainsley's brain pops into some acid, and we get this death scene for Ainsley that was so over the top. And that was like kind of anticlimactic to me. To be fair, from a production standpoint, this definitely was a bigger production than what Big Brother US typically tries to attempt. But I did feel like this felt like a very strange conclusion to the Ainsley storyline for it to be concluded in part 2, not in part 3, or even after the winner is revealed. Whatever, as for the comp, obviously again, MJ wins, meaning Cam is now iced out of part 3, which made Chelsea's win even that much more secure. But there is like a little bit of intrigue to talk about before we get to the vote itself. Now, and it is during the DRs, during these comps, that we do get to hear talk from Cam about how he knows that getting rid of Chelsea is what's best for his game, and if he wants to win, he has to do so, which, again, nice to see him, be fully aware at what he needs to do to win the game. The problem is, obviously, in the exit press, he does specifically say that he still would have taken Chelsea to the end, despite losing, which, again, bad. But really, in general, I do feel like Cam just kind of gives up in the game at this point. It feels like after part 2, he became pretty resolute that he was going to lose either way, because I think he'd likely just lose against both, and proceeds to not really try when it's like, again, it's still like a $63,000 difference. It's like, I don't know, I feel like it's worth at least trying here. And it's also here where we get the last misstep strategically from Chelsea, where, and we obviously initially see her have conversations with MJ, telling MJ she's going to take her to the end. She practices her speech as if she's going against MJ. However, she then proceeds to go to Cam, and after Cam, again, essentially gives up, tells her that you can vote me out and that I'll give you my jury vote no matter what, Chelsea proceeds to tell him that, well, I'm still going to try to win and take you to the end. Which, to be fair, seemed like her optimal move. Cam is someone that I don't think really has much of an argument at all to win against Chelsea. For a while, again, I do think Cam played a pretty solid game across the season. I still think that pretty much everything Cam does, Chelsea does better. So, while, again, MJ had other relationships that Chelsea didn't have, also has, again, this comp B status. So, again, I do think it is not necessarily the wrong move to take Cam. The issue is telling him. And as, again, this is just unnecessarily sloppy gameplay here of telling Cam that you want to save it, just giving Cam ammunition now to go to MJ and use that against you. Now, again, it doesn't happen because obviously Cam gives up. MJ is MJ, so I don't think she would have believed it anyway. But again, it is still sloppy play, and it's part of why I don't feel super confident about Chelsea's strategic ability by the end of this season. Even though I do think she does really well manipulating MJ here, telling MJ that your game speaks for yourself, essentially saying that you don't need to create a speech for the end, obviously setting MJ up for a fall, allowing for her to undercut her when we get there. So again, Chelsea does have these impressive moments like this that where I really just wish that was the entirety of her game and not being mixed into these other missteps that make me question her overall strategic ability. Now here we do also get the jury roundtable, this time hosted by Taylor, who obviously replaces Will, which makes sense. I think Taylor, obviously a very recent winner, one of the new faces of Big Brother, also one that had very strong jury management and one that has experience hosting and lives in LA, to where, again, I think Taylor was the perfect pick. I would have been very shocked that they didn't pick her, as it wouldn't make any sense, to where, and very happy they went with what they should have done, though really as a whole, the jury roundtable itself wasn't that interesting outside of Angela coming off very bitter and Taylor calling her out for that. But anyway, we get to the final HOH, which was the typical Q&A that we've seen for the last few seasons, with both answering the same questions throughout the entirety of it until the final question where MJ pulls out the win, to where you would think that this is a chance for MJ to not make a really dumb move for one of the only times this entire season. And we even see her say that she was born for this as she gets up to vote, aka born to make a $675,000 mistake in voting out Cam. Though again, there was never any doubt that this was going to be her decision. She never once contemplated taking Cam throughout the entire endgame stretch, always talked about going to the end with Chelsea. He's obviously, again, loyalty is so important to her because Chelsea was never disloyal to MJ at all throughout the entire game. And also because the first time two women in faith are at the end, because that also has never happened before. But I would say, I did really like Chelsea's speech. Now, I do question how intentional it is, considering a lot of what she says here is kind of similar to what she says in her exit press. But I did love her mentioning God and MJ's parents, which felt like this subtle manipulation of MJ to try to keep her in. But anyway, again, Cam's voted out here, which I do think is the best case scenario for the story of the season. I think for Chelsea's legacy, I think this is best case scenario. The fact that she doesn't win this final HOH and still gets taken to the end by this person that she's pretty much puppeteered this entire endgame stretch, where obviously I think this makes MJ look really terrible, while also it makes Chelsea look even that much more impressive. Now, talking about from MJ's perspective, obviously, again, this is one of the dumbest moves in the history of the show, and it's her throwing away potentially a winning game and instead going to the end and losing 7-0. Again, it is obviously very damning. I know a lot of people compare it to Cody, and I could definitely see that comparison. I do think a difference for me between this and Cody that makes MJ's worse is the fact that I think with Cody, there was no reason to think that Derek was against him at any point, to where, again, Derek was actually loyal to Cody the entire time, never contemplated taking out Cody, never even had people like really come up to him and talk about how Derek's really against you. Where with MJ, that has happened numerous times. So again, considering her overall motivations, she wants to be loyal. I think that makes this decision worse. Where again, Chelsea is someone that, again, went to Rubina and said, hey, we should target MJ. And Rubina went back to her and told her this. And she is still talking about taking Chelsea to the end because of loyalty. Again, also, Chelsea was willing to vote her out back in week 4. Chelsea very much contemplated taking Cam to the end over her. To where, again, I think that's what makes this decision worse for me personally. Is the fact that for me, Cody at least was doing it from more so a genuine place of friendship. He actually was very close to Derek and is still close to Derek to this day, to where there's no reason for him to think that there was anything otherwise. Where with this spot with Chelsea, there's so much reason to believe that Chelsea's just manipulating you and using you for the game, to where the fact that she still makes that decision is what I think what makes this that much more worse, to where I do think this is possibly one of the worst moves of all time. With Cam's eviction, I've officially ended my streak of picking the winner for the last 4 seasons, where, again, I thought that was insane that even happened to begin with, but again, it had to come to an end, and even then, I got way closer than I ever thought I would, considering where we were at a certain point in the season, where kind of insane that Cam even made it this far at this point. But again, with that, we do lose Cam, and Cam is a player that, again, I think is a bit understated from the general community. I think a lot of people talk about how Cam has done nothing, when, again, I simply don't think that's the case. I think Cam may not have made these big, flashy moves, and may not have made many moves on his own, but I do think he does a lot of good work in supporting the moves that Chelsea makes, and he's the main person to push for the Quinn move. He's the swing vote in the T-Core move. He does a lot of good backup and really gets MJ on board the Leah move. He almost convinces Chelsea to flip the vote onto Chemo, which again, that one's not necessarily in his best interest, but almost gets that through. He saves himself from going on the block in week 5 when MJ wanted to nominate him because he was so bad at comms. He also does very good work campaigning to MJ to keep him at Final Four, to where we were even going early on in the game. For the first few weeks, he was very well positioned. He was actually probably one of the best positioned players in the house for the first few days, and him having the collective, the Pentagon, the Andersons, everyone in the house liking him, to where, again, I think Cam's game is very understated. Not saying that he is this mastermind, one of the best players of all time, though I do think he is a better player than most people say. So again, he obviously has these flaws. He is still passive at points. He still is very chill and not very reactionary. But again, I do think he is probably one of the more stable players across this season. That being said, character-wise, he's kind of dull. I mean, obviously, the thing that made him interesting is how memeable he is. Obviously, just seeing his cast photo being posted on Twitter as a meme is really humorous. Also, just again, obviously, his dogs at the crib is also really funny. But really, just in general, again, Cam's not the most riveting TV, but someone that, again, I think is a decent enough player. And with that, we move on to the final 2, where the result here was pretty apparent, but we do run through the motions. We do get the jury questioning, with Chelsea having a bit of a rough first answer after being asked if she was deceptive, to where she really talks around the answer for a while, only to end up answering no somehow. Which question, considering the rest of her performance is about how much she manipulated MJ. But again, the rest of her performance is very solid. I mean, you clearly tell she had these points outlined in her head, executes on them very well, compares her game to a diamond, while cutting down MJ's comp wins, which, again, exactly what she needed. While MJ talks about her comp wins And how taking out Leah was good for her game, I guess. While also not mentioning the T-Core move ever, which is probably her best move of the entire season. And when asked about her social game, she talks about her relationship with Chelsea. And proceeds to constantly nod her head whenever Chelsea's speaking. Where again, the result is pretty obvious here. But we do get a pretty awkward reunion segment for that reveal with a lot of focus on showmances, which who cares? And again, the Matt and MJ one in particular was very awkward. Really just Matt in general is awkward as we proceed to get a lot of apologies to Angela. Where Angela initially doesn't seem to want an apology from Matt. While also, we do get a lot of focus on the charcuterie board. And we waste time revealing who the AI instigator was, which everyone seemed to be surprised by, but it's like they literally spoiled it in the comic. Did no one pay attention? But anyway, we get to the winner reveal. Chelsea wins unanimously, which was a little surprising in the fact that Angela in particular ended up voting for her, where she seemed to be someone that was very bitter against Chelsea and was propping up MJ, though I would not be shocked if Chelsea's cutting down of MJ's game switched her in this spot. But also, again, I thought Leah was a potential vote for MJ, but no, again, she gets all the votes. Very impressive win here. So obviously, I've spent a lot of this review detailing the qualms I have with Chelsea's game, but it obviously goes without saying that she clearly played the best game of the season. I think she plays one of the most dominant winning games of all time, to where, while again, I do have these criticisms of her game, they don't really demerit her too much in terms of her overall winning game, though again, I'm just pointing out these nitpicks in her game that really just show the amount of strategic fallacies that she had on this season, though to be fair, again, everyone does on this season. But beyond that, we obviously see that Tucker wins AFP as expected, and we end the episode here with the return of Janky, who comes back to life and proceeds to tell the players to sing his theme song as we go to credits, which was the most ridiculous ending this season that we possibly could have had, which really makes you think, why am I dedicating so much of my life watching this show? But either way, that is the end of the season. With that, now let's jump into talking about the final two before wrapping up the video. And with that, let's start off with MJ. And I think MJ is quite possibly the worst runner-up in Big Brother history. I think she is a player that can get saved by numerous twists early on in the game. Again, America's Veto is something that kept her off the block initially in week 2, and again, helped her in week 3 when she used it. To be fair, she was not going home, at least initially. It could have changed over the course of the week, but also beyond that, again, she would have gone home had it not been for AI Arena in week 4. She then proceeds to get power in the back half of the game and proceeds to make the wrong decision over and over and over again. So really the only time I think she makes the optimal play in the game is when she takes out T-Core, and that was still a spot where she did it just to get closer to Chelsea, not to weaken Chelsea in the game and snipe Chelsea eventually, which is what she needed to do to win the game. And I think that's really just the summation of MJ as a player, is the fact that she just does very little optimally throughout this entire season. She does so much wrong. So I think the only saving grace for her game for me is the fact that she potentially had win equity. And to be fair, even that, I'm not even fully locked in on, as I haven't seen any exit press indicating that. Which, to be fair, we're probably not going to get until we get some of these bigger deep dives down the road. But if MJ didn't have win equity, I would say she's one of the worst players of the season, where I think she does almost nothing right here outside of just winning comps in the end game. And making, again, the wrong decision with every one of those comp wins. And I think her exit press is even more frustrating. They're constantly talking about how what's bad for Chelsea is bad for her, when, like, no, that's not the case at all. And again, it really just feels like she's this player that's so bound by loyalty and religion that really just stifles her overall gameplay. And it didn't even seem like she really cared about the win, constantly talking about how she doesn't need the money. And while that might be a coping mechanism for her, I do think it's still a spot where MJ just ends up being such a frustrating player because she really just didn't care to win the game in a spot where she very easily could have. And beyond that, as a character, again, I didn't personally find it that entertaining. I did find some of her antics early on in the game kind of funny. The fact that she would essentially be doing exactly what Matt was doing, being very anti-Angela while Angela was HOH, and that was kind of funny. Beyond that, and didn't really bring much to the table to me from an entertainment standpoint, but I do think it is her gameplay that, again, I'll largely remember her for, and again, in a negative way, because I do think she played a terrible game. And with that, we move on to the winner in Chelsea. And again, I've said my piece across this video. I think Chelsea, again, by the end of it, played one of the most dominant games in history of Big Brother. I think definite top 5 winning game in the history of the show. I border between 4 and 5 alongside Hayden. But I think she's definitely better than someone like a Maggie. And I think is the best winning game by a woman in the history of the show. I do think she's one of the better players in the history of the show. I don't know exactly where she lands, again, for me, the biggest qualm with her overall game ability is the fact that I just don't have enough faith in her overall strategic ability due to the fact that we see her waver on the right decision constantly. And while she talks about how, like, one of her biggest assets of her game is keeping her mouth shut, the issue is that she doesn't actually. I think that's actually one of her biggest flaws in her game, that she talks too much and it just gives out information that could potentially backfire on her, and it just doesn't. But again, I think on paper, this is one of the most dominant games there's in the show. Obviously, she did have like a 2-week stretch with her being on the bottom. That was able to rise up against that, and I think that is something that definitely helps her in terms of her as a player. The fact that she did play from the bottom for a little bit and was able to rise up after that and play this really dominant game in the back half of the season. Though again, for me, I do think the first half of the season is still a bit hit or miss. Though again, I think it is still these strategic aspects of her game that I'm a bit questioning on. Also, post-show, she talks about how she thinks she would have lost 4-3 against MJ. It was also planning on taking her, which is, again, why. I think there's a lot of these things that do bother me with her game. But, again, it's still a very impressive one. One where, again, I think she beats both Cam and MJ 7-0. Probably beats most other people in this cast, especially by the time the T-Core vote, to where, I mean, outside of maybe Chemo, I think she just demolishes everyone else in a jury vote, to where, I mean, that is very impressive, and along with the fact that, again, she just really manipulates MJ masterfully, and I really think that is the main strong suit of Chelsea's game across this season. I think that is the best thing she did across the season, is how much she was able to manipulate MJ. I talked about in the review that her getting out Leo is not a necessary move. Again, it was a very impressive move, and I think it might, in retrospect, actually be her best move, due to the fact that it seemed like the jury was really hung up on that, recognizing how bad of a move that was for MJ and how much influence Chelsea had in making that move, to where, while again, I don't think it was a necessary move for her positioning in the game, I do think it was something that really locked up the respect that the jury had for her, to where, again, I think at the end of the day, that was probably the best move, even though I questioned it at the time. To where, in general, again, Chelsea, one of the most dominant players of all time. Player-wise, again, I think she's bordering on top 10. I think for me, I would personally like to see another appearance from her to really solidify that spot in the top 10, though I think she is around the same spot as someone like a Vanessa Russo, a June Song, a Danny Reyes, with obviously a lot of potential to go up if she were to return. Now, as a character, I think she was fine. I mean, she gave good DRs. I don't necessarily like Chelsea. Again, I think her jealousy over Cam was very strange. I think came out very dismissive when talking about people behind their backs that I did not particularly like. Though, again, at the end of the day, I do think she still comes off as a very satisfying winner on this season, just due to how dominant of a game she ends up playing. But with that, again, that is the entirety of Big Brother 26, which, again, I thought was an incredible season. I thought this was a very strong season through and through. I thought this was one of the most consistent seasons of the show. Where really, I think when we're looking at slow points for the season, I mean, you do got week 2, which was slower, but there was a lot of decent character stuff happening there. And then you're looking at the final 5 on, but even in the final 5 on, again, there was some intrigue from a lot of the wavering that Chelsea and MJ were doing, to where even within that, I think there was still some intrigue. And it's a season of Big Brother that had some pretty surprisingly good decisions from production, which again is very rare for Big Brother US. Again, having equitable comps that allowed for varying results, which I do think adds to why this season was as good as it is the fact that we had all these different types of people winning competitions until the end game. But still, it's like, I still feel like that did add to why this season was as good as it was. Along with that, obviously, the AI Arena, while again, I still have some qualms with it, it's still a twist that does at least not favor the majority, which is something that, again, somehow is very rare in Big Brother. And also, it feels like they at least kind of tried with adding more production value to the show, at least, again, having this big season-long storyline, where, again, they tried. And I think that is something that, again, that's rare for Big Brother, to where, again, after, again, the success of Reindeer Games, and now this, I do think Big Brother's on a bit of a rise to where I actually feel kind of okay about where Big Brother might be currently sitting. Or again, it's even been a while since we've had a good Big Brother US season by the end, and again, with this one actually being a actual great season is, again, kind of shocking. To where, again, I think this is one of the best seasons of Big Brother. I think this is definitely a top tier season. I think it's fighting for the number 5 spot with BB20 for me. I think BB20 probably has higher highs. I think this season's a bit more consistent, to where, again, I would lean towards this one, but I don't necessarily have that locked in. But with that, again, that is my entire review for Big Brother 26. Now, moving forward, again, I will be doing a player ranking for the season immediately following this, which should be my next videos, so stay tuned for that. Obviously, beyond that, I'll be back for BB27 next year. Also, we got other shows going on currently. Obviously, Survivor is currently airing, which mid-season power ranking for that will probably be next Saturday. Beyond that, we also have, and obviously, a review and player ranking of that at the end of the season as well. We got Challenge Battle of the Eras going on as well, where there's other shows I'm covering. Beyond that, also got typical content from the channel, bigger rankings, and casting videos coming up, so stay tuned for all those things. But for now, that is the video. Thank you for watching.